Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Al Ain International Raceway. You're live on Karting Live TV, and we are going to bring you all of the action from the final weekend of the UAE RMC. It began back in September, and here we are already with champions to be crowned by tomorrow afternoon. All of the action, all live on Karting Live TV, and also on the UAE RMC live stream as well. Please, if you are already with us, join us on either of those live streams and keep it coming in. My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me, as ever, is Henry Baudet. Henry, it seems just a short while ago, but we've had, it's not really, is it? We've had a lot of drama, we've had a lot of intrigue and controversy, as ever in the UAE RMC.
We have. The drivers have traversed this region from Abu Dhabi, the Al Ain Raceway, to the Dubai Kartdrome, to Yas Marina, to the Al Fusan Motorsport Resort, and then we are back here, the spiritual home of karting in the Middle East. Al Ain Raceway, twice a host of the Rotax Grand Finals. 86 drivers sit in the paddock or on the grid at the moment. At the end of tomorrow, 6 of those drivers will be given a ticket to the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals 2026 in Portimao, Portugal. The journey started here back in sweltering conditions in September, and we have beautiful blue skies and sweltering conditions. What a difference 7 days make. Yes.
Yeah, if you were with us last weekend for round 6 and 7, a little bit of a changeable weather condition, strange for this region as well, certainly for us. You can see in the off-track sections on the runoffs, we've got bits of green that have appeared. That was because last weekend we had a bit of a rain delay, would you believe, here in the desert. That's not going to be the case. We are racing on a very hot racetrack all weekend, and to think, Henry, that by tomorrow afternoon we are going to be putting the crown on our champions' heads. There is a lot to be talked about, I suppose, in all of our classes. Right there, what you can see in the collecting area on the grid, forming up to go out for their qualifying session, is the Microax class. We've got qualifying sessions coming up next, 6 minutes of qualifying for all of their classes, forming the grid for the heat, for their respective heats. But championship-wise, it's kind of still all for grabs mathematically, but there are a lot of elements of people just needing to stay calm, stay cool, and go. And I'm going to make this sound easy: go round and round. But it's not that easy, is it?
No. And it's not that easy going round and round this circuit, as we discovered earlier this week. Because, Joe, myself, and our producer Nick Damon were given an opportunity to go out on the RD1 Rotax karts here at the circuit to get an absolute bird's eye view, a driver's eye view of this circuit. And,
we saw for ourselves. I had it described to me by former British champion Kai Hunter about it being a one-line track, and if you put a wheel off on the sand, and I thought, he's just whinging on, isn't he?
as racing drivers do.
As Kai Hunter does.
Well, you said that.
He was absolutely right, though. There was lots of times, there was a voyage of discovery, and all three of us got out of the cart and thought, I need another go there because I think I can go faster, which is typical of anybody who's raced.
Absolutely. One session doth not a champion make.
Absolutely. It does not. I usually learn a track in 3 laps. I'm going to take 3 weeks to learn this one.
Not one of our championships have been decided. This is Micromax qualifying. We've got a nice grid of 15 Micromax drivers. You're seeing some of the names on the screen. Liam O'Hanlon, number 22 for George Gibbons Motorsport, is your championship leader. And he's got, I think, about a 70-point lead over second place driver, the O-Plate champion, Samar Chopra. There is Samar Chopra at the last, just at the bottom of the screen there.
That by the way, got to remind you, that isn't any order of performance or competitiveness. That's just a random.
That's just showing you who's.
Well, that's a random poll, how they line up on the collecting area.
Yes, and that is the list of the runners and riders in Micromax. 15 of them, and the title fight. I'd say it's Liam O'Hanlon. He hasn't done it yet. but he does have to just be calm, think of the bigger picture. It is behoven on Samar Chopra to push the envelope.
It's a big ask for Samar and Adam Al-Sheikh. Liam O'Hanlon, take you back to last Sunday, did not start immediately off the collecting area for Sunday's final. He then joined the back
pre-final.
of the... It was the pre-final.
It was the pre-final.
It was. He then had to join the back of the grid.
Yes.
And then he drove through the grid to get the win in the pre-final. And that was a very cool head. And that's what that champion-elect, let's call him, because he's in the pole position for a championship win here. It's going to be a big ask because, as you said, Samar Chopra is wanting to spoil the Liam O'Hanlon Championship party tomorrow night, isn't he?
And it was interesting this morning, and this is what young drivers do. I noticed that as we're looking at drivers now starting their first flying lap here at the Al Ain Raceway, but this morning I noticed Liam O'Hanlon, he was just a little bit late to the gate to go on his track walk. There's a specific time set aside for drivers to go on a track walk. And I saw Liam, and the official said, no, you're too late. And Liam looked a little bit sort of crestfallen, because even at this young age, the drivers have their routine.
Rituals,
their rituals.
Yeah.
And Liam was a little bit crestfallen. I said, well, did you get to this stage by doing a track walk every morning? And he said, well, no. I said, so we are, so really, is the track walk that essential to how you drive? And he sort of thought about it for a minute. He went, no, it's very, very thing. And of course, it's one of those interesting things that there are rituals, but it's not Liam. The fact that Liam's
the thing is, Henry, the ritual of his engine starting and leaving the collecting area for the pre-final last week didn't disturb him too much, so I'm pretty much sure. Now, if you were with us last Sunday, you may have already, the more astute viewers may have already noticed that we're on a slightly different racetrack here this weekend. We're back on the international configuration of the track, which means that from the final corner, we go all the way along that curving straight, that with a couple of kinks in it, flat out, straight past where last weekend we would turn left and then hairpin right. We go straight on towards turn one, which gives us a massively fast optimum speed into that first turn on the track.
Watching this group on, Arthur, and this is a nice camera shot here. I think we're going to see plenty of action from this camera shot. The last corner coming out onto the finish line, certainly the last lap, that will be something to watch. Looking at this group on the circuit at the moment, a lap previously, you would have seen them going side by side. You would have seen them chopping and changing positions. That's not great in qualifying trim. Now, they seem to have settled down in some form of order. Championship leader Liam O'Hanlon is the third kart on your screen at the moment, and he is sitting behind Adam Al-Sheikh, the driver who we went head-to-head with in last Sunday's final. Just in front of them is the number 15 kart, or is it the 16 kart of Amar Tabatsa, another driver who did very well at points last weekend, but is still looking for that little bit of consistency. And a welcome return to Tadeusz Prochatska. Tadeusz for the Ital Course Middle East team, and the number 95 Ital Course kart. Tadeusz's dad, Milan, is going to represent Ital Course in tonight's Mojo tyre changing contest, the first two rounds of which will be live streamed before the podium presentation.
We've got a lot to get through this weekend.
There's an awful lot going on and off track.
That train of karts has produced Amar Tabatsa at the top of the timing screen, a 1 minute 3.445, 60 thousandths of a second slower. Liam O'Hanlon has appeared. Another 32 thousandths behind O'Hanlon. We've got Adam Al-Sheikh with Adrian Faravignoli with the CRG. He's on the provisional second row. Behind them, Alexander Feinstein, and it's Samar Chopra on the O plate. The Dubai O plate carrying that number is in sixth place. So it's still all to play for as we come with getting towards the 1 minute board here. There's still plenty of time, maybe two more laps in it for these youngsters to maybe optimise a lap and get themselves up the grid for the heats.
And this is interesting. So those 3 karts working together, they cross the line with just over a minute to go. Now, some of these drivers will get an extra lap in. Tadeusz Prochaska at the front of the queue, he almost certainly will get another lap in. These 3 drivers who are first, second and third, well, I say the driver in the middle of the pack, the 3 there, the 55, Adam Al-Sheikh, currently fastest. The driver directly behind him, Liam O'Hanlon, second fastest. The driver at the head of the queue is third fastest. Why is Amar Tabazza slower than the 2 drivers following him? Because Tabazza is punching the hole in the air that Al-Sheikh and O'Hanlon are sitting in and picking up that little bit of slipstream, that draft, the vacuum, as it were.
Tabazza is the quickest kart in Sector 1. Al-Sheikh is the quickest kart in Sector 3. And if the last lap was anything to go by, O'Hanlon was the quickest kart in Sector 3. Sorry, Al-Sheikh is in Sector 2. O'Hanlon, when we cross the line any moment now, we are literally seconds away from checkered flag. Checkered flag now. So that's qualifying done. And a little bit of a shake around. And it's championship leader Liam O'Hanlon at the top of the screen, and he will stay there because Samar Chopra has come through and he will take 4th place, which puts him on the 2nd row of the grid. It's O'Hanlon, Al-Sheikh, Tabazza and Chopra, your front 2 rows. We'll have a full look at the timing screen when we get that confirmed. We had one non-starter, which was Ahmad Al-Mudaka from the Motorscape team, not sure why. So 14 karts took to the track to qualify, and we'll have a full rundown. Henry's going to pop down to Parc Fermé now, aren't you? And
I am.
And grab an interview with
Liam O'Hanlon, who has just taken the first championship points of the day. 10 points for sitting on pole. So that is an important pole position for Liam O'Hanlon.
It is a solid start to his championship challenge. Remember, this track that we're on this weekend, we're going to be lapping about 5 seconds quicker in all of our classes this weekend. And a big round of applause, I think, to all of the staff here at the Al Ain International Raceway. Guy Sheffield and his team, Majib, our closest ally, technically, isn't he? Well done to get the track in shape from last week to this week. There is the provisional grid. I say provisional grid. They've got to get through tech inspection. But it's Liam O'Hanlon that will start on the pole position with his protagonist, his nemesis, really. They've created a great rivalry, these two. Adam El-Sheikh alongside him. Second row of the grid is Amar Tabazza with an outstanding lap there. He was always there or thereabouts in that qualifying session with Samar Chopra, championship challenger, on the second row of the grid. Third row is Via Ponna with Adrian Faravignoli starting alongside. Row 4 will be Cameron Harvey and Tadeusz Prochaska. Row 5 is Alexander Freinstein and Leo Reutmann. Leo, you'll get a great, probably the happiest kid in the paddock when you see his interview coming up in the paddock show either today or tomorrow. We've then got Tayyab Haroon and Youssef Al-Kayat, another happy chap there on row 6. Row 7 is Enzo Falzarano and Felix Souza Jebjerg. And a non-starter there, Ahmad Al-Mudaka. Hopefully see him out in the heat. But that is your Micromax qualifying sorted. And next out is Minimax. Before we start talking about the Minimax Championship, we've got Henry, who is going to give us let us know when he's gathered up the qualifiers from Micromax. And we get a chance to talk to Liam O'Hanlon on the provisional pole. The Micromax class for drivers between 8 and 11 years old, depending on literally how quickly they grow up and how tall they get, because the Minimax class you can enter when you're 10, and that's from 10 to 13. Let's head down to Henry, who has indeed got our provisional pole sitter.
Well, Liam O'Hanlon, I think that could be the most important pole position of the season, because you've got a couple of extra points on the board than your rivals, and the pre-final and the heat race, at least, you can control the field from the front. Tell us, how was that qualifying session?
Really good. Obviously on the start I had to get a good track position, and I got that really well, and then for the whole session I stayed behind my track position, and on the last lap I think it just worked out really well.
Yeah, because for most of the session, it was Adam Al-Sheikh who was fastest, and he was a driver that was sort of towing you along. How difficult was it? Because we talk about the penalties in qualifying, going slowly on the outlap and interrupting other drivers. So you've got, a very short amount of time, don't you, to get yourself in the correct track position for the rest of the session. How did you do it?
I started near the front of the field, so obviously we've only got like 3 corners or 4 corners to roll over, and I rolled over in time and I got my track position.
And then it was a case of just getting your head down and thinking of just laps and laps. And now the tactic is going to be just consolidate. Obviously, I know you want to win. Every racing driver does. But there's a bigger picture at play, isn't there?
Yeah, bigger picture for the championship, of course.
Excellent. And I know you had a very busy week because you had lots of family staying with you this week. So did you manage to get any sleep with all the kids in the household, your family coming over?
Yeah, because I only had one of them in my room, so it was actually okay.
Oh, so you only had one extra family member in his room. Okay. Who do you want to thank now that everyone is back home watching in the UK?
My mum, my dad, my 2 sisters, Connor, Zabir, George, Jacob, and all my cousins in the UK, and my uncle and my auntie.
There we go. Everyone is thanked. Liam O'Hanlon. Is this the start of the championship drive? We'll have to see.
It's all exciting stuff with these youngsters. The championship is what it's all about, and that all-important ticket to the World Finals to enable you to attend that event at Portimao in Portugal in November. I know there's been a bit of a date change there. We now focus on Minimax, where perhaps we've got the most competitive and most open championship of all of our classes. Even though the other classes are relatively tight, certainly in Microax mathematically, this one is really up for grabs. You've got, coming into this final weekend, LBJ Stubbs leads on total points from Benjamin Krachkovic, with Austin Gray in third and Oliver Butchard in fourth. But when you consider the dropped scores, it then swaps around, and Krachkovic takes the lead in the championship. Now that all depends on how they finish here, because of course this weekend may end up being a dropped score, so you can never really. It's tricky to work it out.
That's why they built so much time into tomorrow's post.
That's right.
Post race, we have all sorts of stuff happening after the races, for no other reason than they need to calculate all the results.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great. There's very, very few championships that are able to crown the champions post-race on the final round of the season. But that's what we're going to do tomorrow. But before that, we've got plenty of racing to be getting on with. This class of karts, Minimax, 10 to 13 years old, as the children grow up and get taller and heavier subsequently. They will then move on to the junior Rotax class. But right now, Minimax is what it's all about. And these are the competitors here. LBJ Stubbs there. And again, this is just a random list of drivers that are now in this class. And this is how they've lined up for qualifying, which is not representative of performance or anything. Kurt Ivanov there, who's just... In fact, everybody's out on track at the moment, so they've all left the collecting area. Francesco Lisnioli, he's had a good season, took the Dubai All Plate a couple of months ago. LBJ Stubbs, as I said, he's currently leading the championship. Oliver Butchard was outstanding last weekend, and the Mumbai Falcons driver, he's now a Mumbai Falcons driver. He's recently moved to that team, and that has been a new lease of life for Oliver. It's really settled him, and he's been very competitive. Austin Gray, perhaps the move of the season from young Austin there, from the JNKD team. Sebastian Storer here with Synergy. And then we've, of course, have got JNKD's Benjamin Krachkovic, who last year represented the UAE at the World Finals as the Microax champion, came into this round behind slightly on points and then clinched the championship. He's got a bit of an advantage here, so it's reversed for this weekend, Henry. Karačković comes in with dropped scores. He's leading the championship. Take away the dropped scores, he's behind LBJ Stubbs, which is literally how they are out on track at the moment.
It is. So 11 points, I believe, is the difference in Karačković's favour. However, 10 points for pole position, 8 for second, 6 for third, 4 for fourth, 2 for fifth, and none for sixth on back. So, in theory, LBJ Stubbs could reduce that deficit from 11 points to just 1 in this session. However, it does appear as though Benjamin Karačković has positioned himself perfectly. He's got his teammate, Austin Gray, between himself and LBJ Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs, I think, has just got to ignore everyone else and do his thing. He's got to go out there and just, thou shalt not pass, I think, has got to be the raison d'etre for LBJ Stubbs, because if he's in front, then he's scoring maximum points, and it's on Benjamin Karačković then to minimise the damage.
But you're not talking about being in front on the road, Henry. You're talking about being the fastest on the track at the moment, and that's not necessarily the case. When you're the kart that's punching the hole in the air for the people behind you, that's not necessarily the science that's going to envelop here. What maybe we're going to see is these three drivers at the moment, the three turn out to be the three of the group of quickest drivers in this class. And here we go, Karačković down the inside, and he's used that slipstream, as has Austin Gray. He used the science there, the slipstream science there, as he cut a hole in the air. Two karts cutting a hole, the kartshop.me replay showing that in fine style, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. Now, what does Karačković do? Because at the moment, Oliver Butchard is fastest, and Butchard is certainly the form driver in the last quarter of the season. Butchard there, the green crash helmet for the Mumbai Falcons, fourth kart in line. Karačković second, Francesco Lisignoli is third, Gray is fourth, LBJ Stubbs only eighth. Stubbs has fallen a little bit. Where he is, he's the third kart in line. Now, Karačković, does he now put pedal to the metal and give it 100%? He does look like he is, pushing the limits. But, if he wanted to, and this is the cynic inside, if he wanted to just ease off by a tenth or two, that wouldn't do his chances any harm at all. And let's look at the lap times as they cross the line. Does anybody at the top improve with Karačković at the head of it? Well, they do.
Wow.
LBJ Stubbs. Now look at that. In the space of one lap, Stubbs is now quickest. Karačković is fifth. That would be 10 points for Stubbs and 2 points for Karačković. And Karačković's lead would shrink from 11 to 3.
No disrespect, boys. We have no favourites here.
Absolutely
you
not.
And I, Henry.
Absolutely not.
It's great for the championship. It's great for Karting Live TV and the UAE RMC to see just how competitive this Minimax field is. And at the moment, with just over a minute remaining in this qualifying session, still up for grabs. Look at the composure, Henry, from these youngsters and how they're going about this qualifying session. This is an intelligent session which I'm witnessing here.
Oh, absolutely, because now it is on. So Benjamin Karačković is hoping that his rookie teammate, Austin Gray, let's not forget, number 177 of Gray is in his first full season of racing. And Karačković is hoping that rookie is going to push him around. Austin misses his apex slightly at turn number one. Karačković now in front. Kia Ivanov is now fast. It's a whole change again.
And Francesco Lisignoli goes second as well. So off the front row of the grid has been demoted. LBJ Stubbs now in third. Oliver Butchard fourth. Austin Gray in fifth. Benjamin Karačković in sixth. Behind this top six, Ahmed Faisal Almeida, Adam Fleury, Vico Pajamaki, Max Payton, Mohamed Mubarak, Aaron Essen, Sebastian Storer, Vivian Chowan. That's the order of the 14 karts as we go towards the checkered flag, which will be unfurled as we speak. It'll be session over after this lap.
Who is going to come out on top? Ivanov, Lisignoli, Stubbs, Butchard, Gray, your top five. Karačković needs a big lap here. and he's being pushed along by his teammate Austin Gray. Is Karaczkiewicz going to get that big lap? The answer is ish.
Not quite.
But
not quite, because the green helmeted Mumbai Falcon, Oliver Butchard, on the pole position with a 60.226. That's 52 thousandths of a second quicker than any other driver, and that other driver is Keir Ivanov, who will share the front row of the grid with him. A 60.278 for Ivanov. The second row of the grid, though, is the championship row of the grid, with Albie J. Stubbs third and Benjamin Karaczkiewicz in fourth place. There is the order there. It's just popped up. So Butchard, Ivanov, front row. Albie J. Stubbs, Benjamin Karaczkiewicz on row 2. And then the other race protagonists, Francesco Lignoli and Austin Gray. Row 4 is Ahmed Faisal Almina, Adam Fleury, fifth row, Veiko Pajamaki and Max Payton. Aaron Essen and Mohamed Mubarak share row 6. And then on row 7, we've got Sebastian Storer and Vivienne Chowan. They will round off 14 karts in the Minimax qualifying session. Next up, we've got Junior Max, and if you think the Minimax grid is tight, we've got a plethora of potential race winners here in Junior Max. We'll talk about them more after we've analysed this qualifying lineup. Oliver Butchard, everybody completed 5 laps, apart from Adam Fleury, who came in after 3. Everyone else stayed out there. So hopefully Adam Fleury's not got too much of a problem that brought him in there. But Oliver Butchard was outstanding, and he's going to be a very hard driver to beat there. It came right at the very end, did Butchard's where's that time gone? 60.226, wasn't it? 60.278. Look how close that was. 52 thousandths for Keir Ivanov, who really has come to the fore these past 2 weekends. The NI Racing driver, who comes from pretty strong stock there, is Anatoly Ivanov, his grandfather, the 1974 USSR karting champion. Keir carrying on the family passion, as his dad, Vladimir, also a racer on 2 wheels at a pretty high level on the MotoGP card. So Keir Ivanov starting alongside Oliver when we get to racing later on. I think Henry has gathered our pole sitter, Oliver Butchard, and we're about to head down there and get the insight as to just how that came about. Henry.
Well, Oliver Butchard, if the season started last weekend, you would be the driver to beat. As it is, you are finishing really strongly, and that session was incredibly tight. It was the last lap that got it for you. Describe what that was like with everybody trying to be very tactical and changing positions.
I mean, we all started we were all separate at the grids on the start, so then we all rolled to like post 4, and then we got on. I was up there most of the time. I knew I didn't do good, but I couldn't really get a lap in on the first few laps, but then on the last lap, I did something special, yeah.
You did something special. I'm not going to ask you what that something special was, because, of course, every racing driver's just got to keep that little secret in their back pockets, don't they? You've normally got a set of cards to a magic trick in your back pocket. You're going to need to pull a rabbit out of the hat in terms of getting the win this weekend, because it's so close between Benjamin, Albie, and you're battling with Austin as well.
I mean, I think it's already pretty obvious that I'm not going to get P3 in the championship, but now I'm just looking to get first in the Abu Dhabi Sports Council
award. And I have to say, have we done a deal with Anjum at Mumbai Falcons? How many wins have you got to get before they turn up with a Mumbai Falcons race suit for you?
I mean, we didn't really do a deal, but I think I should be getting a Mumbai Falcons suit next week. No, next season. Yeah.
Next season is good. Well, I mean, we've got, the Mumbai Falcons on top of the charts again in Minimax. Who would you like to thank, and what is the plan now? Because, of course, you're going for your own championship, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy, but you've got people battling for the main championship as well. Does that make you feel any different about how you're going to race?
I mean, if I'm at the front, just head down and go. Probably they'd be like battling at the back, but hopefully I can just put a small gap at the start and just like run away.
Yeah, you run away and let everyone else battle for the main title. About a second, maybe 5 seconds behind you?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, well done, Oliver Butchard.
Thank you, Henry. Getting the exclusive there that Oliver Butchard will be returning in 26-27 with the Mumbai Falcons team. That'll be all over social media on the.
Hopefully he's cleared that with his dad.
Well, yeah. I mean, Gavin might not be aware of that, but he is now.
Yep.
Yes, Oliver's coming back, Gavin. So you're looking forward to that. We've got Henry mentioned there the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Championship, which is the championship within the championship, and a very important one. It's all the rounds in the Abu Dhabi Emirate, which is here, and of course Yas Marina. They're the qualifying rounds, and Oliver coming sort of to the fore in Minimax with that team change has done him the world of good for whatever reason that is. It seems to have he's certainly
revitalised the young man.
He was a brilliant magician at the beginning of the season. If you haven't seen Oliver's, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. If I'd seen it on TV, I'd go, it's a trick of the camera. I saw it with my own eyes, in real life, so to speak, rather than just on TV. We did film it, and you can see it in one of our early paddock shows. But incredible magician, and he said that he'd been practicing, and he's going to show us some later in the downtime. Not for recording, just for my
just your benefit,
my self-indulgence. Oliver Butchard.
A bit of magic for Joe there.
Brilliant. If he doesn't make it as a racing driver, I said this months ago, didn't I? He doesn't make it as a racing driver. The Las Vegas circuit is maybe where we'll see Oliver Butchard. Maybe a TV special or something. Brilliant. That's Minimax. We now can focus our vision, our views, our attention on the Junior Max category, and this one, I don't want to say settled in any way, shape or form, because it isn't. There's a lot of our classes where the championship leading drivers basically have to have a basically continue doing what they've been doing all season, and that's going round and finishing high up the order. That comes down to Via Chopra and Mitanj Jain. They are at the top of the championship table without dropped scores. I'm not going to complicate anything. We've got to mention Aaron Qureshi, who's currently third in the championship, Aaron Mason, who's fourth, Jin Hidding in fifth, Gabriel Baracordi in sixth, Harrison Stevens, Giuseppe Montanari. Giuseppe, by the way, with the JNKD team, gives us a great interview chatting to Henry about his season. Pierre Abu Diwan is ninth, and Savelli Kogai is the driver that rounds off the 10th place in the championship. But we've had other drivers that have come to the fore. Last weekend, we had Armani Kunua, who had a burst of performance and pace last weekend and was challenging literally all weekend at the front. And probably, I think, Henry, his best result of the season so far?
It was, yes. A third at Yas Marina and a second last. Now, here we go. This is gamesmanship 101. They've got three corners, so all the drivers we're looking at crawling round here, they're allowed to do that at the moment. The problem they have is that the number 221, Floris Schenkenberg, the number 292 of Baptiste Augustine, and one other driver have gone out like it'd be fired out of a cannon. And if they interfere with these drivers who have got to speed up now, and are they going to impede? Everybody is now up to speed. Well, that's close, but of course, those drivers thinking, well, we've got to get to this Marshall post before we can speed
Marshall's
up.
Post 4.
Marshall Post 4.
Which is a different Marshall's Post to last weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, because I don't.
Or is it the same Marshall's
Post?
Post?
It's the same Marshall Post. Yeah. But Floris Schenkenberg, independent driver, who of course sat on the pole one of the rounds last year. Now there's Via Chopra just moving over. There's a huge club. Well, Floris Schenkenberg forced the hand of every single driver you've just see on your screen now, because he went off so quickly, he was bearing down on them. They all had to speed up straight away, regardless of whether they were happy or not in their track position. And this is another class, Joe, I'm sure you said as I was making my way back up, where we have got, the title is not decided, however, it is, it's Via Chopra's to lose. However, Minimax Jain and the Mumbai Falcons team have not given up one iota.
Not at all, Henry. They've got to keep the pressure on to force the error, haven't they? It's going to be a big force. Floris Schenkenberg will be the fastest driver in this session for a little while. The independent leading the field around for the first flying lap, of course, has put in the quickest time. At the moment, this might disappear as this train of carts that we saw finally get underway. They're now crossing the line now. I'm going to let this timing screen settle down, Henry, and then we'll get a grip on just who has gone fastest out of that train. It's Ray Harbour. Ray Harbour for XL, he's gone quickest. The quickest time at the moment at 57.420. Pierre Aboudiwan at 57.427. That's 7,000ths of a second, with Saveli Kogai in third. Via Chopra carrying the Dubai O-plate and leading the championship. He's currently qualified fourth. However, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, Floris Schenkenberg has actually played himself. I'm just looking down. He has caught, has he just eased off? I was about to say Schenkenberg has caught the back of the main pack. So even though he went out first, he was in a position to get a huge slipstream from this group of carts. However, Floris has now dropped back himself as Via Chopra just passing one of his Mateus Niger Motorsport teammates. And you can see there's the red and white curbing, which is okay to put your wheels on. Then just beyond that, there's the green curbing coming out of that final corner. There's a lip at the end of the red and white curbing before you get the green curbing. If you get on that, it can really unsettle the kart. It just goes to show you how precise you have to be in these karts. And having driven the circuit now, I can tell you that coming out of the corners, you get your outside wheel up on a curb, it does unsettle the kart. You have to be very, very concerted in your steering if you get onto one of those curbs, because it can spit the kart sideways very, very quickly, as I discovered. A
bit of judicial process going on out there on the timing screens. Currently 14th, the number 292, Baptiste Augustin. He's carrying a penalty that has been applied from official practice from yesterday. So he's currently down the order there. That's not representative necessarily of his lap time. He's just pulled up to 12th. At the moment, though, with possibly we're going to see the checkered flag for this group of karts next time by, Henry, or maybe not. But at the moment, Jaden Hidding and that driver, Floris Schenkenberg, has gone to second again. He's having a great qualifying session. Championship leader Via Chopra currently third with Ray Harbour, now dropping to fourth. But with the time of 56.780, 38 thousandths of a second for Floris Schenkenberg to find.
The track is very, very quick this weekend. And Schenkenberg, this might sound strange, Schenkenberg is behind 15 karts who are all just dusting the circuit off. And Schenkenberg arrives on the scene where the track is actually at its cleanest. Some of these drivers, look at that front group crossing the line now. They will get an extra lap in. That could be really important. Pierre Aboudiwan goes to the top of the timing screen. Did Pierre get across the line?
He did.
Before the checker flag, so that's good. Hidding second, Schenkenberg third.
Schenkenberg's checkered flag, Henry. That's his qualifying done. At the moment, he's third. But these are the drivers that have gotten another chance to get this lap. Pierre Aboudiwan, Jaden Hidding, currently first and second. Fourth at the moment Via Chopra, he's still on the lap. Aaron Qureshi, who's fifth, he's still out there. Ray Harbour, who's sixth, he's still out there. And Gabriel Barracordi, who did lead this qualifying session for a short time, he's still out there in seventh. And Faris Haroun for the Yaz Heat team, down in 13th at the moment, but he's got another chance at it, and he will get himself up the order, no question.
So here we go, out of the final corner, Via Chopra. Championship leader Minimax Jain has crossed the line and is only 11th. Chopra doesn't improve. Who does? Anybody? We're waiting for the last couple of drivers to cross the line. I think Pierre Abu Diwan has stolen a march on the team, on the rest of the field. Let's have a look. I think that's it. Yes.
He has. Faris Arunas came into the pits. Ray Harbour has come into the pits, I think, or he's going slowly. I may be wrong. Yes, he's coming into the pits. Gabriel Baricori came into the pits, but that leaves us with Pierre Abu Diwan on the provisional pole, with Jaden Hidding, who will start alongside, and Floris Schenkenberg alongside Via Chopra on the second row of the grid. He was the driver, remember, that went out and got straight on with his lap. And by the time everybody else was up to speed, he was already on his second flying lap. And that proved to be the tactic to deploy for him. It worked well for Floris Schenkenberg.
I'm never sure about this after you clawed business we get at the start.
I've talked to a lot of experienced karters who were driver coaching and mechanicking, and they can't get. It's a new trending.
It's like something's become popular, and let's see where everyone's come.
Let's have a look at the grid as it stands. Pierre Abu Diwan will start on the pole with Jaden Hidding alongside. The second row of the grid, Floris Schenkenberg, great effort from Floris to get straight on with it, and he's put himself on the second row of the grid alongside championship leader Via Chopra. Third row of the grid is Aaron Qureshi with Ray Harbour in sixth alongside. Fourth row of the grid is Gabriel Baraccordi and Aaron Mason. Row 5 is Johannes Seninyaki and Giuseppe Montanari. With row 6 is Mitanj Jain, championship protagonist, with Savelli Kogai, who went very well last weekend, and expecting him to do the same. We've got Faris Arun and Henry King alongside on row 7. Harrison Stevens and the Biscuit Thief, who's redeemed himself, more of that later, Paul Schutzman alongside. Baptiste Augustin, carrying that penalty, finds himself on row 9 alongside Kabir Kidwai, who is alongside on 9. Row 10 is Rafael Zagati and Romy Sabali, with Mohamed Faraz rounding off a 21-kart junior Rotax field. You wanted to chat about...
No, I just wondering, it's interesting you say it's a new thing. So why, if it wasn't needed in the previous 50, 60 years of karting, has it now become a thing?
I don't know.
I can't see... I watch it, and obviously I am not... I haven't done it. I don't think I've ever done qualify. I only ever mixed grids. But the point about it is, when people are sitting in a train of cars, if you're the leader, you're never going to be the fastest. So I'm not seeing why the people at the front of the queue don't drop out the middle of the queue. Also, one thing I would do is, with 2 laps to go, if I was in a train, I'd ease off. I'd give myself 2 or 3 tenths gap. Rather than nose to tail, I just drop off a little bit. Then the next lap I get that 2 or 3 tenths back again, wouldn't I? Was that simplistic, Nick, watching from above?
If anyone knows the answer, and the answer I don't want to hear is for track position, because that doesn't make sense. Because everybody's going slowly, trying to find track position, and then all of a sudden everybody starts going as they should, going fast, and they're all in the same position because everybody's clumped together and going slow, and then everybody's all a bit in the same clump going fast. So track position, no, that's not the answer. I want a scientific answer as to why that tactic is being deployed these days, because that's not how we went about it 2 years ago even. And even top-level drivers can't really give an answer. The answer I got from a former British champion, I'll not name him, is because everyone does it. Yeah, that's not reason enough, is it?
Is that you feel like when your mum said, "Well, if you jumped off a cliff, would you do it as well?"
Yeah, well, exactly. Hello to everybody on the live streams. At Boy Rotax Asia says hi, Henry. I'll mention this to Henry when he gets back from his interview. We're live with Karting Live TV. Is that Gaz Bury then that's joined us on the stream? Oh, that was you.
Bit early for Gaz.
Oh, hang on, I thought so. Hello to Lenny Living Life. Hope you are, Lenny. And hello to For Mama Julio. Let's go, my boy 317. That is, of course, Armani Kinua's fan club, who joined us already. Who have we got on the other stream? We've got more of the Armani Kinua fan club in the form of Culla Menninger and Ian Butchard. Same again, Oliver. Let's go, champ. For now, though, let's head down to Parc Fermé, where Henry has our junior Rotax pole setter.
Pierre Abu Diwan proudly displays the Lebanese flag on his race suit and his crash helmet. The cedar tree on the Lebanese flag. Well, this weekend's WrestleMania, and you can't cedar Pierre Abu Diwan now. Did I get that right? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, talk about, because that qualifying session, a lot of you went out, you were jockeying for position. How did you manage to get track position to get that lap in? Come in this way a little bit. Come in this way a little bit. There we are. We want to see the Mateus Leger Motorsport logo.
Yeah, it was really good. Honestly, I didn't really expect to get P1. I thought last lap wasn't good because we had a little bit of traffic. I got a really good track position. I played it smart. And yeah, we're going to move over for the heat.
You've obviously got your teammate Via Chopra leading the championship. Has there been any discussion about, you're in it to win it? You know, is that the key, or is there a situation where, you know, you might say, who's that coming over the hill? Oh, it's Via Chopra. You're not going to let him pass you, are you?
It really depends. So I'm going to try to help Veer as much as I can in the way that I want, in the way that I get the result I want. So that's how we're going to play it here.
And that is an extremely honest and very, very astute point. Play the game to help your teammates, but in the way that you get the result that you want. Now, are we going to do the John Cena? You can't see to me.
Yeah, I like that joke. That's a nice one.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Pierre.
I'm just wondering when's the first time that someone actually moves entirely off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, Henry was kind of very,
corralling him to the side.
It was a very energetic interview, wasn't it? Sort of pushing the Pierre stepping out of his
I think Henry's happier than Pierre was.
Yes, I'm happy for Pierre. That was a great lap there, and it was a very exciting session there. I know we're talking about the way that they went around their qualifying in a pack formation, but that's going to be that's going to be one of the best classes this weekend. They're all great though, aren't they? The racing's always great.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just thinking there through all the classes.
Yeah, and next out, DD2.
DD2.
This is a two-driver story this weekend with a few interlopers, really. Tyler Harris, championship leader, and the 16-year-old Mark Bassier, who has come to the fore last weekend and was certainly the driver to beat. Tyler Harris, he doesn't really need to push the boat out here. Tyler Harris literally needs to drive round and round, and as long as he scores a few points here and there, he is going to take home the DD2 championship, and he is going to qualify for the World Finals in the DD2 class at Portimao. Easy said than done.
Yeah, and is Morris nailed on for the?
He is nailed on for the Masters.
But he'll probably go in the
electric class.
And I
think Henry's going to confirm this, or Guy who's listening. The Masters qualify for the E20s, which is the electric Rotax kart. Henry's hurrying back to answer that question. No doubt he is.
Can't wait to say.
Yes, he will clarify that. I'm pretty sure I've got that right. Let's have a look at the DD2 Championship. No, I don't want a split view. Thank you very much. DD2s are the gearbox class, of course. The 2-ratio gearbox that we have, the Premier Rotax class, some would say, with the added complexity of a 2-ratio gearbox. Paddle shift gear application. The left-hand paddle engages first gear. The right-hand paddle engages second gear, and you basically flick between first and second gear as you go around the lap. So DD2 Masters qualify for DD2. Masters category is separate DD2. They have their own grid.
Yes, 72 Masters, 72 DD2s, 36 Masters. So one race, 2 tickets. In terms of this championship, and both Tyler Harris in the UAE championship, the Masters, the DD2s are combined. So Maurice Knopers is actually 3rd in the overall DD2 championship. However, he is also leading Masters. Maurice Knopers...
Does he qualify for 2?
He would qualify... No, he would... If Maurice Knopers won the DD2 championship overall, he would take a DD2 ticket.
Yes.
And then the DD2 Masters ticket would go to the next best placed eligible driver.
Who at the moment
is Kyle Block.
Kyle Block.
Yes, but I think, Tyler Harris is just go, like you said, Joe, just go round and round and not fall off and make sure everything is bolted on properly. It was funny this morning when I went in to see the Mumbai Falcons. Tyler Harris is going through some data with Harry, the Lion, Hannum. And the Lion, of course, who has raced in the DD2 class for the UAE. I think it was the 2024 Grand Finals that Harry did the DD2 class. But there were several other mechanics from other drivers just helping Tyler's dad, Simon, just go through everything, check everything over, this morning.
You know what? Do you think, knowing Tyler as we do, he's a competitive beast?
Yes.
And if he has a snit, yeah, but he's also a very, very bright young lad. And he is not going to do anything silly.
Nope.
But if the opportunity arises without, discretion being the better part of valor here, I think we've seen him race. That I think that he had a solid start of the season.
Yep.
Was unbeatable, and
Absolutely.
then he seemed to go into championship mode.
Well,
he might disagree with that because he once said to me a few rounds ago, "No, I'm not thinking about the championship. I'm just going as fast as I can."
And then yesterday he said, "I'm thinking about the championship now." But he hurt his wrist playing basketball at one of the rounds at the Dubai Kartdrome where he was hobbled, and that didn't help him. It is strange, yes. Tyler, when you speak to him, and sometimes he's not the most emotionally demonstrative interviewee, is Tyler Harris. I think it's safe to say that. However, the calculations are going on in his head. There is Marc Bassier. What a fantastic win last time out for Bassier. And of course, everyone else is thinking, right, Tyler is, his head is somewhere else in the game. So we can focus on this. And Hamza Hashisho, whose dad has the original Ayrton Senna T-shirt on, which he forgot last week. And
he's got a selection of.
He's got a selection, but
when he doesn't wear an Ayrton Senna T-shirt, it all goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, but he's got the original. He's got the white T-shirt with the red Senna logo on it, and of course he's got Jeffrey the towel.
The original. Now, a week on Friday, Hamza's dad didn't wear his Senna T-shirt, and he had an engine expire, which is very rare, I've got to say, in the world of Rotax. However, since then, he's ensured that he has the Senna T-shirt on, and I've got to say that second engine of Hamza Hashisho did very well for him, and he was very competitive last weekend. We have a great interview with him coming up to today's paddock show, I believe.
Okay, yep.
He's about to go off into Europe, representing Qatar in the QMMF, which is a great honour. And he's representing a nation, not just himself. He's
one of two drivers, yes, because Abdullah Al-Qaita, another driver that we speak to, is going to go off and represent Qatar and the QMMF, the Qatari Motorsport Federation. Looking at Bassier being chased by Maurice Knyoppers, then Tyler Harris, Hamza Hashisho fourth, Saad Al-Hababi returning to the championship. He's very, very quick indeed in qualifying specifically. Saad Al-Hababi is very, very fast, but that lack of experience tells in the racing a little bit, although he is learning very, very quickly. Adam Malik, Tony Hogg, Carl Blockley, Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watts, Nicola Cacciatore. I did speak to Richard, whose second name escapes me, who showed me who has just bought a DD2 kart and has got it liveried up in a new Honolulu Racing graphics kit, because he said, I'm going to be joining Greg on the grid next year.
A two-kart Honolulu Racing entry, excellent stuff.
Yes. And what's the collective name for a group of Honolulu Racing karts? A flower of Honolulus, or the group name, like it's not a shoal.
A collective noun.
A collective
noun. No, it's got to be something.
A Mai Tai.
A Mai Tai of Honolulu.
Well, it's got to be Hawaiian.
A mojito of Honolulu's.
Listen, lads, we're inside the final minute of DD2 qualifying, and that young lad there, Marc Bassier, who has absolutely switched it on in this latter part of the season. Marc Bassier is only 90 thousandths of a second away from, he's faster than Moritz Knoppes, the leading Masters. Was second overall. He's just been demoted to third overall by that man Tyler Harris, who puts in his quickest lap of a 55.042, 12 thousandths of a second slower than Marc Bassier. They are on their final lap.
And you know what? 8 more points for Tyler Harris. He'll be happy with this. This is, I said this morning, I said, look, just head down and I'll see you in Portugal. We'll have to wait and see as Bassier leads Harris Knyoppers, Hashisho, Al-Hababi and Adam Malik. That's your top 6 qualifying, while the checkered flag awaits the drivers.
It's a battle behind the top 3 as well. Hamza Hashisho currently ahead of that. Saad Al-Hababi right there in 5th as well, with Adam Malik, Tony Hawk, Kyle Blockley. Here they go though, across the line. The first across the line is Mark Bassier. He doesn't go quicker, Henry. That time from earlier will suffice though, as he stays on the top of the screen with a 55.030. Tyler Harris a 55.042. Second row will be Maurice Knoppers and Hamza Hashisho going on to the second row alongside Maurice Knoppers. We'll have a full rundown when we get the grid formed up.
Very quick point. I'm going to dash down there now. The temperature, we were here at the track, I think on Wednesday, on Thursday, Friday, we've been here. It is hotter out there than any other point this week. The temperature has risen. The track is extremely grippy, and that is going to mean, number one, times are very quick. The tyres, I'm not surprised. I think it's a case of the second or third lap on those Mojo tyres, the brand new Mojo tyres, will be the quickest.
Right.
Which means that for the seniors, they've got very little time to get themselves in the track position and utilise the maximum grip they can from those Mojo tyres before the temperature just takes the very tiny percentile of performance away from them.
Yeah.
But I'll go down and speak to Mark and Morris.
Yes, great stuff. And that's going to evolve. The track is going to evolve across the day because the temperature is increasing before it decreases towards tea time. So we're going to see highs of 37, 38 degrees with a track temperature then in the upper 40s, I would think, by my usual experience. And so we're going to see tweaking of tyre pressures certainly going forward into our races. There is the DD2 provisional grid then. Mark Bassier will start on pole position with championship leader Tyler Harris alongside. Great start for him. Second row of the grid, top of the Masters, is Moritz Knoppers and alongside him Hamza Hashisho. Saad Al-Hababi starts on row 3 with Adam Malik alongside. Row 4 is Tony Hogg and Kyle Blockley. They're both Masters. Sami Al-Assad starts on row 5 with Nicolo Cacciatore alongside. And Greg Watt from the Honolulu Racing Independent team will round off an 11-cart field for DD2. I just want to say hello to quite a few people who are tuning in. Lenny, Living Life, thanks for your kind words, Lenny. Your future dreams being to be part of this championship. We hope to see you, maybe, you never know, maybe 26, 27. Look forward to seeing you out there competing. Hello to Rebecca Badana. Hello to our good friend Paul Ozan, who's at this moment in time there at Lyd down in Kent in the UK. He's there for round 1 of the Retro Karting Championship. Now, Paul, are you out there on the karts that you were very, very prominent with in the 90s and 2000s? Are you racing, or are you indeed doing what you do these days with the Gold Kart organisation and running karts in that Retro Karting Championship? But good to have you along for the morning before your day's work starts. Hello to Naomi Warati, who is the grandmother of Amani Kinua. Great to have you along as ever, Naomi. I know you're always there. Good luck to everyone again from Lenny Living Life, and from, again, hello to Mama Julio, Africa, we got you. A good support from Amani Kinua. On the other stream is Sola Reutman. Leo Reutman is that you watching, Leo Reutman? You're out there racing soon. And again, I didn't get a chance to say hello to Ian Butcher, but we'll say that again. Let's head down to Henry, though, who's got Mark Bassier again chatting about that pole.
Yeah, Mark Bassier will be joined by Maurice Knoppers very shortly, the Masters pole sitter. Mark, well done. Is this a case of we're going to take advantage of the fact that Tyler is thinking championship and just steal the win?
Yeah.
Basically, that's the long and short of it. But of course, it's not just Tyler. You've got Morris, you've got a very, very competitive field around you. Hamza's looking good. Adam is always a threat as well. Tell me about the temperature. How much difference does the temperature make? Because it's a good 5 or 6 degrees warmer today than it was last weekend. How much of a difference does it make to the tyre and to the physicality of the circuit?
Well, physicality, I think it's tougher because it's it's hotter, you know, physically it's more demanding. As of track-wise, it's a bit slipperier than before, so I'd say it's worse conditions. So.
Oh, really? So the temperature's gone up. Is that the oil in the rubber comes to the surface a bit more?
I don't know the engineering part of it.
You don't know the engineering part of it. Well, because I would have thought that the more rubber that goes down, the more grip there is in the circuit, but you're saying it's the opposite.
Yeah, I think maybe with the sand last weekend with the rain, it's maybe different from Europe, you know, so it's difficult to say.
Okay, now viewers back home, during tomorrow's paddock show, we interview a couple of karting mums, including your mum Heidi. So what we need to do now, we need to have a vote. Who is the best interviewer out of the Bassier family? Is it Mark, or is it his mum Heidi? What do you think?
Me.
Okay, thank you. Well done, Mark.
Thank you.
So, moving on to Masters, Morris. Okay, we got close last week. As we know that in terms of championship, DD2 Masters, you're rolling towards there. However, there's a goal. At the moment, the driver that was just standing here has what you want, and that is P1 overall.
Yeah, but last week I had P1 overall in qualifying, and that's not really what I want. I want P1 in the final, and it's competitive, so let's see what happens. Yeah. Hopefully we'll have a great fight, all of us. Yep. Lots of smiles afterwards, and then whoever wins, hopefully it's me.
Hopefully it's you. Now, in a serious question, your son Sam is the reigning Rotax Grand Finals DD2 champion. What advice? And he's watching, and I know he's watched the live stream, and I'm sure he's in contact with you. What advice is he giving you from over? Because obviously you've got your coaches around you here, but what can Sam do from afar to help you?
Not that much. I mean, he looked at YouTube stream and said, why are you in turn 2? Why are you going so wide? Stuff like that. But he's not really watching because he's doing KZ2 WSK Euromaster this weekend. So the fact that I'm interviewing you and he's doing his warm-up. So
okay. So Morris is going to go off there. And I want to say a big off topic. There's a young driver from my second home in the Bahamas doing very, very well in WSK as well as Morris's son, Sam. So good luck.
Thank you. See you next. Hopefully in the end.
We'll see you.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Mark Bassier and, of course, Moritz Canopes, our DD2 pole sitters. We had 2 there because we have a class within the class. The DD2 Masters are for the really old drivers, aren't they? The really old drivers who are older than 32. Yes.
It's good, though, because if you applied your age-related speed, you get 3 seconds on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm allowed 3 seconds on them, yes. Yes, a second a decade, I think, is what we worked out the other day, which made me the fastest.
As it should be. Here go the Junior Rotax.
I'm the oldest. Junior Rotax out next. Sorry, Senior Rotax next.
Oh, Senior. Yes. See, what do I know? You see?
Yes, exactly. George Nasser, who is out of the... he's pulled to be at the front of the field here, and we get this situation where we'll just run through these quickly, Nick, as to who's out there for this session. Jerry Montgomery Swan for JNKD. Jules Demont, who put a pole position in last weekend. Let's see if this configuration of track is one that he likes as well. We've got a few karts getting off and getting on with it. We've got a gaggle of karts that are going slowly for track position in the middle of the pack. And if we just run through them. Armani Kanua there, Oscar Lambert, Alessandro Bigi, Mohamed Menemene. We get a great interview with Mohamed's mother about the vagaries of your child competing in karting. Interesting. Heidi Bassier as well, the other mother who joined in that chat with Henry. That'll be coming up in one of our paddock shows. Is that tomorrow or today for the paddock show for the mums? I think it's tomorrow, isn't it? Because we've got kart mums as well tomorrow to talk about. That's Henry's thing. We're very much on with this session though, and the Senior Max class. Championship leader George Nasser is in a very strong position. It's got to go absolutely horribly wrong for George for him to lose that top spot of the championship. However, this is motor racing and we've got 2 qualifying rounds. The first one being today. We've got a full day of racing coming for you tomorrow as well. Both days full championship points haul, so 2 more rounds to go. And this is indeed just a qualifying session for that. Gaggle of carts then in a train of what we've seen to be a familiar sight here, as Abdullah Al-Khater goes to the top of the screen. Early days in this session, though, only just over 2 minutes of the session gone, so people still trying to find track position and maybe, finding themselves being stifled somewhat in that train of carts, Henry. That's not where you want to be sometimes. Yes, you want to try and time the slipstream, but that can go horribly wrong in an instant, can't it?
Yeah, and of course, this group of gaggle of carts that you're looking at on your screen now, their issues were made even more pressing by the fact that Abdullah Al-Khater, Andrew Obeid, Arsen Jolovic and Manaf Al-Balushi, they disappeared and got on with it straight away, which meant that, of course, on the one hand, you can say you've got to get up to speed by post 4, but you cannot impede another driver on their lap. And as I was walking up, there were several cars in the mid area. Were putting down the back straight, and an unnamed team manager, and I will not name them, I said, if you've got a driver in that group, they're going to be in trouble. And the unnamed team manager went, well, do you know what? That's their problem. They've been told they've got to learn. Which is such a refreshing attitude from a team manager's point of view to say, listen, the race director is in control. He has told you what to do. Go out and do what you're told by the man in charge of the race meeting.
All of the team managers are former racers, Henry. All of the mechanics are former racers.
Yep.
At a pretty high standard of racing as well.
Very high standard.
And the conversations I've had with people in this paddock and paddocks back home in the UK is, why is that done? And the answer is track position. Doesn't make sense, because you're in a clump going slowly and then you're in a clump going fast.
I do understand track position. I do understand track position, but I also understand that you've got this amount of time, and this is the parameters in which you have to get your track position within. And it's a case of you've got to get your track position by marshal post 4, or still the first driver on a flying lap can you, so you don't get your track position within those parameters. Fantastic. If not, then you are in trouble. Rian Dharmadasa into top spot. And again, we talk about how in Minimax, how if this championship started back at Yas Marina, which was effectively, the previous, not last weekend, the round before, then Oliver Butchard would be, the man to beat. If this senior championship started at Yas Marina, then Rian Dharmadasa would be the driver to beat.
He had really impressive pace at the start of the season, and then for no discernible reason, his kind of pace sort of eluded him somewhat. He's back on form though, and he is certainly the driver to beat. We've got a couple of penalties as well to talk about. So that's cart 312, who was Manaf Al-Balushi.
Ah, yes, that was yesterday, ignoring a couple of black flags.
That's right, yeah. And another one, Baptiste Augustin. He's got. But they're already applied though. So what you're seeing on the timing bar is what we are seeing on the timing screen as well. So those are being applied. Big news: Alessandro Bigi has not come out for this qualifying session.
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if if the notorious BIGI is suffering a little bit of the Nick Damon's, not very well.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Our producer has been struggling the last couple of days. I think I did hear whispers that Alessandro may be feeling a little bit under the weather. And of course, we could sit here in an air-conditioned commentary box and say, well, it's okay. Go-karts are not air-conditioned, and at 36 degrees outside, the last thing that you want to do if you're feeling under the weather, maybe with an upset stomach or something like that, is sit in a go-kart with a very hot crash helmet on and go out and drive. Amani Kanua goes to the top of the charts. He's been here before. Now this, let's see, we're on our final flying lap. The order: Kanua, Dharmadasa, a 1, a 2 for George Gibbons Motorsport, Kappan, Qureshi, Nassar, Lambert, Eniasachi.
Inside information coming about Alessandro Bigi. He retired without saying it's a technical issue.
Okay.
So the technical issue isn't a stomach issue.
It's not a stomach issue.
He's not feeling unwell. It's a tech issue that stopped him.
Dharmadasa gets it on the line. Sorry, Joe. Amani Kanua, who this season has actually qualified fastest twice, and on both occasions has had his fastest lap deleted for track limits. Well, he doesn't have to worry about being 3 out of 3 because Dharmadasa goes to pole provisionally, subject, of course, to post-race scrutineering. And George Nassar, championship leader, P5. Spoke to George yesterday, and I said, how are you feeling? He went, if I get my head right, everything else falls into place.
Well, he's fifth. What does that mean? Start on the left-hand side of the track.
Yes,
on
that's
row
important.
3, and that is important because we've seen the left-hand train on the grid getting through turn 1 at a greater advantage to having go around the outside for the right-hand side of the train.
Yep.
By chance, George Nasser finds himself all right. He's qualified 5th. But that is a great position to start. Let's have a look at the full rundown then. Rayan Damadasa clinches that pole position right there on the very last lap. A 55.160 for him. Alongside him, though, and all of Africa is rooting for Amani Kanua. It's a great effort from him. Once again, we're seeing this from this young man. Second row of the grid is Nathan Kaplan and Ryan Qureshi. Third row, championship leader George Nasser and Oscar Lambert from the Mumbai Falcons alongside. Row 4 is Eni Asachi and Jules Demont, who called in early there for this session. Leith Momina and Alicia Canesa with a great top 10 qualification there from Alicia. Excellent job from her. Enzo Tesluk and Jerry Montgomery Swan start on row 6. With row 7, Max Dexter and Mohammed Benimne, with Zain El Masani and Kain Krayenbull on row 8. Row 9 is Philip Dinu and Arish Mehta. Row 10 is Abdullah Al-Qaeda and Ryan Caruth, with Andrew Obaid and Arsen Jolovic on row 11. Row 12 is Yusuf Al-Shah and Manaf Al-Balushi. And then that is Alexander Biji running off a 25 senior Rotax field. With not being able to post a time there, he will start the heats from the very back of this grid. So only one way to go for Alessandro, the Alexander Biji, and that's forward, Nick, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a positive spin.
That is the only positive spin that you can only improve.
Things can only, who's it? Things can only get better. That D Ream, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, it was. Brian Cox, Dr. Brian Cox.
I know.
Yes. Talking about the universe.
It's some early 90s music references there for everyone.
It was, yeah. It's the only thing that you can take there, because you know what, we take for granted that all of these carts are going to pull away from the collecting area, relying on a bits of metal really doing their job, and spark plugs firing,
the thing is,
fuel burning. And
I think where that comes from is from you and I, Joe. As we said many times, we were racing carts a long time ago when getting the thing started was yay. Getting to the end was, but these modern road taxis are so reliable that if you don't actually have an accident, the chance of them not working is very
remote.
Very low. And when they don't work, it's normally actually operator error that's caused that not work.
Yeah, how many times have I had a flat battery on a Rotax Max car? Never had to worry about a battery back in the day with your reed valves and your rotary valves.
Yeah, but then how are they powering the spark on those? It was kind of a... Was it dynamo? Was it a little dynamo they had, or was a
no, it was a little
condenser, wasn't
it? Like a condenser thing.
That used to fail all the time.
All the time.
£35 a set back in 1989,
which was when £35 was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money.
In fairness,
I could have gone out for 3 weeks.
We called it a coil.
Yeah, it was a coil. I'm trying to think. There's a.
But it was a magneto, wasn't it?
That's the word we're looking for, a magneto.
It was a magneto.
The earliest way they used to fire up.
There's a big magnet going around the fire.
Apparently,
driven by the crank.
The knowledge about how to make magnetos work is one of the things that's disappearing, like pre-selected gearboxes, and that's why it's making harder and harder to keep some very old cars running.
Yes, I would imagine.
So, if you want to make yourself a fortune, learn about magnetos.
We've got our racing starting with our Micromax class. That's them lining up in the collecting area. We're just waiting for Henry to grab Ray and Damadasa.
Oh, I forgot about that. I was even looking at that screen.
Really, Ray and Damadasa are about to give Henry the insight.
I get the impression that because Ray came over and got that pole position time quite late, he maybe fair way back in the queue.
Yeah, if you were with us last weekend, you've heard how we described the process there at the end of the session. The carts come off track, and they don't come off track in grid order. They come off track as they've been on track, and Ray and Damadasa are back in the queue. So the first thing they do is everybody drives across the weigh scale, or the weight, and have their weight taken. They have got to be within, they've got to have a minimum weight with driver and cart and everything of 162 kilograms for senior road tax. And if Rayan, as he is in this case, is at the back of the queue coming off the track, then we have to wait for that process, and then the carts queue up in Parc Fermé. The scrutineers will choose, and it'll be Rayan Damadas's cart that will be inspected, and several others that will be inspected for technical, to ensure technical regulations are complied with. Gary Walker and Graham are technical team down there. Ken Potter is our all-seeing clerk of the course, chief official there, who is running the meeting, and he hasn't got much to do, has he? More of that later as we head down to Henry.
Thank you very much. Well, like I said to Oliver Butchard, if the season started at Yas Marina, you, Rian Damadasa, come in a little bit this side, would be the man to beat. Now, that session was very, very busy indeed. How close were you, do you think, to not getting up to speed by post 4?
I mean, me and my teammate were all the way at the back. So we just kind of stayed there, went with the group for a couple of laps, and then just, rolled over, let everyone by, and got some space for a couple of clean laps.
And of course, your teammate, and we're talking about Amani Kanua, he was fastest right until the very, very end of the session. So that last lap is what did it for you. Who was giving you the tow on that last lap?
I didn't really have a tow, to be honest. Quite a big gap to the car in front, just kind of did it on my own.
So that is more worrying than anything else for the rest of the senior road tax field, isn't it? That Rian Damadasa, he gets pole position without the aid of a tow. It's a 1-2 for George Gibbons Motorsports. What have the team done between the first half of the season to the second half of the season to get this performance boost across the board? Because in juniors, the drivers are flying, and as well in seniors.
Just kept working on the driving, the setup, the power, and just kept getting better and better.
Kept getting better and better. Well, Rian is getting better and better. I spoke to Alessandro Bigi. He said it's possibly a spark plug, a coil. He says he goes out and he says he builds up, and then when he put his foot down to get the revs up high to go, as you know, Joe, with the engine temperature, the minute he presses the power button or the gas, the engine dies, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board for Alessandro Bigi.
Thanks, Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Rayan Damadasa. And that is an ominous view, an insight into his qualifying session, how he managed that pole time without the aid of a tow. We've been joined by two biscuit thieves here. We've got Paul Schutzman.
One biscuit thief, one biscuit returner.
Yes. Put the headset on, Paul. Paul Schutzman, who is in junior road tax. Hang on, I'll switch you on, Paul. Now you're on. How have you enjoyed your season? Because you, Paul, have moved from Minimax and came into junior. Was it Yaz where you went into juniors for the first time?
Yeah, right after O-Plate.
Yeah, so what's the difference between a Minimax and a junior then that you found?
Definitely the fighting.
The actual racing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The moves are a lot aggressive. You go in harder and like...
How old are you?
I'm 12.
You have just reached that point where you can get into juniors, yeah? Yeah.
And actually score points.
Yeah, what's the kart like? Is it much quicker than a Mini?
For me, it's a lot better. For the Mini, I was too tall.
Yeah.
So going around the corner, it was just a lot harder. And now, when I'm in the junior, I'm obviously not that tall, so I can get around the corner easier.
What's it like when the steering, you've got wider tyres, there's more grip? Have you found that more physical?
No, that's what I like more about it. You have more control over the kart.
Right, okay.
Because it's bigger.
And does the Minimax kart slide more in the corner than the junior?
Yeah.
Yeah. But overall, it's a good move? Well, you can't. Overall, it's a good move that you're glad you've moved into juniors at this earlier stage?
I feel a lot more comfortable in it.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. So you're going to be going forward into 26, 27, yeah? Looking forward to this weekend?
Definitely. I've got a good chance now.
Yeah? You happy with your qualifying?
Oh, yeah.
You ain't going to enjoy it?
No, not the qualifying.
I was going to say, because you're a bit down the field, so when you're in that position down the field, though, you've only got one way to go, and that's forward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, Paul, thank you for that little bit of insight. Help yourself to the biscuits that you supplied us with. Paul Schutzman came in and helped himself to biscuits last weekend, and he's redeemed himself by bringing us a supply. I don't know who he's nicked them off.
Tripled the supply,
Yeah,
basically.
well
Take one, give 5 back. It's great. Okay, let's look at the grid for the Micromax.
Micromax out for their first heat. The first heat of the weekend, then Liam O'Hanlon, championship leader on the pole position from Adam El Sheikh alongside. We've then got Amar Tabatsu and Samar Chopra on row 2. Via Ponna and Adrian Faravignoli on row 3. Row 4 is Cameron Harvey and Tadeusz Prochaska with Alexander Feinstein and Leo Reutmann on 5. Row 6 is Tayyab Haroun and Enzo Falzarano rounding off 12 carts. We've got a little bit more to go. We've got Felix Souza Jebjerg and Ahmed Al-Madaka and Youssef Al-Kayat, the novice driver, rounding off 15 carts. Only one rolling lap this weekend. We had last weekend, there were 2 formation laps. These drivers have got to get on with it and get formed up, Henry. By the time they get to this point here, they have to be formed, and they are very nicely formed, and it's Liam O'Hanlon who will bring them round.
Yes, indeed. Just walked past Liam's dad and the rest of the George Gibbons team on the barriers, watching, breath being held collectively because they know it's down to Liam. But you look at the way that Liam... Oh, and we got a cart at the back there. Is that... That's Youssef.
That's Youssef Al-Kayat, the novice.
Oh, dear.
And he's a great kid as well. He's not going to take part in this first heat as O'Hanlon goes towards the red lights. For the first time this weekend, the red lights go out and we are racing, and O'Hanlon has got the advantage of the left-hand side of the grid and will lead into turn 1. It's Adam Al-Sheikh, though, who looks like he's gotten inside and will follow him through. And it's the 2 championship protagonists at the front of the field. Where is Samar Chopra? Because he has been in contention as well. We'll get a check on that, but it's very much O'Hanlon out onto the back straight towards turn 7.
Yeah, at the first corner, there's still yellow flags waving. Vaibhav Ponna, Adrian Faravignoli and Felix Souza Jebjerg have not come around. Alex Freienstein is another driver that I believe got held up there at the start. I'm looking back, there's I think there's Vaibhav Ponna in the number 99 cart who's managed to extricate himself and get back up and ready. But here's the first move for the lead on the day. Adam Al-Sheikh, Liam O'Hanlon again. Just leaving Adam Al-Sheikh room, because I have to say that Adam Al-Sheikh, he wasn't very decisive there. He sort of stuck his nose at the inside. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. Now look at this. This is Al-Sheikh, and O'Hanlon gives him room.
The cart was squirming there under Al-Sheikh, and it was a last of the late breaker effort. Thanks to the kartshop.me replay for showing us that again. That was a great move there, and it wasn't as easy as Adam made that look. That cart was just sliding underneath him. O'Hanlon settling in behind. Samar Chopra behind there. But there's 2 carts joining in, and that's Cameron Harvey and Amar Tabatsu. It's a 5-cart train here in the Micromax heat as we come through turn number 10 now. It's a flat-out acceleration zone, that one. This very tricky double apex, turn 11 and 12. All important to get the run down this back straight. O'Hanlon has a cheeky look over his left shoulder. Is he going to stay in the wheel tracks of Adam El-Sheikh? He does. No challenge at this early stage. It's only going to be 2 laps completed, and already Adam El-Sheikh has pulled out a little bit of a cushion, and that was all about coming out that final turn.
Yeah, it is. Now Chopra sits behind O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon to the inside of Al-Sheikh. That's the power of the slipstream, Joe. That couple of cart length gap that Al-Sheikh had turned to nothing. O'Hanlon to the inside, and Samar Chopra tried to go with him. He tried to go with his title rival, couldn't get the move done, and actually falls from 3rd to 4th position, because Al-Sheikh and Cameron Harvey, who is doing a fantastic job. Cameron has got quicker and quicker and quicker on that number 11 Synergy cart. He's 3rd at the moment. What Cameron now needs to learn is that when you're going into a corner side by side to somebody, you know, being nice and letting the other one go is great, but it's not in terms of race. It's the confidence to just say, you're not coming through, and give the other driver the option to break.
These drivers, Henry, are literally centimetres apart when they're driving here. This is playing nicely into the hands of Liam O'Hanlon and Adam El Sheikh, as behind them, Cameron Harvey, Samar Chopra and Amar Tabatsa are squabbling over third, fourth and fifth. They're squabbling. It's great racing. I say squabbling. I mean, they're in the best of terms here. But this is playing very much into the championship leader, Liam O'Hanlon's hands here, as Adam El Sheikh now the third, fourth and fifth, they've settled down. They understand that if they settle down and work together, they are going to bridge that gap to the front two. And as I say that, Amar Tabatsa has a sneaky look at Cameron Harvey going down into turn number 7. That didn't quite come off, and they continue on. But they are now closing back up, Henry.
Yeah, Chopra has passed Harvey. I think Samar Chopra has decided, look, I am not going to put my title hopes in the hands of anybody else apart from myself. I said it's Liam O'Hanlon's to lose, but Samar Chopra, he's going to do everything he can without the aid of anybody else. So he passed Harvey. He's now closing in. Great shot there. Look at how they get their left rear wheel on the edge of the red and white curb, but not onto the green, which is slippery, which has got dust and it's got grit and gravel on it. That is, at the age of 8 and 9, these drivers are precision driving machines. They've got such excellent spatial awareness.
When you're on that red and white curb, as you and I found out the other day, we all did, that's not a comfortable ride, is it?
No.
The vibration through your arms as they go across the ridges of the curb, which is what the curb's there for to do, to deter you using it. However, it's quicker to go onto the curb than it is stay off it. And now we find these 3 championship protagonists coming together once again at the front of this Micromax field as Adam El Sheikh, now in the slipstream of O'Hanlon. It's going to be 5 laps completed, which means, everybody, we have got one more lap of racing. Is Adam El Sheikh keeping that hand close to his chest before we get into this final lap here? He looks like he's about to challenge, Henry.
Adam El Sheikh knows he can be aggressive because he knows that Liam O'Hanlon cannot afford to be too aggressive. There to the inside. O'Hanlon does defend. Adam El Sheikh gets half a nose to the inside, then runs wide. This is going to open the door for Chopra. Watch the up and under from Samar Chopra. That doesn't happen. Liam O'Hanlon now finds himself with a 5-kart length lead, half a lap to go.
Yeah, and it was all about that challenge at turn 2, wasn't it? Coming out of there, it was a worthy challenge from Adam El Sheikh, and it just did not come off. And that was down to the bravery of Liam O'Hanlon, who just sat there composed. He's got a huge gap now in Micromax racing terms as we go through turns 11 and 12 and head on down the back straight towards 13 and 14. 2 more corners to go, and it looks to me that O'Hanlon might have this as Adam El Sheikh has to defend from Chopra into the final turn and towards the line.
One more step is complete for Liam O'Hanlon. A little nod of the head as he crosses the line. No outward display of emotion yet. Inwardly, though, Liam O'Hanlon will be thinking, okay, that's 1 down.
Yeah.
1 race down, 5 to go. And I say 5 to go, that is the pre-final and final today, the heats, the pre-final, the final tomorrow.
Still a lot of racing left, Henry.
It's a lot of racing.
And you can't take anything for granted in racing.
No, not at all.
And that's what we're seeing from George Gibbons Motorsport and Liam O'Hanlon. But a solid run there from O'Hanlon. It could have gone, we took that for granted. It was not. It was made hard by Adam El Sheikh, Samar Chopra, and you can't discount Cameron Harvey and Amar Tabatsa, who had another fantastic race. Just losing contact with that lead 5 was Tadeusz Prochaska, who came through in 6. We then had Enzo Falzarano, who had a great race with Alexander Feinstein. Leo Reutemann was 9th with Taya Baroum 10th. We then had Vayapona finishing 11th ahead of Ahmad Al-Madaka. And then rounding off the field, Adrian Faur-Vignoli and Felix Sousa Jebjerg, who we lost on lap 1 in that instant, we believe, at turn 1. Yusuf Al-Kayat had a technical problem that ground him to a halt just coming in towards the final turn there. So Yusuf not able to take the start there, but that will be sorted by the time we get back out for the pre-final.
Yeah, and I want to say something very quickly about Samar Chopra, of how hard it must be for Samar this weekend. Why is that? Because his older brother, Via, is leading in junior Rotax and has got a decent-sized lead in junior Rotax. So Samar's thinking, okay, at the start of the season, both brothers, Via and Samar, what is their goal? To go to the grand finals. Big brother looks like he is on course to do that. Little brother looks like he's on course not to do that in this championship. So for Samar, the younger brother, how difficult must that be to keep your head up, to stay positive, and to not sort of let emotions get the better of you? It's a sign of how mature these young men and women are, these young drivers are, that they have to deal with that. Because again, it's, you know, in the Chopra family, Samar's thinking to himself, do I have to go to Portugal and just watch my brother race and sit on the sideline? Well, maybe. And do you know what? One thing, we all talk about this, what does karting teach all the young competitors? It teaches you that life sometimes isn't fair and things don't always go your way.
Yeah, I mean, there is that. I think fundamentally, I'm hoping that these youngsters are enjoying their racing and enjoy racing with their pals. I say their pals because it's fierce competition on that track. But when you see them in the cafe area, the restaurant area here at Alain, and around running around playing, Tiggy or whatever they call it here, they are good pals. We call it Tiggy. Tag, I think, is the American term. Tiggy's a northeast.
Was that when you were kind of like, with your
it was when I could run
with your hoop and your stick, and that sort of thing.
Hey, there was one time I lost my stick. Was
that before or after you were up the chimney?
Just one thing. Paul Schutzman was in here speaking very, very well while I was coming back up. Paul's older brother Leonid Schutzman, who raced in senior Rotax last year, he's obviously now getting ready to go to university, and this is something that will interest you, Joe, because I said that, and he's here this weekend, and my word, Leo has been at the gym. The guns have been well and truly out, and I said, well, you're going to university in the UK? He was like, yes. I said, well, where are you hoping to go? I said, well, my first choice is Warwick, and because it's close to Wilton Mill, but his reserve choice is Durham. Because it's close to Warden Law.
Is that
right?
He
said, yeah. I'm not sure if Mum and Dad, I'm not sure if Mum Nina and Dad Oliver are aware of this, but yeah, your eldest son has made his university choices close to kart circuits.
They're quite good. In fact, they are quite good universities as well.
Well, as well as that,
yes.
As well as that, the pub scene in Durham is fabulous.
Yes.
It's a very ancient town. It's got a cathedral that was built by William the Conqueror.
Yep. Durham City is a city.
It is a city, yeah. It's a beautiful part of the world. And I live only 10 miles from there, on the south side of Sunderland. And if I socialise, Durham is the place I go. It's a lovely place. It's a student. That's not the reason we go to Durham is not because of the students. We go to the old guys' pubs.
Yes,
but there is a great social scene as well.
And Warwick as well. Warwick Castle, another part of England that is filled.
Has he
with
done
history.
any racing in the UK?
Not yet. Yet being the operative word, because he was quite interested in the British University Karting Championship.
Yes,
Warwick and Durham both have very good teams in the British University Kart Championship, which concludes at Silverstone next week.
Well, tell him if he needs any time on a kart at Warden Law, I can put him in touch with Reese and Kai, and
absolutely
put him a Rotax Max kart down on the track at any time.
Yeah, he said he would DM me. But looking at that, I have to say, as we look at the grid for Minimax, the Mojo Tyre Challenge.
Tell us about that, Henry. When is it happening?
So,
we've got the preliminary rounds today, haven't we?
16 mechanics have been entered by their teams. It's a straight knockout format. Tonight, we will have the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. Tomorrow will be the semi-finals and the finals. The rules are very simple. You have to put 4 Mojo tyres onto rims and take them off again with no tools, using only your hands and feet. Gloves are allowed, but no other tools. And I have to say thank you to Kapita, to Mercy, to Lelaine, and to Marvy Lou down at the
on and then off.
On and off.
Oh, it'll be off and then on. Okay, on and then off. Okay.
On rims and then take them off again.
So you start with tyres
off rims,
and a set of rims. 4 tyres, 2 fronts, 2 rears.
2 rears, yes.
Set of rims,
Yep.
two fronts, 2 rears.
You put the tyres on rims
Yep.
completely and then take them off again.
And it says the last tyre is put to the ground. That's
Yep.
when the clock stops.
World records do that, 23 seconds.
Get out of town.
23 seconds held by Sean Carter from the United Kingdom.
Has he got
strong thumbs.
Some of the biggest thumbs in the history of the thumb world.
Yeah. Hands.
Or is he doing it in a really weird way where he's got his feet involved as well?
Well,
and he's like,
the person who he beat for that is a Japanese gentleman who puts the toe of his shoe in the center of the rim and then just rips it. I mean, so Sean Carter has hands like Thor's hammer, and Mr. Kusamoto.
I'm guessing calluses as well.
Yeah, and Mr. Kusamoto, the Japanese contender who he beat this last year at the grand finals, has got ankle protectors that because again, you know, it's incredible to watch. Karting Live TV is going to film it. It's going to be on.
It's all live,
so you can see
all
it
live
this
all the
evening.
time.
All live all the time. It's something you have to see to be believed.
So the preliminary rounds we've got 16 teams.
16 teams
that we are going to get rid of 8 of them,
and then
that is live.
And then 4 more.
And then 4 more.
Hang on. What today?
So the round of 16 and
then the
quarterfinals
quarterfinals today.
Yeah.
And that is after the racing.
Yes.
Before the
presentation.
Before the podium presentation for today's point scoring round 8.
Yes. And the draw has been made, and I have to say that every single team here in the paddock is involved, which is really good because we want everyone to come together at the end of a long, hard season and have some fun. And we'll bring you up to date with some of the contenders as the day progresses in between the races.
I think we should have a rundown maybe in the next interval between races. We're about to go racing with Minimax. So I don't want to have to break into that rundown,
we will
Henry.
do that.
So when we've had our first heat for Minimax, when we've had our heat phase for Minimax, we'll have a look and you can mention who the team, the 16 teams that and who they're represented by.
Absolutely.
We'll bring you that. But that is going to be well worth a look at, isn't it? After the racing's done, we're not quite finished with the competition, and it's the tyre changing competition that we're going to bring you all live from the podium area before we get on with our trophy presentation. We've just had the first race of the weekend, and that was for Microax. It was Liam O'Hanlon, Adam Al-Sheikh and Samar Chopra, who were the top 3 with Cameron Harvey, Amar Tabatsa, Tadeusz Prochaska and Enzo Falzarano, the top 7. We're about to get going with Microax, and we will have our grid of drivers for you when we get these karts being released. We've got the 30-second board being shown there, so engines fire, clearing the grid now, and we'll be releasing these Minimax drivers onto the track. They're going to be led round, of course, by the green helmet of the Mumbai Falcons driver Oliver Butchard, who has been the driver to beat, it seems, in this class.
He absolutely has, and I think Oliver joined the Mumbai Falcons just ahead of the previous race. Not last weekend, the week before, the round before at Yas Marina. And I'm just looking at the point standings. Here is your starting lineup. It's Butchard and Kier Ivanov on row number 1. LBJ Stubbs and his title rival, Benjamin Karachkovich, on row number 2. And the O-Plate winner, Francesco Lisignoli, and Austin Gray on row 3. Ahmed Faisal Al-Maina, Adam Fleury, Vaiko Payamaki, Max Payton, Arhan Ehsan, and Mubarak Mohamed, with Sebastian Storer and Vivan Chauhan on the final row of the grid.
Is it Mubarak Mohammed, or I thought we clarified it was Mohammed Mubarak?
Ah, right. I
thought we had. So that goes into the entries. I thought we had clarified that. We maybe clarify that further. Just one formation lap, remember. So they're already formed up on the back straight, and with Oliver Butchard bringing them round. The NI Racing entry of Kurt Ivanov. He's had 2. He's about to embark on his second fabulous weekend. He had a great competitive weekend last week, didn't he?
He really did.
Here he is again. First podium, of course. And here he is again on the front row of this grid. However, he's going to be slightly disadvantaged going towards turn 1 as they are ushered into the tram lines. The red lights have gone out and we are racing. It's the green, distinctive green helmet of Butchart as the rest of the field fight for that midfield position. It's a Mumbai Falcons driver in third place, I think I see.
No, that's
RBJ Stubbs, yeah.
Stubbs in third.
I mistook pink for orange there, pink and blue.
Sorry, Joe, but Karachkovic instantly looking to the inside of Butchart. Butchart is currently in the midst of a 4-race win streak. Clean sweep last Sunday, plus won the final last Saturday. So Butchart, there's nothing like momentum, is there, Joe?
No.
That to help carry a driver, and that's a mental aspect of it.
I was about to say it's psychological momentum that Butchart's carrying at the moment.
So he's looking for race win number 5 on the spin.
However, Karachkovic on that rear bumper. Is he going to make his move early? No, he stays in the wheel tracks of Butchart as they have pulled a gap already. It's that young man, Austin Gray, who's found his way to third place.
Yes.
As they cross the line. It's going to be Butchart, Karachkovic, Austin Gray, RBJ Stubbs, Liz Newley, Kurt Ivanov demoted to 6th already. And there been a change, has there? Yes, he's done it.
Yep.
Straight away.
So Karachkovic has got the lead. Austin Gray, and now this is well within every single legal parameter of racing. Gray, Karachkovic's teammate, maybe the cart wasn't set up to come on straight away because Austin Gray in third place dropped back quite a bit and he was holding up RBJ Stubbs just a little. That's given Karachkovic and Butchart some breathing space. RBJ Stubbs, I think, has realised, there's a tactical game going on here, which again is completely within the rules. And hey, RBJ Stubbs has realised, right, I'm on my own here. There's only one Sam Pollitt racing driver here in the paddock. Stubbs, he's made the move for third position. Karachkovic has the race lead. So Butchart cannot, and I'm not saying that there was any sort of team games going on between Butchart and Stubbs or anything like that. But Karachkovic now, he has got nobody in front of him that could potentially slow him down and drag him into a battle. Stubbs has now got clean air in front of him and can push. Will Austin Gray push RBJ Stubbs up towards the top 2?
Well, they're both clever drivers, aren't they? RBJ Stubbs and Austin Gray can see the two drivers ahead of them. They can see that distinct green helmet of Oliver Butchart, and they are wanting to close that gap. And it's still very, very early. It's a 7-lap heat for the Minimax class. And already, so the gap, Henry, last time by was a second between second and third. They'll see whether or not that is closed. It's closed ever so slightly as they came through the final couple of turns. It still is very much Benjamin Karachkovic in the lead from Butchart. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line any second now. There they go. Karachkovic, Butchart, RBJ Stubbs. It's got a 1.2. Yeah. The gap is actually gone out.
And again, I want to reiterate this. Austin Gray, yes, he may have had a slow first lap, which gave these two the lead. But when RBJ Stubbs got into position to pass Austin Gray wasn't trying to block. He didn't try and drive RBJ Stubbs off the track or anything like that. So he wasn't playing the team game at all. RBJ Stubbs and Austin Gray has now settled in behind RBJ. Is he trying to pass him at every opportunity and slow RB down? No. Is he, and you can see there, is he sitting on RBJ's rear bumper and pushing RB along? No, not yet.
No, not yet. They're playing the game, aren't they? Now that gap looks narrower.
Oh,
I've got to say,
purple first sector for Stubbs. That's why, Joe.
That's why he's pulled it out, hasn't he? And they're working together. The science of two carts channeling that air. As let's see, Karachkovic leads across the line. The gap was 1.1 seconds at the last sector. It's 1 second. It's back to 1 second. So it's kind of ebbing and flowing slightly. And with 3 laps remaining, there's still a chunk of time for RBJ Stubbs in third and Austin Gray, who's right with him in fourth, right on his bumper, to maybe let the science take hold and close that gap to that green helmet of Butchart. But at the moment, it doesn't look like Butchart's got any tools in the toolkit to take it to Karachkovic.
No, absolutely not. Benjamin Karachkovic, this is championship experience. You know, for all the pressure, all the ups and downs that Benjamin has experienced, he has still got Ash Deere by his side. Ash helped a mechanic Benjamin to the Microax title last year when they were just a one-kart team. That relationship has helped, look, we've been in this position before. you know how to cope with it. And Karachkovic looks very, very calm, very serene. Stubbs is closing in on Butchard, though. Stubbs isn't over yet.
He absolutely is. It's down to 0.8 of a second, and he's soon going to be pulling in that slipstream from Butchard. Butchard has lost contact with the slipstream. It's going to be a very slim slipstream that Butchard there with the green helmet is picking up from that JNKD kart of Krachkovic, as they've got 2 more laps remaining, so they're on the penultimate lap, and already LBJ Stubbs pulling Butchard towards him. And if anything, Henry, now that we've got them on the infield section of the track here at turn 9, they're into turn 10 now, and LBJ Stubbs has had that momentum to close that gap. Can he use that momentum? Can he not stifle that momentum and maybe challenge and end up in second place? We're going to find out.
Well, he's going to get one more complete lap after this one. Does Stubbs push Butchard or does he pass him? The problem that Stubbs has is that he's got Austin Gray right behind him. Regardless of where the ticket in Minimax goes, if LBJ Stubbs wins or loses, there are 2 people that will be very, very proud of Stubbs, who does look to the inside. Butchard doesn't give it to him, though.
It's that turn 1, Henry. It's a 2-line corner that. It's very, very quick on the outside line. And Butchard remained composed from the challenge there. Stubbs, though, he hasn't lost too much ground. Austin Gray now has pulled the trigger and thinks, nope, I want that third place as much as anyone.
Absolutely.
And LBJ now, because these 2 are squabbling, they've dropped back off Butchard already. The defensive line being deployed as he slides wide. Oh, and he comes back at him, does the switchback. Austin Gray likewise does the switchback through 10. That's an acceleration zone. It's going to be a charge to the line, but the lead is all about Benjamin Krachkovic, and now a lonely second place for Butchard as these 2 continue to squabble. And coming into the fray is Francesco Lisnioli and Kurt Ivanov.
And, of course, LBJ Stubbs looking frustrated, but it's the last lap. And I know Austin's your mate, but it's third place, and Austin had to go for the move, and he did. There is the checkered flag for Benjamin Karachkovic with Butchard second and Austin Gray. And LBJ Stubbs, if you look at the kartshop.me replay, LBJ, look at the hands. It's like, well, this is something. Okay, Albie, I'll say this to you. You know, yes, Austin's your friend. He's not. It's the last lap of a race, Albie. Of course, Austin's going to go for the move. Don't let that now get distracted. Put that one to bed as we look. And I tell you what, whether LBJ Stubbs takes the ticket in Minimax or not, there are 2 people that are going to be very proud of how LBJ has progressed. Those 2 people are Jade Edwards and Josh Cook.
Oh, of course.
Because when Albie came into karting, I think Albie's dad's business helped sponsor Jade Edwards a little bit in touring cars when she was a driver, and they would come and they would support LBJ when he was in Bambino, Jade specifically, and then Josh would come along.
I remember a few years ago we bumped into Josh and Jade at the Dubai 24 Hours, and they weren't in the race.
No,
and we were like, what are you doing here? Oh, we're here.
Yeah, that was the last weekend that Josh Cook has actually come to watch Albie, because if you look
when was that? Was that 2 years ago?
That was 2 years ago. And Josh, being pasty and ginger, hi Josh, nearly melted. Josh is lining up this weekend at the first round of the British Touring Car Championship.
He is indeed, yes at Donington Park. Look, we're going to have the rundown now of that result from Minimax. We've got a studio guest, so I'm going to hand over to you. So I'll let him do the rundown and welcome Conor Clancy into the commentary team.
So here we go then with your provisional result. Benjamin Karachkovic wins by 0.7 of a second from Oliver Butchard. Austin Gray and LBJ Stubbs, P3 and P4. Francesco Lisignoli and Kier Ivanov round out your top 6 ahead of Vaiko Payamaki, Ahmed Faisal Al-Maina, Adam Fleury, Mohamed Mubarak, Max Payton, Sebastian Storer, finishing in 12th position, and the field rounded out by Aryan Eshan and Vivan Chowan. As we wait, we'll welcome Conor Clancy into the commentary box. Juniors are up next. Just a brief rundown of the first round matchups in the Mojo tyre changing contest. It's going to be Dan from Synergy versus Alfonso from JNKD, followed by Taz from Fort Abu Dhabi against Bertie from George Gibbons Motorsport. Khan from XL Motorsport will take on Milan from Ital Course Middle East. Then you have Tariq from Motorscape and Rajpal from the Mumbai Falcons. In the second half of the draw, Dan from Yas Heat Racing takes on Toby from Sam Pollock Racing. Bijin from CRG will take on Vince from Kart Advisor Academy. Matty from JNKD will take on Sharby from XL Motorsport. And then in the final first round matchup, Jamie from Mateus Najem Motorsport takes on Mohan from Telios Racing. Connor Clancy, arm still in a cast, watches on. The Mechanics Challenge now, of course, that's quite a bit of fun. How much banter goes on in the awnings about the tyre changing challenge from the mechanics?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't think there was many arguments about Niman by 10, especially.
Yeah, Rajpal was nominated, I think, by the team to do it. But it's a good way of getting everyone together. It's the end of a long, hard season. This time last year, Connor, you weren't racing full time, but 2 years ago, when you were at this point of proceedings, I remember quite clearly. It gets very, very tense. So having like a tyre changing contest with at least one mechanic from every team coming together, it helps ease the pressure, the tension ever so slightly, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's quite a fun challenge, especially to end the season. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, no, the Mojo tyre changing contest, which you'll see. So we look at juniors. So your teammate, Mitan Jain, is starting down the order, and he's got a big hurdle to overcome. As a driver, what is important to remember or to be part of when you're in Mitanch's position?
Yeah, well, I think it's important for him just to stay calm, stay focused. Like, he knows how to drive, so it won't be hard for him to go to the front. I think if he keeps his composure, he can do it fairly easily. You
know, but the title is slowly slipping away. I think looking down there, Mitanch has had one maximum score. So he won the heat race last Sunday here. I'm looking at the championship. Mitanch, he's had 4 heat wins this season, whereas Via Chopra has had 2 wins in the final, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 heat wins. So Mitanch has stayed in contention through being consistent, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. That's another important key feature for the championship, is just consistency.
Yeah, but of course, and now Mitanch's luck does come into it, doesn't it, a little bit. He needs to win, and he needs Via to have issues. Not that you want to wish any issues upon a rival. You'd rather, you want to win a championship by beating everyone on the track, not by having people sidelined. Isn't that right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes, because obviously I think it's just between Vera and Mitanch in the championship. So
Aryan Qureshi, third in points, is a long way back, and then Aaron Mason, Jaden Hidding, your top 5. Gabriel Barracordi, who wants me to say hello to the mother-in-law. It's his girlfriend's mum watching in Sweden, I believe. But the only junior driver says, please say hi to the mother-in-law, which is great to see. You said you've got a couple more weeks in the cast. How has last week and this week been for you? Because I'm sure you've been helping drivers. You've been doing a lot of driver coaching. However, how has it been for you? Because it would be tough times as well.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, especially like watching everyone else drive. Like, I just want to be out there.
Of course, yeah.
Especially considering like I could have won the championship, considering I missed like 3 or 4 rounds at the start. So that's the most painful bit, I think, as well.
And of course, I have heard stories, and plenty of stories, and I've seen it myself. Drivers cutting casts off to make sure they can race, so the medics think, okay, you're cleared to go. Drivers, say, I was injured last week, but I'm absolutely fine now. Look, no bandages. There's a temptation to do that, but yet then the actual sensible part of the brain knows that you can damage yourself far more severely and permanently by coming back too soon.
Yeah, well, actually, I was with a different doctor at first, and he put the wrong cast on and also took it off 2 weeks early. So I was around, I think, a week and a half with no cast on.
Oh dear.
Doing physiotherapy. And we did an x-ray before the physio, and it said it was healed. but it turns out it wasn't. And yeah, so I was doing physio and I was in a lot of pain. And
oh no! So really, you could be back now. That's even more frustrating. But frustration builds character, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, of course. Like if I'd went to the second doctor that I'm with now first, I would have had this cast on that I have now from day one, and I would have had that on for 6 weeks. And it's been like 9 weeks tomorrow, so I probably could be out there racing right now.
It's again, which you get to the fact that you're here and not feeling sorry for yourself and being down in the dumps, it says an awful lot about you personally, Connor. And again, I'm sure you'll be back better than ever, when the bones decide. Because, yes, the mind is one thing, the bones and the skeleton is another.
Yeah.
Okay, Junior, lining up on the dummy grid. Have you been surprised how much better George Gibbons Motorsport have got in the last, couple of rounds? Because they have really shot to prominence, haven't they?
Yeah, 100%. They've definitely stepped up. Not that they weren't good before, because they've always been up there.
They've always been up there, but it's been noticeable how much... do you think that's been because, there's been since you've left the class, and of course you started the season as a junior, dominating, there's now a bit of a vacuum at the top of the chart. You've got Matthias de Gem, you've got Mumbai Falcons, George Gibbons thinking, well, we can make this a 3-team battle. And there are plenty of other teams involved. This is no disrespect, the likes of XL Motorsport to Yas Heat Racing and some of the other teams. But again, there was a hierarchy. Wasn't there? There's Mumbai, XL, and GGM. GGM are now back on form, and it's actually, Matthias de Gem Motorsport with Pierre Aboudiwan and the 229 cart of Jaden Hidding on the outside of the front row. This was the part where the butterflies are going for me as a driver. Is it the same for you? Because when the engine starts, when you leave the dummy grid, that's when I relaxed.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like you're nervous, like if you're nervous before the start of the race, and then as soon as you start the engine and go out, you kind of like forget about everything. Yeah, it's really weird.
I was exactly the same. The minute that you left the dummy grid, the nerves disappeared. But sometimes the butterflies, the tension, you're looking across, you're trying to psych out the driver alongside, you're trying to suss them out a little bit and try to remember the plan that you've talked about with your mechanic. Now, on to the circuit we go. There, in the middle of the pack, the number 255 is Mitan Jain, chasing the championship leader, Via Chopra, who starts fourth behind Pierre Aboudiwan and Jaden Hidding on row number 1. Independent driver Floris Schenkenberg and championship leader Via Chopra on row 2, Arhan Qureshi and Ray Haber on row number 3. Gabriele Barracordi and Aaron Mason go from row number 4. Johansa Senaniyake and Giuseppe Montanare on row number 5. Mitan Jain and Saveli Kogai go from row number 6. Row number 7, Faris Haroon and Henry King. Harrison Stevens, Paul Schutzman, Baptiste Augustine, who had a collision with Henry King in practice yesterday. He's got a bandaged up elbow, but he is okay. Kabir Kidwai on row number 9 ahead of Rafael Zagati, Romy Sabali and Mohamed Faraz. 21 junior drivers. They only get one rolling lap. As a driver, do you prefer 1 or 2 rolling laps? Sounds stupid, but you get more time to prepare or less time to worry?
I think 2's better, to be honest. You can get your tyres up to temperature more and then, clear out the engine before the start. So
2 is better for the driver, but of course 1 is harder for the drivers potentially. Let's see, it's a very, very slow pace. Pierre Aboudiwan, Jaden Hidding crawling into view. There's the band. That's a great, great shot. 21 junior Rotax drivers. They separate into the tram lines. The engine notes rise. The speed rises. The lights go out. We go racing over the bump into turn number 1. And it's Pierre Aboudiwan holds on there. 3 wide back in the pack. Jaden Hidding losing out. You see the cart bobbling over the curb on the exit. And the leaders all through cleanly. That's about as clean a start as you can hope for in juniors, isn't it, Connor?
Yeah, and also Floris Schenkenberg getting a good start there. Straight up into second from 3rd place on the grid.
Now, as an independent driver, driver, Floris Schenkenberg, he doesn't have to worry about the team game. He hasn't got a team. It's just him, mum and dad, and some help from the staff at the Al Ain Raceway. And that mentality, I think, can sometimes help a driver. He said, look, there's no point looking around for a familiar colour cart because there aren't any. As yellow flag briefly being waved as the lead, and Schenkenberg wasting no time, attacking Pierre Abu Diwan. Diwan defends into turn number 13. Into third position, move for third. That was the 214 cart of Ray Haber. Opportunistic move there from Ray, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good move there from Ray. Nice and hard into the last corner alongside Jaden hitting. Yeah, he's got the move done. Really good move there. Via
Chopra runs 5th. Mitant Jain, title rival, up into P8. So Jain, he survives. Because when you're starting right in the middle of a junior Rotax field, that can sometimes be, I'd rather start right at the front or right at the back so I can avoid the accident. If you're in the middle of the pack, most of the time you are the accident.
Yeah, but yeah, good start there from Matanj, making more moves now, up into 7th, just behind his teammate Arhan Qureshi. Let's see what he can do now.
Up the straight towards turns 11 and 12, toward the Omani border, past the huge Race Your Way Rotax banner. Down the back straight now, Pierre Abu Diwan signals. Schenkenberg says, was that a signal to overtake? He thought about it, and Pierre Abu Diwan says, no, that was a signal that don't overtake. It's closed the whole group up as they cross the line to complete lap number 2. We've got a lead group of how many? Count them through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could probably throw a postage stamp over them. They are that close, and the rest behind with Mitan Jain 7th, Barakordi Mason, and the Emirati Express Faris Haroun for the Yas Heat Racing at the back end of a 10-cart lead train.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 10-cart train now, all fighting for that first place position. Who is going to take it? Is Pierre going to be able to hold on? Because Floris Schenkenberg is looking racy behind. He wants that first place, and it's all over the back of Pierre.
So that's an interesting. You say he's looking racy. As a driver, how can you tell that Floris Schenkenberg is looking racy? Is it because of the way, the steering inputs? Is it the line he's taking? You can tell the difference between a driver who is just sitting and pushing and being racy. What are the differences? What are you doing differently?
Yeah, well, when Pierre is defending, you can see he's getting quite nervous, throwing, saying, go, 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 go. He's all over the back, swerving left, right. That's how you know he wants to get in front of Pierre. Okay. So he's just making tiny little movements. As a driver, can you hear the engine note change? Or out of the peripheral hearing, your provisional vision when a driver is sort of moving around behind you? Yeah, you can hear when the engine's coming, if it's getting closer, it gets louder.
Does it put you off?
Not really,
does it put some drivers off?
It might put some drivers off, it doesn't put me off.
Yeah, but maybe when you were starting out, it would have put you off. Experience counts. You learn to cope with things like that. Pressure. You learn to soak up that pressure. And it is still Abu Diwan and Schenkenberg, 1-2. Jaden Hidding is back into 3rd place ahead of Ray Haber. Chopra is 5th, Qureshi and Jain 6th and 7th. So now, Mitan Jain has got 1 cart between him and his title rival. His teammate, Arhan Qureshi. Qureshi will move out of the way or not make it difficult. Does he not move out of the way? No, that's not true. He won't make it hard for his teammate, will he?
Well, we'll have to see. I'm not sure. I've not been in the tent recently, so I don't know what's going on. I think they'll just let the drivers race.
They'll let the drivers race. And again, now Pierre Abu Diwan backs up the field a little bit. Schenkenberg is now the driver under pressure from Hidding. Haber is 3rd. And is that a Mumbai Falcons cart ahead of Via Chopra? Yes, it is. It's the 249 of Arhan Qureshi, who has now moved into count at 5th position. There's the move from Mitan Jain on Via Chopra, and he runs Via Chopra a little bit wide. And Faris Haroun now comes through. Here's the move for 2nd place. Jaden Hidding up into P2. I know, sorry, talking about stuff that was off screen. Oh, and that was Haber into Schenkenberg. And as they come back on the track, that's your championship leader. Kartchop.me replay. First things first, Haber to the inside of Schenkenberg. Side by side, Schenkenberg coming back on, and as he comes back on, the championship leader gets turned around. It can fortunes can change in an instant. I have to say, if Mitan Jain hadn't pulled a move at the top end of the circuit on Via Chopra, that could have been Mitan Jain involved in that incident, couldn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Just in that left, Matanch went for the move on Veer. Veer on that sandy part, tried to hang around the outside, and just couldn't do it.
Having driven this circuit this week, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, those two corners on our screen now, they're deceptively quick, but it is a one-line track, and there's very little runoff on the outside. That is the corner, and if I could do this track again, I think I could possibly make it the most time in that corner, because it is very, very fast, very, very narrow. Floris Schenkenberg is coming across the line with a radiator that is hanging on for dear life. Up at the front, Abu Diwan still leads from Hidding. Qureshi is third. Looking back, where has Mitan Jain gone? Jain is down to 10th, and Chopra is even further back. Chopra is not even in the top 15. He's still running, but he is down, I think, in 18th position. So disaster. What happened to Mitan Jain? He must have been caught up as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was too busy looking at the incident with Veer on the exit of the last corner. Maybe Matanch got caught up in something in turn 1. But yeah, I'm not sure. But here comes Jaden. He is chasing down Pierre now, hunting him down lap after lap. Is he going to be able to catch him? There is last lap, this lap now. Jaden is on him. Pierre is going to have to defend now as we start the final lap.
Great view. Here is they're the leaders on the final lap. Okay, Conor Clancy, talk us around. You're Jaden Hidding. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, I'd be going wide to try and get the undercut. He's got no one behind him, so he doesn't have to worry about someone trying to slip it up the inside of him. But Pierre, he is nervous. You can see him. He's already started defending because Jaden is all over the back of that rear bumper.
So now you're Pierre Abu Diwan. What are you doing if you're Pierre Abu Diwan? Because you know there's someone behind you. So we've gone from attacker to attackee.
Yeah, well, Pierre, he's going to have to white lining hard now. He's going to be wanting to make sure that he's stopping at the apex so that Jaden can't get the switch back. That's
the key thing, isn't it? Is he looks over his shoulder again. In the immortal words of Aswad, Pierre Abu Diwan, don't turn around. Keep going. He's got 2 more corners to go, hitting to the inside. Pierre Abu Diwan just, again, parks it on the apex. Look how much closer.
Ray Harbour. Big send there into the last corner. Caught Jaden lacking. Arhan and Faris go through as well. Jaden drops down to 5th, I think that was. Yeah, Jaden 5th.
And Pierre Abu Diwan, tactically, okay. Conor, you said he was nervous, but eventually, nerves or not, he held it on. Kartshot.me replay. Now look at this. Second place. Hidding didn't prol the trigger. Haber did. And then Hidding gets caught on the outside and taking the opportunity with Qureshi and Faris Haroon. Sometimes Jaden Hidding, you said it yourself, if he didn't, do you think Jaden was not aggressive enough at the start of that last lap?
I'm not sure. If I was Jaden, I would have swung out wide in turn 1 to try and get that switch back, because he didn't have anyone behind him, so he didn't have to worry about losing that position.
And then by the end of the lap, he had 3 people behind him to worry about, and they all snuck through.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. On a last lap like that, you have to be so aware of your surroundings.
We'll wait for the provisional result to come up on the screen, and I'll cut it. However, as a driver, now, I'm not trying to put words in any mechanic's mouth or anything like that. If you were Jaden Hidding on that last lap, what would your mechanic have said to you of how to learn from that last lap?
Yeah, well, probably just say, be aware, and obviously say what I just said about the turn 1. You could have swung out wide and got the switch back.
And that's the thing. That's the thing as a driver. You have to take on board, take your lumps. Okay, whoops, didn't do a good thing there. But then forget about it and go into the next race. Okay, having remembered what you were told, but then also learning to put it into practice.
Yeah.
Good race, Pierre Abu Diwan. And we'll just look. The results haven't shot up on the screen yet, but we're looking at the next grid. Here's your provisional result. Pierre Abu Diwan and Ray Haber, a Lebanese 1-2. Then Arhan Qureshi and Faris Haroon. Jaden Hidding and Harrison Stevens. That's a good race. You don't get mentioned by the commentary team at all and then pop up in the top 6 at the end. Mitanch Jain gaining ground. He recovered to 7th. That's a good recovery from Mitanch. Ahead of Henry King, Giuseppe Montanari, Baptiste Augustine, top 10 with a hurt elbow. Floris Schenkenberg will be really disappointed. But, that move from Ray Haber, it was side by side, and Schenkenberg loses out. Saveli Kogai in 12th position, further back. Look at that. Paul Schutzman, 13th. Johannes Sereniake, 14th, 6 seconds behind the winner. That shows how close things are. Gabriele Baracordi and P16 for Via Chopra. Kabir Kidwai, Aaron Mason, and the last 3 finishers, Romy Sabali, Raffaella Zagati, and Mohamed Faraz. That, I'm pretty sure, will be one of the 5 races that Via Chopra will drop, because you drop your worst 5 scores. And those 5 scores can be from a heat, a pre-final, or a final, can't they? When do you start? It's really hard. Everyone says, you're thinking of just winning. How much calculations are going on between the teams, of what you need to do and points? When do you start racing for points, not wins?
Yeah, well, definitely the teams will be calculating points between Veer and Matanj, especially after that race, because Veer's got a lot of work to do now. But yeah, they'll definitely be calculating points, telling the drivers what they need to do.
Yep, yeah, and so even though Via Chopra you'll come in, you'll be really upset, and then they'll say, well, hang on, Matanj only finished 7th. We dropped that score. It's okay. As a driver, how hard is it then for you to go, okay, you're right, and not be disappointed? Because, of course, these drivers, how old are the junior drivers? 12, 13, 14?
Yeah, I think Veer's 14.
Yeah, it can be, it's very interesting. And, of course, you've got the situation where, if you're 15 in the year, if Via Chopra is 15 in this calendar year, he becomes too old to go to the grand finals as a junior, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he's already done some races in senior.
So I think.
So yeah, he's
so
definitely got experience.
It could be down to the best placed age eligible driver going to the grand finals. We'll have to get a check on that as the day progresses. DD2, Connor. Is that a little bit of you?
I don't know. I might test one just for the fun of it. I want to test the KZ, obviously when I have 2 hands.
Yeah. When you've got two working hands to test the KZ. Well, for the benefit of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, then obviously the DD2 class is the ultimate class. And again, there's 2 gears. You still need 2 hands for it.
Yeah.
Do you speak to the guys in Mumbai Falcons about what the DD2s are like to drive?
Yeah, well, it's funny actually. Me, Luke, Gilly, and Moritz were talking earlier. We was gonna do a DD2 day.
Yes.
And we're all in a DD2, and then see if we can beat Moritz's time.
Oh, really? So
yeah.
Luca being one of the driver coaches.
Yeah, the coaches, yeah.
Luca being one of the driver coaches for the Mumbai Falcons, Gilly being Alex Gill,
yeah.
and Morris obviously being Morris Knoppers, and you being you.
Yeah, so we'd all have to put the same weight on. And, Gilly said he can beat Moritz in a session.
Really?
Or, yeah.
Okay.
Moritz said no.
Of course, naturally, quite rightly so, probably, because as Alex Gill knows, the older you get, the faster you were.
Yeah. I was blistering.
Yeah, you were blisteringly fast.
Yeah,
so as the I tell you what, Connor, while you're here,
let's not do that.
There's a piece of paper under there.
No one wants to see that piece of paper.
Well, Connor, have a look at that. That piece of paper there. Just pick it up there, Connor. And we'll have a little look. Now, these were those are the times of when
session?
That is the RD1 session. If you just have a little look at that, Connor, you'll see the 3 names at the top.
The sound might stop working in a minute. Hold on. Hang on.
What are those 3 names at the top there, Connor?
So Henry Baudet, P1.
Yes, with the best time of.
Yeah, 1:11.8.
Yes.
Wow, very big amount faster than P2 and P3. Joe Bradley, P2, 1:12.8.
No, he gets, and we were on equal weight. That was weighted up, by the way. It was.
I get 1 second per decade, and I'm almost 2 decades older than him. So that's 1.8 seconds. I get taken off my time. Yeah. Where does that put me?
That's the ex-racing driver.
Old enough to be
P1, but that's ifs. That's ifs. The papers don't lie.
Only on the council estate.
Yeah.
The paper doesn't lie, quote
I like
of
to make
the
a point
day.
Here,
and those were the 390s that we did.
At least 2 seconds fast.
So those are the 390s that we did first of all. And again, we'll see. I think the same order applies, Henry Baudet.
Yeah, same order, both carts.
So well.
It's much closer on that one, though.
Yeah.
Was it much closer, though?
Not really.
Connor, your career's literally gone downhill almost instantly. Your commentary career has died in the last two comments.
Again, it just shows. However, I will talk about this. So Nick Damon raced 100 nationals and
100 nationals in Britain. My last competitive kart race was 1990.
Within that, he did race against a couple of drivers that graduated to British Touring Car Championship. Joe Bradley also racing 100 national and actually was a team manager in the British Touring Car Championship. Neither of them won the Landau Car Club.
I would like to point out that Joe Bradley was severely beaten by Alan McNish.
Severely beaten by Audi development, former Toyota Formula 1 driver
and
Alan
multiple Le Mans winner.
Multiple Le Mans winner.
Formula 1 driver. Have I told about Alan McNish's story?
No, here we go.
Right, so Alan McNish and I, in 1997, Alan McNish's career was its absolute nadir. He'd had the problem at Donington, he hadn't got a drive. So both of us ended up working in Formula 1 for the Formula 1 digital TV. He was calling the race, and I was working in the pit lane. 5 years later, I was working in the pit lane, and he was driving for Toyota in F1. So I said to Alan, where did it all go wrong for you?
And Alan then went on to become...
But hang on a second, though. Joe was eagerly trying to make a point there about Alan McNish and getting beaten by him.
I did finish ahead of Guy Smith, who won Le Mans in 2003 in the Hull Street race.
And
I was leading him in the final until my chain came off. So I just want to say that.
So there's two flexes there, Connor. So there's Nick's flex, and you can be the judge of who's got the best flex. My flex is that at the start of the Red Bull Track Attack, they did a special press race where Tonio Liuzzi and Christian Klein, who were the two Toro Rosso drivers at the time, Tonio Liuzzi being a former world karting champion, and they did get beaten at the NEC at the launch race of the Red Bull Track Attack by... myself.
Hang on,
I have raced a world karting champion once and beaten him.
I have an additional flex for you.
Okay.
Christian Klein and I got drunk at a hospitality tent after the Petit Le Mans.
Oh, really? And still nobody knew who he was because he's the most anonymous Formula 1 driver in the history.
We had a great time. We were at the Tequila Patron tent.
Oh,
fantastic time.
Best flex.
Can I just say, Tom Christensen is a personal friend of mine.
Yeah.
And he's won Le Mans how many times? 9?
Let me just look at my phone. Is it George Russell's number in my phone? Let me just quickly call Rubens Barrichello in my phone.
So
basically, Connor, we're eliminating personal friends because we can all do that. So of those previous 7 sad old men trying to impress a 14-year-old, 15-year-old,
just turned 15,
which makes it so much better.
Yeah, I just turned 15 like 3 weeks ago.
They like us sad. Okay, which is the best flex from Sad Man 1, Sad Man 2, or slightly younger but still Old Man 3?
Oh, it's really tough, you know. I say Sad Man 2.
Sad Man 2.
I have one. And I didn't even mention my other Admonish story where I had to share a place with him, and he was up rather than going out for a drink, he was doing his ironing, and he ironed his underpants. Admonish ironed his underpants, and I said, "Why on earth are you ironing underpants?" He said, "Jackie Stewart told me to."
Well, there we go. 3x4. If it's good enough for Jackie Stewart, it's good enough for Alan McNish and everybody else. Joe Bradley.
Sterling Moss announced his retirement to me at Le Mans in the pit lane, having just stepped out of an historic car. That's pretty. I once interviewed Mario Andretti after he nearly flipped the panos at Le Mans. We could go on.
Guys, I'll shut this down. I made Michael Schumacher cry in front of 60 million people. So at this point, that's it. Yeah. Basically, you can all go home.
That's a flex. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is 3 motorsport commentators really being extremely sad and anarchy in front of a champion go-kart race. I tell you what, Joe, you pop in and. Hang on, he's speaking without a microphone.
Everything that we've just said happened before Conor was alive.
Yes. Well, no, actually, it was 2010 when I beat Tonio Liuzzi.
I'm born in 2011.
Right, okay. And on that note, I'm going to hand the microphone back to Joe Bradley, who can commentate the next race with karting champion who will outflex us all one day, Conor Clancy.
Thank you.
Right, am I still on? Yes, I am.
Anyway, for those who listening to the paddock,
Connor's going to
know even more about how competitive we are. We're not just competitive on the kart track, we're competitive with the anecdotes as well.
Yes, we are. You should see us playing Monopoly.
Or Patchwork.
Vicious. Or Patchwork, even more so. Yeah, Connor's going to stay. Are you on, Connor? Let me see. Yes, no? Yes, you are. You're going to stay with us for the DD2 heat?
Yeah.
Excellent stuff.
So how did you make Michael Schumacher cry then?
Oh, it's a great story.
because I used to work in F1.
Did you work in F1? He doesn't like to talk about it.
I used to. Probably before your time. Obviously, the last few years, at the end of the race, they asked the drivers the questions immediately get out of the car. But it didn't used to be that way. It used to be that they'd get out of the car, they'd do the podium, and they'd go and do what's called the post-race press conference.
Yeah.
And so for 3 or 4 years, I was the person asking the questions in those conferences.
You could see his thumb on the end of the
No, not
TV
for those
screen.
you couldn't. I was literally disembodied voice.
You just couldn't see you,
Yeah.
just could hear you.
And it was 2000 Monza GP. He had a bit of a bad time. I think his mum had died quite recently as well. And I asked him the normal question.
Well, hang on. What he'd achieved was he'd matched Ayrton Senna's Grand Prix wins.
Oh, yeah.
And so I asked him the normal question. You've won the race. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, and I said, you've matched Ayrton Senna's Grand Prix win record. Does that mean very much to you? A lot to you? He went, yeah, it does. And he just broke into tears.
I've seen that clip.
You've seen it. You've seen that, haven't you?
Yeah, and that was me asking the questions. There's a longer version of the story about the Mad Aladdin and what he was saying in my ears at the time, and how unhelpful Mika Hakkinen was, and how Ralph Schumacher's brother was looking at Michael going, "What the hell's wrong with you?"
Yeah, he was he became emotional because he'd matched his rival who we lost in '94.
Yeah.
Who remember when Schumacher debuted in 91 at Spa in the Jordan, and then he was the young gun, really challenging.
Well, Michael, in a way, and this is quite sad. Michael's the last person to see Senna alive, as he fell off the track in front of him.
Yeah, because he went off the track just in front of him. Yeah, sad. But yes, Nick's winner of making Michael Schumacher cry. And when was that, Nick?
2000.
2000. So for the last 26 years, we have heard that one.
My career has been on a never-ending downward slope since then. Actually, it's not true. It's had a major uptick now in the UAE RMC.
Absolutely, mate. The sun's shining. Connor, this championship has been a bit of a challenge for you, hasn't it, with that cast that you're carrying, and you transitioned from juniors to seniors, and then all of a sudden that rug was pulled. We've talked about you. But what have you got planned for?
I was literally thinking, you're a very good interview, because I was going to ask you what your summer plans are.
Yeah. So what do you do? Because you live out in the UAE, don't you?
Yeah, I live in Dubai, and this summer I'll probably just be in England, back home, doing some Europe driving, to England and stuff.
Right, are you going to do anything in England, like UKC or British?
Yeah, I'll do some racing there in
excellent.
England.
We look forward to seeing you.
Yeah.
Here is the grid then for DD2s who have just been released from the collecting area. There it is there. Mark Bassier really is the man to beat here. Tyler Harris doesn't really need to beat him. He's got to think of a championship. They start on the front row. Maurice Canopes, top Masters driver, starts on row 2 with Hamza Ashisho alongside. Saad Al-Hababi and Adam Malik are on row 3. Row 4 is Tony Hogg and Kyle Blockley with Sami Al-Hassad and Nicolo Cacciatore on row 5. And then Greg Watt, the Honolulu Racing Independent, starting at the back and rounding off the field. You know what, Connor? It's complex enough to race a Rotax Max around here, but just add in the complexity of choosing which gear to be in. And is there sometimes when you think, I wish I had that gear to go up and get more speed on the straight? Because then DD2 is the answer, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely a faster class, and with that front brake, you can go into the corner so much harder.
Oh, that's another thing, isn't it? Yeah, you can really carry the brake to the apex, and of course they're using the downshift as well to take off even more speed. This is a good pace from Bassi, who gets his foot down. The red lights are not going out because that was a very disjointed grid there and a bit of a miscommunication between the front row drivers there. What do you think happened there, Connor?
I just think, the other drivers weren't ready for Mark to go that early. That's all really. Nothing Mark did wrong there. Just the other drivers weren't expecting that.
So when you're on pole and you are controlling the pace up to the line, do you think about the drivers around you, or you're making the decisions for everyone else, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose. I'm just trying to get the best start for me as possible.
What is that? Really. What are you looking at? Can you give that little trade secret away? Because everybody will have forgot this by September.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
I don't think they would have.
So you really are looking at the lights and timing when you go hard on the throttle and you're heading full acceleration towards the lights before they go out, aren't you? And that's the key to the timing of the whether you are to the pleasure of the race of the starting official who likes your speed and your acceleration process, or whether you've gone a little bit early, which is what we saw there. Basia holding things up now as we come through the final turn. Tyler Harris is the driver that's just edging. He looks over his shoulder waiting for Basia. Basia wanting to get the timing right. He does now. They go again. That looks a little bit more ordered, and the lights go out. We are indeed racing to turn 1, and Basia has timed it. That, to me, Connor, is just showing how determined Basia is about taking this win.
Yeah, that was a really good start there. Just hang back, let them all scramble for position, then just went, caught them all off guard, and it showed got a really good start from it.
And Tyler has lost out that second row third place to an advantage there. And Morris Canopes, this is a Mumbai Falcons, your teammates actually, the Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3 there. That looks like Kyle Blockley, or is that, no, that's Hamza Ashisho there in 4th place. Now Hamza will want to get on terms with those 3 Mumbai Falcon carts ahead of him, but right now we've got Tyler Harris, who, if he's thinking championship, doesn't really need to make this move, but he is.
Yeah, he's going to go for it anyways. Safe space to be in the front of the race, and that's what Tyler's mentality. He wants to get in the lead.
First lap completed. It's Basia, Tyler Harris, Morris Canopes, Ashisho, Alababi, I should say, Hogg, Malik, Blockley, Al Hassad, Cacciatore and Greg Watt, 11 cart DD2 field. And now we've got Morris Canopes looking like he's coming back at his teammate Tyler Harris, or is he? Do you think Tyler Harris is going to catch Basia?
It's hard to tell so early on because Mark had that gap since the start, so we'll have to see what the sectors are looking like. And Tyler's gone purple the first sector, so we'll see if he can catch him. There is still a lot of laps left, so it'll be close.
I think Tyler Harris is wanting to finish this championship, not by sitting back and following Mark Basia home. I think he wants to finish this in style, do you? He's looking very racing.
Yeah, 100%. You always want to win, whether you're fighting for a championship or not. So, that's obviously what Tyler wants to do.
Here we go then. It will be 2 laps completed then. No change in the order as the 3 orange, white and blue Mumbai Falcon carts continue to lead. Hamza Ashisho coming back towards that rear bumper of that orange helmet of Moritz Canopes ever so slightly. We're about to have a 4-car trade here in DD2. Very hot today, Connor. How much, if any, are those drivers thinking about tyre management towards the end of the day? Is that something that you even consider?
Yeah, well, it's a hot day today, and obviously it's only the first heat, so they've still got a pre-final and final. So, they definitely will be thinking about tyres, saving them for the final. They're just going to have to take care of them, not push too hard.
Is there a potential of ruining your tyres at this early stage in a heat, which would make them rubbish by the time you get to the final?
Yeah, well, if you're pushing too hard and just using the fronts to slow you down, then they're going to get grainy. They're going to wear down. They're going to have to be thinking about tyre management, especially because of how hot it is.
Right, and that would then give you a car that horribly understeers going into the final, which is not what any driver wants. You need a good turning, don't you? Especially on a solid rear axle. You've got to get that cart rotating around that front axle, as we have indeed got the first 4 beginning to close together. Mark Basia, Tyler Harris, Moritz Canopes, Hamza Ashisho now coming back together. However, showing the kind of pace where we're not really seeing anyone closing towards the rear bumper and perhaps even thinking about a challenge quite yet as we head towards half distance.
Yeah, Tyler's definitely catching him. Mark did pull another 10th out though. It was 2 tenths, now it's back to 3. But Mark is also under investigation, so we'll have to see what that is.
Yeah, I think that might be to do with the start, maybe the first start, I'm not sure. We'll wait and see how that transpires. We'll hopefully get some information to shed some light on that one. Around the infield section now. The first 2, if anything, looking like they may be pulling a slack. I say that, and all of a sudden, Moritz Canopes is back there. It's just an illusion, really, on the perspective that we're looking through the cameras at. It's Basia, Tyler Harris there, Moritz Canopes with the orange helmet, and Hamza Ashisho not quite being able to catch the 3 in front of him. Behind these 4 carts, the field of DD2s being strung out somewhat. with Saad Alababi, Adam Malek, Tony Hogg, Clive Blockley. They're in 7th and 8th, and they are 2nd and 3rd in the Masters category. Tony Hogg has got a cushion to Kyle Blockley as he come out of the final turn. Behind the Masters battle, Samid Al-Assad, Nicola Cacciatore and Greg Watt, they are not running together either. So quite a spread out field of DD2s. And again, at this stage, no one really wanting to push too hard to perhaps risk losing that energy out of the tyres and graining the tyre. And if anything, Mark Bassier looking even more solid at the front.
Yeah, he's pulled another 3/10 out of the gap. It was down to 2, now it's back up to 6/10 now. So yeah, I don't know, Tyler was catching him the first 2 laps, but now, yeah, Mark's put the foot down, he's gone.
We've seen that. We saw that last week, actually, Connor, didn't we? Mark Bassier just kind of managing the pace a little bit and then finding something in the toolkit to up the pace a little bit and just then sort of demoralising the people behind him. Tyler Harris, though, he doesn't really have to get too perturbed, does he? Because he is thinking championship, if anything, and it looks like they're managing these karts and managing the pace, but just how close to flat out are they out there, do you think?
Yeah, well, they're all obviously going to be pushing. Tyler, yeah, I don't know. He is a fast driver, but Mark, he just seems like unstoppable here. He's flying out there on track.
He is. He's really come to the fore, getting to grips, coming from the world of senior road tax, of course, been racing now for 5 years. So he was about just over 10, may have even been 10 or 11 when he first started in karts. And he's been through the Rotax ranks, now finding his feet. We had a great interview with Mark Bassier around a so ago. I think that was at Yard, wasn't it? Where he gave this great, insightful description of how he got to grips with the added complexity of having a choice between 2 ratios of gearing on this DD2 kart. And also what was really interesting was, well, it was to make Samuki, was how the brakes on the front end of this kart, and you mentioned that, Connor, you can then, therefore, you've got that braking efficiency from both front and rear axles, you're able to push really deep into the corner, I would imagine.
Yeah, and you can adjust the brake bias as well, so if you want, you can have more front brakes than rear. But yeah, it's just driver preference. But yeah, the front brakes, I think, are a great add-on to that, to the gears, because yeah, it just can help you slow down.
Well, here we are then, heading towards the checkered flag. Mark Bassier, it is, turning into the penultimate corner here, turn 13, through the final turn, heading towards the checkered flag. It's a spaced-out DD2 field as Bassier takes the first race of the weekend in DD2s from Tyler Harris in 2nd, Moritz Canopes first Masters and 3rd overall, with Hamza Ashisho 4th, Saad Al-Ababi in 5th, Adam Malik in 6th, 7th is Anthony Hogg, Kyle Blockley 8th, Sami Al-Assad in 9th, 10th was Nicola Cacciatore, and rounding off an 11 kart field was Greg Watt there. There are your drivers. They're just coming up on the screen, with Tony Hogg just beating Kyle Blockley to 2nd place in Masters, and Nicola Cacciatore, Greg Watt at the back there. They had a great race weekend last weekend. No doubt they'll come closer together as we get throughout the day. Great stuff there. Connor, do you have to scoot back and do some driver coaching?
I don't think so.
Are you okay to stay?
I can do seniors, yeah.
Yeah, do seniors. Good.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Henry's happy to keep popping out and destroying his lungs, you see. Yeah, that should be a lesson for you at your age, not to want to be that man. No disrespect, Henry. No, yeah, don't be that man in so many ways. We've got your class coming out now, Connor. Obviously, sat next to me is not where you'd prefer to be. However, you've got to be pragmatic. I know you mentioned to Henry earlier. When does that come off? When does the cast come off?
3 more weeks.
Oh, 3 more weeks, man. It must feel like a...
Yeah, I bet it feels like an eternity.
Is it itchy in there as well with this heat?
Very
itchy. I'm not helping, am I?
No, so when I do get the cast off, it'll be 12 weeks since the crash. So yeah, not great, but I can't do anything about it now. So just got to sit back and watch everyone else.
Be pragmatic. Let's have a look and see who's joining us on the stream. Hello to Leith Corenfall, who is with us on the stream. Leith, the novice driver who had his first race weekend last weekend and thoroughly enjoyed his racing. Hope to see you back out late for maybe a full season starting in September going forward. Lenny Living Life is still with us. Yep, it is hard work in this hot weather, and that's just for the commentators. We've got Mama Julio. We know who Mama is supporting, Armani Kinua, who's out next. Morning from the UK, from Jensen Hookey. If you are familiar with our coverage on UK karting on Karting Live TV, you'll recognise that name. And then hello to Steph Mosdef, who is another Armani fan. And Africa is waking up, it seems, as we've got the next race out for our senior max class. Don't know what I've done to that. It'll come back. I've gone to an ad. I was trying to catch the chat. Let's get rid of that. We'll come back. But welcome along. If you have any questions that you might have on anything related to the UAE RMC, then please ask us. We're live on Karting Live TV's YouTube channel and also on the UAE RMC YouTube channel. Both channels showing live coverage all day long today and again all day long tomorrow. We've got an added feature coming up later after the racing's finished. We've got our tyre changing competition, our annual tyre changing competition that we'll be bringing you all of the thumb action from that. Just before our trophy presentation, we've got the 2 preliminary rounds. We reduce our 16 entries to 8 entries and then go forward to just 4 of our tyre technicians, let's call them for today, going forward to the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow. Again, when the racing's finished, just before we get going with our trophy presentations. More of that later. Big thank you once again to the kartshop.me for all of your karting needs here at the track, and OTK suppliers and dealers, all the OTK brands. The Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz 55, of course, comes to mind firstly, but of course you've got Tony Kart and the Cosmic and all the others that there. But if there is anything that you happen to run out of or not find yourself having, you forgot to bring it this morning, kartshop.me in the paddock for all of those karting needs. And it's been fabulous to have them along, bringing you our replay facility for us to revisit the action as it happens. So we're waiting to get going. We've got Rayan Dharmadasa on the pole position now. He's carrying the O plate, which he won at Dubai in January, and he really has come on quite strongly in this latter part of the season. He started the season strongly, if I remember. You probably weren't paying that much attention, Connor, because at the start of the season you were in juniors. But when you appeared into seniors, who did you have your eyes on? Because you were the dominant force when you came in and took to it like a duck to water. Who was your eyes? Who were you focusing on when you made that transition into seniors? Where did you think your competition was going to be?
To be honest, I was just focusing on myself. Like, I know what I can do, so I just carried the confidence from junior to senior.
So you weren't well, I want to use the word intimidated. That might be the wrong word. You basically, the way you go about it is you focus on yourself, and where you come out the other end, you then review whether you like where you've come out the other end, whether it's 10th, 1st, or whatever, and then you adapt accordingly. Is that pretty much how you've gone about your racing?
Yeah, well, I've raced all these drivers before in junior as well, so I wasn't really nervous when I moved to senior, because it's just, I just saw it as juniors, just more drivers and grippier tyres.
And the difference between a junior Rotax Max kart and a senior Rotax Max kart is purely engine restriction, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got the power valve on the senior, and then you've got grippier tyres.
Right. Oh yeah, of course they've got the D5, don't they? In the Mojo D5 is seniors, and is it the D2 on the junior?
I think so, yeah.
You're not even interested in that. You just do the driving.
They're black and they're round and they have levels of stickiness. And
yes.
These are sticky ones that, okay, fine.
Yeah, he doesn't even bother. He just goes out and drives, see if he's got turning or traction. Here we go then. We get on with the first time we've seen them race this weekend. It's pole sitter Ryan Damadasa, who is everyone's target acquired. George Nasser, another driver to consider having a look out for, because George is the driver that's currently leading the championship, and George has got not just a race to win or a race to improve on, he's got to think about the championship. There's the grid then. Ryan Damadasa, Amani Kinua, Nathan Kaplan, Rain Qureshi on 2. Row 3 is George Nasser and Oscar Lambert. Row 4 is Eni Sachi and Jules Demont. Leith Momina and Alicia Canisa with a great result from qualifying for her. Enzo Tesluk and Jerry Montgomery Swan are on row 6. Row 7, Max Dexter and Mohamed Minimax. Zain El Amasani and Kyan Cranebull are on 8. Row 9 is Philip Dinu and Ardish Mehta. Row 10 is Abdul Al-Qaeda and Ryan Caruso. Andrew Obaid and Arsen Djovic. And Manaf Al-Balushi, Alessandro Bigi, who didn't post a time in qualifying. So Alessandro, Youssef Al-Shah is another driver that didn't post a time in qualifying. But Alessandro Bigi, who usually runs at top 5, top 10, we're going to have to watch out for him coming through the field. Here they go, though, Connor, with Damadasa bringing the field round. They're already in grid formation. They'll head towards the tram lines and head towards the red light, which will go out any moment now. It goes out and we're racing, Connor.
Yeah, it's lights out and away we go. 2 GGM staying P1 and 2, but here comes Nathan Kaplan down the inside of Amani Kinua, gets straight up in second. Georgie follows through. So does Eni Asachi. Now it's a 1. First place is Damadasa, followed by Kaplan, followed by Georgie Nasser and Eni Asachi. Georgie, Nathan and Eni Asachi got a great start there. Caught Amani lacking there in turn 1.
You don't want to qualify second or fourth, do you? You do not want to qualify second or fourth. Every time we see them, that left-hand side of the grid being a much more of an advantage, isn't it, here?
Yeah, it's definitely, starting on the inside is definitely more of an advantage here on this track, especially because of that turn 1.
Here they go then, out onto the back straight for the first time. Rayan Damadasa. It's the Nathan Kaplan, the Mumbai Falcon, that's right there on his bumper, and championship leader George Nasser just there in third place, just waiting for these two to trip over one another as they come out of the final turn across the line then for the first time.
Yeah, here's the battle for the lead now. Loads of karts in it. I think it's 7-kart train now for the lead. Damadasa already going defensive and we're only on lap 1. He definitely knows Kaplan wants the lead now, and Georgie Nassar sending it round the outside. Can't make any moves though. If anything, he lost one. Eni Asachi now moves up into third. Where's he come from? Yeah. He's had a storming start.
Nasser didn't really have a choice there, did he? The momentum out of 1 sort of brought him alongside, and he was either going to have to lift off and brake and sit behind him, or he went down the outside, and that completely disadvantaged him. These two are glued together, though. I mean, that top 4, so close together. You could pitch a tent over them as they come out of... Oh, and it's down the inside for Kaplan.
Move for the lead. What a move there in the middle of turn 11 and 12. Damadasa goes backwards now, drops to 4th. That was an amazing move from Kaplan there.
Was that not Damadasa, though, getting onto the sandy outcrop there on the outside of the turn? And he just lost all grip there as the lead has changed. Here, completing 2 laps, Nathan Kaplan, Eni Asachi, George Nasser, Ryan Damadasa's got it all to do again.
Yeah, Eni Asachi now moving up to second. He is having a great start. Here's the kartshop.me replay. Yeah, you can see Damadasa just washed out wide in the middle of the corner, got in the sand. Nathan took advantage of that, moved straight up. Sachi followed through, and so did Georgie.
So that has not played very well for Damadasa. Just a few centimetres. There, Georgie. Oh, Nasser over the top of Eni Asachi there into turn number 2, it looked like. No, that was turn 7.
Yeah, Georgie made a move there. Oh, they just came together now. That's really unfortunate there for Eni Asachi. He was having such a great race there.
And Eni Asachi down the order. He's dropped down to 25th and last place as the field come through. We'll get a handle on where those two drivers have ended up.
Here's the kartshop.me replay now. Yeah, you can see Georgie saw a gap, went for it. Yeah, they caught wheels and then, came together. That's so unfortunate for the 2 drivers. I don't know if Georgie is still going, but Sachi is stopped there.
I think he is.
5.
I think he is. Eni Asachi
Yeah, Georgie's still driving.
Yeah,
Sachi isn't. No.
He's down in 20th. He's dropped to 20th. And that's going to affect the championship, isn't it? That is going to affect the championship order. And we thought this was the case. You can't be complicit in any form of motorsport. You may have the championship lead, but you've got to consolidate, you've got to finish up the order, and that's going to cost George Nasser as the leaders come out onto the long straight towards the final turns on this lap through turn 13 here. Nathan Kaplan, Dharmadasa has a look down the inside, almost coming together there, and that's put Kaplan out onto the dirt. We just caught a glimpse of Dharmadasa, and who's that who's gone through? Rayan Qureshi says, thank you boys, I'll have the lead.
Yeah, I don't think that move was on there from Dharmadasa. It was just so late. Kaplan was already turning in, and then just Dharmadasa, I don't think that was on, to be honest.
Well, that proved to be the case as Kaplan ended up on the dirt. Oscar Lambert through and into fourth now, just behind these top three. Armani Kinua into fifth. Jeremy Montgomery Swan for JNKD has moved up the order, taking advantage of all this malarkey and shenanigans that has gone on in this senior Rotax field, and he came through last time in sixth place as Qureshi leads. Dharmadasa in second, and Dharmadasa, can he have another go here as Nathan Kaplan jots in down the inside?
Yeah, there's the move again for the lead. Dharmadasa back in. Qureshi is not going to be happy about that though, and he's got his teammate Nathan behind. But here he goes, Qureshi on the switchback. Nathan's going to follow through. Qureshi's back in the lead. Nathan stays in third though. But here comes Dharmadasa again, back in the lead. This race is crazy, and it's only heat one. But through goes Kaplan now. He takes them both. And Oscar Lambert follows them through. Dharmadasa going backwards. Qureshi does Dharmadasa again. And it's a 1-2-3 now for the Mumbai Falcons. This is great for them team.
This is great for TV as well, my friend. Awesome racing as ever from the Senior Max class. Pick a winner out of this lot. Who knows? You can tell it's championship finale week because these boys and girls are racing hard and want to win. The last chance to win in this season are ebbing away, and you want to win a heat, you want to win a pre-final. Well, your opportunities are remote here coming into the final weekend of the season as we head down the back straight into the final two turns here, and we've got movement for third place there as the number one. Is that the 3-3-4 of Montgomery Swan who was flying around the outside?
Yeah, he sent it hard around the outside there on turn 13 and then just lost out of position from Armani.
He did. So it's Kaplan, Lambert, Qureshi, Kinua, Montgomery Swan, Dharmadasa in sixth, Tesluk, Dumont, Menemene, Zain El Amasani is the driver that rounds off the top 10. But that's a huge train of karts here, Connor.
Yeah, this can be anyone's race now. So many karts in for the lead now. This is going to be really interesting last few laps here as we're going to start the last lap next lap. But there's a move for second as well. Qureshi up the inside of Lambert. That's brung Armani Kinua onto the back of Lambert now. So he's going to have to go defensive now as well.
So it's a Mumbai Falcon 1-2-3 here. They have to not consider that they are in amongst their teammates because the George Gibbons Motorsport driver, Armani Kinua, down the inside for third here. The blue and white kart appears in third. He's spoiling the top three Mumbai Falcons party here as they cross the line with one more lap of racing remaining.
Yeah, we start the last lap now. Kinua going defensive. Rayan and Nathan have driven off now. They've got a gap. They just have to worry about themselves. Armani going defensive though from Lambert, Montgomery Swan, Dharmadasa and Jules Dumont. So who is going to get third place now? It's the battle for third. The front two have gone.
Yeah, front two taking advantage of that situation with Armani Kinua, Oscar Lambert squabbling for third and fourth place here. It's a Mumbai Falcon 1-2 at the moment, and Nathan Kaplan looks very strong there. His teammate Rayan Qureshi not close enough to challenge. However, there may be a challenge coming for that third place.
Yeah, this
behind
straight
these
now,
two.
Due to the slipstream, everyone's going to come together and there could be some big sends. Kinua goes defensive. Lambert sends it around the outside. This is going to bring Montgomery Swan back into it. Is he going to be able to do a move? No, he has to go defensive from Dharmadasa. But here we go, side by side now. Kinua and Lambert on the straight. Who's going to get third place? It's Armani Kinua.
It is. Kinua splits up the Mumbai Falcon and spoils a 1-2-3. They have got a 1-2 though. Nathan Kaplan took the win from Rayan Qureshi. It was Armani Kinua who, right at the line, got that third spot. We'll just catch our breath and wait for the official run. In fact, there's the result already. We haven't got time to catch our breath. Nathan Kaplan with a very, very fine win with Rayan Qureshi.
I would say though, Joe, this was probably quite provisional.
Yeah, it could well be provisional, yes. There's a lot for Ken to decipher there and analyse, isn't it? Ken Potter, our race official. Armani Kinua sends Kenya and South Africa Wild with a third place there. Very, very good result for him. Oscar Lambert fourth. Jeremy Montgomery Swan be happy with that. He started down the order and came 3. A driver who will not be happy at all is pole position driver Rayan Damadasa, who ended up somehow in 6th place there. 7th was Jules Dumont with Mohamed Menemene in 8th. Zain El Omasani was 9th. Adish Mehta was 10th. Kain Krayenball 11th. 12th was Laith Mominat. And then we've got in 13th place Enzo Tesluk with Ryan Carews. Alexander Bishi from the very back of the grid coming through to 15th. He'll be, he's got to be happy with that. Another driver who's not going to be happy after that coming together in that incident is George Nasser. George Nasser there ending up off the track and recovering to 16th. We then have Manaf Al-Balushi and Philip Dinu. And then in 19th place, Abdullah Al-Keita, Andrew Obaid, Arsen Jolovic and Youssef Al-Shah with Alisi Kanisa dropping to the back of the field and the last runner to cross the line. Max Dexter we lost on lap 4 and Eni Asachi we lost after 2 laps on lap 3. That concludes the heat phase for this. We're going into the pre-finals. I want to thank Conor Clancy for joining us again and showing that when his driving career is over, he's certainly got a career in the box.
Yeah, keep driving for a few years though.
Yeah. Wait until we retire, Conor. Conor, go and enjoy. You've got a lot to decipher there with your teammates, haven't you? You want to be in on that debrief to see what is being said.
Yeah.
But thanks again. Great asset.
Yeah,
we'll let you go, Conor. Always a pleasure. We have, like I say, we've concluded the heats phase now. We go straight into the pre-finals. Pre-finals a little bit longer. The Micromax class, which will kick things off, well, they raced over 6 laps in their heat. They now got two more laps to complete for their pre-final, so it's a little bit longer for the youngsters. The Minimax goes from 7 to 9, and then the juniors, DD2s and seniors go from 8 laps in the heats to a 10-lap pre-final. We've got 5 pre-finals to get through before we go for our lunch break, where we can. Is there a lunch break today? I don't see that. No. Yes, pre-finals. Yes, we do. Of course. No, we've got drivers being having their official pictures taken in the lunch break. We go for our lunch break where we've got a great paddock show. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yes,
paddock show.
It is. And again, one thing that I want you to, and again, Conor Clancy is one of a number of guest commentators that we've had during the course of the season. We've got Mitant Jain and we've got young Mr. Qureshi have come in to have a little sit down there. Don't touch or press anything, and we'll have a microphone. So, Mitanch, well, you just hold this. No, this one here. Right.
Let's have Mitanch on the microphone.
Okay, Mitanch. First things first.
Give us the son. I will turn it. Yes, it's on.
Right. Race number 1. You against Via Chopra. You're the outsider. It's Via's title to lose, but you finished ahead of him. What was the battle like between yourself and Via in the heat race?
No, it was good. Of course, it was rough, as you'd expect it to be. A little bit of shoving here and there from both of us, but yeah, ended up well. Finished ahead of him, which is always good when you're in a championship fight, and yeah.
I mean, when you look at the picture, because of course we just talk about who's going to get the ticket, who's old enough to get the ticket, or who's young enough to get the junior ticket. That's one thing, but of course you want to be the champion, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
You've had a change of mechanic. What's it like now working with your new mechanic, Alex Gill, this weekend? Because there's a difference, isn't there, between every mechanic? Or well, Alex is coaching you, isn't he? Yeah. And why are we either a potato, a mashed potato, or a speedy potato?
Oh, okay.
Okay, lift the lid as Ian Qureshi is laughing here. Sorry, it's not Ian. It is Ian Qureshi. No, you can't have biscuits. Yes, you can, Ian. Have a biscuit.
Of course you can. We've got stacks.
Paul Schutzman did buy the biscuits.
We can't take all of those back to the UK, so please eat as many as you can.
Have a biscuit, Ian. Why the potato?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. That name was come up by Gaia. I've got no idea why.
Gaia, the driver coach for the Mumbai Falcons.
Yeah.
Yes, the overall junior So Gaia, does she coach the juniors? Who does she coach in Mumbai Falcons?
So she coaches the minis,
Yes.
But she's like here about. you know.
Here, there, and everywhere.
Basically.
Yeah, and so if you're fast, you're a speedy potato.
Mhm.
I think in that first race you were maybe a boiled
middle.
potato, and if you're rubbish, you're a mashed potato.
Mhm.
So in qualifying, you were a mashed potato.
Mhm.
Is that something as a driver that you have to work on?
Definitely. I mean, track position, qualifying's everything, and I mean after pace, of course.
But is that now? And again, we're looking at the start of the pre-final. We'll cut back in and when we need to. But
plenty of time.
In terms of you as a driver, is that something that you're aware of? That at the moment, your ability to get track position within a very short space of time is something that you have to work on?
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely a key factor that I'm trying to improve.
Mm-hmm. But again, you have time to do it. Now, Arhan Qureshi, pass the microphone to Arhan Qureshi, who's alongside. Arhan, the microphone's on, so you were in front of your teammate. Connor was saying, well, I haven't really been in the awning, so I don't know whether there's going to be any help or whether the driver's just going to race it out. Are you aware that you have a teammate fighting for a championship? And does that affect the way that you race?
I mean, for me, it doesn't really matter if anyone's in the championship. I'm going to treat every racer like they're one another. But in this case, if it's my teammate, I might try and help them sometimes. But
As in, if you see Mitanj behind you, you maybe won't defend or block as much as you would do if it was somebody else, for the simple reason that Mitanj is going for a championship. Am I right, or is that?
Yeah, and it's for the lead.
Yeah.
You can let him through for the lead, and that trophy at the end of the day.
That nice big P1 trophy.
You know,
the smile on his face.
You can tell him now that you will, but I know what you're going to do this afternoon if that's the case.
Yeah, so if it's like the first lap and I'm leading and there's a gap behind, I'm not going to defend. But if it's on the last lap and he's behind me, I will defend.
Absolutely. Good answer. Correct answer. And Mitanj, you understand that. You understand that, don't you? And that's something that you accept, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It's his own race. It's got nothing to do with me, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really refreshing because, of course, the minute that you get to Formula One, every time, can you let me pass my teammate? I'm a little bit quicker. Or he overtook me and he shouldn't have. That's not the case. You understand that every man, woman and child for themselves, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you guys, does the team talk to you in those terms of working as a team, or are you very much left as an individual? Mitanj, I'll ask you first.
Well, it really depends on the situation that we're in. I mean, if we're nearby each other, of course, there'll be, some conversations here and there about working as a team and stuff like that. But otherwise, no, it's really just, we're teammates in theory, but we're just racing for ourselves, really.
Aaron, I'll ask you the same question. When I run a team, all I would say to my drivers is, go fast, don't crash into one another. Is that the Mumbai Falcons thing?
Exactly that.
I think it's the same everywhere.
And how often has that not worked? Because you're the field is so competitive, and there are sometimes 4 or 5 of you teammates in the same race. Incidents do happen. How do you cope with that coming back? Because, of course, the next race you have to be teammates again, whether you're friends or not.
I mean, probably we'll be a bit upset for the result, but before the race we'll definitely be, I think, just even again. Just talk it out a little, see what's going on.
Mitanj has just seen that the holding screen for this on YouTube was yourself, wasn't it? And again, the holding screen that went out on YouTube to advertise this program.
That goes everywhere. That's on Facebook,
that's
Instagram.
on everything.
You're on everything.
Now, as a driver, and of course that changes every round. When you look at that and you think, that's me, how does that make you feel? As a driver, as a person, as somebody who's racing with the support of their family, what does that do for you? Because you're 14, aren't you? Uh-huh. As a 14-year-old, you see yourself doing what you do. You go back to school, or if you're online school or international school, your classmates don't really have much of an idea of what you really do, but you can show them that, saying, look, that's what I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, it's like, oh, that's so cool. I'm on the front of the live stream, and yeah, a few people know in my school, but you know, it's like, it's a cool thing to have.
It's
not
cool.
like, yeah.
That's the term I'd use. It's very cool.
It is
Yeah,
cool
it
because
is.
it's not like, oh, I play football. Well, everyone knows what a football looks like.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I do karting, like at the fairground, or you know, that's
like
and that's
rental cards,
like-
you just show up, or like, no.
no, and that's the thing. Is I'm good at karting because I went to my indoor kart circuit and did a rental.
Yeah.
You've got to say, no. This is big boys. This is big boys and girls game.
While we have these two Mumbai Falcons with us, last weekend we raced on the different configuration here. Here we are. We're going to go straight from the final corner all the way to turn one flat out. Which is your preference? Did you like? I've got to say I loved watching you guys race on that track last week. I thought it added a little bit to it. From a driver's perspective, is there a preference, or do you just take it as it comes? Mitanj, you first.
I mean, personally, I really liked how, you know, we've changed the track a bit for once. You know, we've added a bit more to the first sector. It's really nice. But to be honest, it doesn't really make a huge difference. Like mentally, it's like, okay, new track, just learn it quickly and drive how you normally would.
Aaron, do you have a preference? Do you prefer last week's track, or do you like this one better?
I must say, last week's track was really, really good for racing because when you have the infield, first corner, second corner, really added a bit more variety. But for me, I'm a bit biased towards this track.
Because why?
I think Mitanj will know this. Some time ago, I'm not too sure when, it was Champions of the Future.
Yes.
And,
end of 2024.
Yeah, end of 25.
5, sorry. Yeah, which year are we in, course? Yeah.
And this race, I actually won it there, and then I also got P3 on the next day.
Okay, so this particular circuit configuration holds a very special memory for you. Yeah? Mitanj, she was sitting there pondering. What is the WhatsApp group that you always want to thank? Because at the end of an interview, whenever I interview one of you guys, you're like, oh, you've got to mention you should have thanked the WhatsApp group. What is the WhatsApp group, Ian? What is the WhatsApp group that we? But there's no bad words. What is it?
Mumbai shenanigans.
Mumbai shenanigans. There is plenty of Mumbai shenanigans that goes on. That's good. But you have a lot of, fun within the team, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
Is that you all want to win and be champions, but the fact that you come into the awning and you have fun and you have a laugh and you've got the WhatsApp group with the all the various shenanigans that goes on, does that make it even more fun to come karting? That even when the racing isn't going well and that you are literally pondering around in about 17th place, the fact that you can have fun with your mates makes it better?
Yeah, of course. It's a lot more fun when, you have teammates who are nice to be around, maybe a bad race here and there. You come back to the awning, everyone's smiling. It's great.
Yes, and until you get called a potato by Gaia. Yeah. Ian, quick question. Your older brother, Rayan, also races. How long until you're in the same class as Big Bro? Is that next year?
I hope it's next year.
Are you still got one more year in a junior?
I think so, because I'm 12 right now.
So you do have. Have you? So there's quite a big age difference. Have you ever raced against your brother, Rayan, at all, head to head in the same class? Have you been in the same class at the same time?
I have to go all the way back into when we were in rentals. We were at the bike kartrome, just scrapping in an SWS. I mean, we weren't really scrapping. I was driving, I saw him pass, and he went like 7 seconds ahead. So.
Okay, well, yeah. So that was as close as you got. Are you waiting to race your brother? Is that a key? Not that you want to wish away the years. You never want to do that because you've got potential chances to be a junior champion first. But are you thinking, I cannot wait to get up and race my bro head-to-head in seniors?
Definitely. I really want to race him. We tried doing endurance some time ago. That didn't really work out. So hopefully, next time.
Watch that, though. The minute you graduate to seniors, Ray, I'll go DD2.
Yeah. I really hope I can race him sometimes to show him how much better I am than him.
Well, that's very good. And I like the confidence. That's great. Right, we're getting set for the start of the pre-finals. You've got... Now, you're sat here. You've got Micromax, then Minimax, then it's your race. At what point are you get a ping from, you know, from the WhatsApp shenanigans, the Mumbai shenanigans, WhatsApp saying, oi, back to the awning, we got a race to go and run and prepare for?
I'm going to be very honest with you. We don't actually have any team members in the group chat.
Oh,
So
it's
really?
drivers only, is it?
Is that so you can like sort of whinge and moan about the team between yourselves?
I mean, each other.
Each other, yeah.
Whatever.
When you are, I love that. When you ask that question and Iron's holding the microphone,
anyway,
his eyes widened a little bit, and Mitanj, who's not holding the microphone, just started giggling. That says all you need to go. I imagine the little GIFs and memes and stickers that made up and go in that group are somewhat legendary.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
You maybe want to keep that on a 24-hour deletion. You know, you can delete after 24 hours.
What was that, sorry, Mitanj?
We do sometimes.
You do, I bet you do, yeah.
Yes.
It's called destruction of evidence. I think.
Being an ex-police officer like Joe is, it's called remove evidence as quickly as possible. Leave no face, no case.
Let's stop there before we get these kids in any more trouble.
As somebody that used to do a lot of graffiti art, I can say that. Yeah, no face, no case.
Guys, we really appreciate you popping in and seeing us. It's great insight. The viewers love it when you guys come in and it gives just that colour of the paddock of just what's going on. I have a saying that there's a soap opera within every awning. And there's certainly a soap opera going on in the Mumbai Falcons awning, isn't there? There definitely is. And we can tell that every time we come down there. It's a brilliant atmosphere. And we wish you all the very best. Mitanj, you've got a championship to claw back, haven't you, mate? I know it's a big ask, but, you're going to have to get your head right and get back in focus for that. Aaron, again, you're just going to go out there and have a great race, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're just going to enjoy it, aren't you? A big smile on his face.
I think Arhan Qureshi is the only driver I've ever interviewed that after his very first win, I said, how was it? He goes, well, there was a couple of Code Brown moments, you know, and that was his first winner's interview, where he said he looked behind him and he saw people closing in. Wasn't that right, Aryan?
Code Brown at 12 years old.
I know, it was great. He goes, I might need a new race suit, I think was the exact words.
Excellent stuff.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you, guys.
We'll give Nick his seat back. And then we're about to get going with our Micromax pre-final. We should really have a chat about that situation. And the situation, Henry, is quite simple.
Yep.
Is anybody going to beat Liam O'Hanlon? I know Adam El-Sheikh is going to try. I know Samar Chopra is going to try. And there's a few others in that list as well. But he's pretty cool, isn't he, at the moment?
He is very, very cool. And I said at the start of the heat race that, you know, Adam El-Sheikh can afford to be more aggressive than Liam because Liam has more to lose. But as a driver, I find sometimes when you drive at 95% because you're trying to conserve or you're thinking about something else, you're more likely to get caught up in incidents. You're more likely to make mistakes because when you're at 100%, that means there's 100% focus, 100%, you know, concentration on every single aspect of the driving. And that
when you start easing off,
when you start easing back, that's when little lapses can creep in.
Being at 9.5 tenths is kind of easier than running at 8 tenths.
Yeah,
I completely understand that. I've done that myself when you start making mistakes.
9.5 tenths, of course, is something familiar to Joe because that was just under what he was slower than me then, 9.5 tenths per lap.
Very good. You threw that
sorry.
With the handicap or the balance of performance, I was second per decade.
Actually, 9.5 tenths slower than you.
Can I make an observation?
Go ahead, Colin.
We're running slightly late, which makes me think there's been quite a lot of things for Ken to deal with at the end of that senior road tax heat. That's
well, yeah. And hello to Piers Pakenham. Sorry, Piers Pakenham Walsh, ex-driver, former mechanic of this parish. Piers Pakenham Walsh, who has raced for the UAE at the Grand Finals. Hello, glad you are watching. Piers, hope to see you back you are still in a paddock around. I haven't seen you. Are you back in Europe or where? Piers, let us know where you are at the moment and who you're working for, if you are indeed still working in karting, which of course you were last time I bumped into you about a year ago now, maybe 6 months ago. We've got karts on circuit, ladies and gentlemen. It's the start of the pre-finals. Here is your Micromax grid.
So Liam O'Hanlon is on the pole position for the pre-final, and Adam El-Sheikh is alongside. It's going to be a cracker. Samar Chopra is on that all-important inside line on the second row alongside Cameron Harvey. Amar Tabat had a great heat this morning. He's alongside Tadeusz Prochaska on row 3. Row 4 looks like this. It is Enzo Falzarano and Leo Reutemann. Thea Baroun and Alexander Feinstein on 5. Row 6 is Vaya Ponna and Hamad Al-Madaka. And then row 7, Adrian Fauer-Vignoli with Felix Sousa Jebjerg alongside. Youssef Al-Kayat petered out before the heat, so he will start and hopefully have a great time here in the pre-final and get going for his race weekend.
As the drivers come down now, our new camera angle, the heat haze is shimmering. You will be able to see the heat haze. Oh, Joe, is there an issue?
ACR 128, go Youssef.
Yes.
So ACR 128 here on the live stream, supporting young Youssef Al-Kayat. He was a really lovely kid to talk to.
He is. Adrian Fauer-Vignoli, I saw him when I was out just while Connor was in here commentating, and I just said, listen, you're going to have better tyres, and he sort of smiled after not making it past turn 1 in the heat race. But you will see the karts come out of the final corner. You will see the heat haze shimmering on the tarmac, which is hotter than at any other point in the last week. There is the shot with the Jabal Hafat mountain in the background. Here we go.
Red lights are on at the moment. They go out, and we are indeed racing. Liam O'Hanlon on the inside there, and slotting in behind him is Samar Chopra. We thought that was going to be the case there. So the two leading championship protagonists get off and into the lead as they're already heading towards turn 2 through the very deceivingly fast left-hander, immediately into the equally fast right-hander, and then onto that infield technical bit.
I think it was the JNKD car of Enzo Falzarano who got some serious airtime over the inside curb or the run down towards turn number 1. The Morris Knyoppers line of, you can't wear out your tyres if none of the wheels are on the tarmac. As we've got changes, Samar Chopra losing ground. So again,
I think that was going on to just missing his apex by literally centimetres. He found himself on the sand. He washed out completely, and he had 3 karts coming down his inside. Adam El-Sheikh, Cameron Harvey, and Amar Tabatza were there, like as they say, a rat up a drain.
Yes, and now this is going to be interesting. So Cameron Harvey, we know he's quick. Now we got to string together a good race. And by that, I mean doing exactly what he did there. Not see a nose cone come up his inside and go, oh, after you, sir. No, sometimes you see a nose cone, you've got to close the door. And he did that. That shows that the advice that Forbes Nickel and everyone else at the Synergy team are sort of trying to impress upon young Cameron Harvey is working. You have to sometimes slam the door, be aggressive, because, yes, there's a risk of an incident. However, that is the only way other drivers know they cannot just drive at the inside. I think that's only Cameron Harvey. He'll let us go. It's a painful lesson to learn sometimes. Cameron is learning it.
Well, we've got a lesson to learn for these two at the front here. The lesson to be learned is, when is Adam El-Sheikh going to make a move on Liam O'Hanlon? Oh, a little bit of turning oversteer from O'Hanlon there. Gathers it up, though, and will lead out of the final turn. Adam El-Sheikh, I feel, Henry, like he's playing a bit of a waiting game, as not far behind him, Cameron Harvey, Samar Chopra getting past Amar Tabatza, Enzo Falzarano, Thea Baroun, Tadeusz Prochaska, Vaya Ponna, and rounding off the top 10 with the fresher tyres, Adrian Fauer-Vignoli.
That angle, the camera angle coming off the final corner, one of the Motorscape karts. I wasn't sure if it was Alex Freienstein or Ahmed Al-Mudaka, just got absolutely sideways, just over the lip of the curb. The bottom of the cart sort of grounded out, which was a good save. Up at the front, Liam O'Hanlon. Is he defending? No. He's aware that it's not his main title rival directly behind him. Now he's pushing away. This time last lap, Cameron Harvey was right there. Here comes Adam El-Sheikh. Here's the potential first move. No.
Has a look, though, didn't he? But he didn't have the momentum to draw alongside. And on these Micromax cards, very little hard braking going into turn 13.
Dear. Exit stage left. Sorry, Joe. That's why we put the camera there. That's the number 17 top cart of Tayab Haroon has spun backwards. We've got a new leader, meanwhile.
Yeah. Adam El-Sheikh down the inside at turn 1. Liam O'Hanlon slots in behind. Now, the important question on Liam O'Hanlon's mind is whether or not does he have to overtake Adam El-Sheikh? He doesn't really. He's consolidating his championship. He was on the pole. He won the heat. He can sit there, really. However, Liam O'Hanlon doesn't really like sitting behind drivers, and Adam El-Sheikh doesn't like to be overtaken. So that's a recipe, isn't it? So here we go towards the final stage. Well, towards half distance, I should say. We're about to get into the final stages. When we cross the line, it'll be 4 laps completed, 4 laps to go.
Somewhere on this lap, Cameron Harvey has had a major moment and has dropped back. Now, yellow flags are waving. They pass the scene of the incident. Both drivers, you can see that Enzo Falzarano's kart went clean through the barriers. He is up and is walking away along with Tayab Haroon. Both drivers absolutely A-OK, which is the main thing. But you saw that, there was Tayab Haroon spun. I think Falzarano was caught on the outside, had nowhere to go. And, he planted his nose through the barriers there. The marshals very, very quick to get the carts out of harm's way. Good work there. Both drivers sat in a marshal post, bemoaning life's misfortunes, as you do when you're 8.
You're playing literally with centimetres here, and that's what we've got between first and second. These youngsters really do not look like they're the age they are. They look like pro racing drivers. Their racecraft that we see here in Micromax is just astounding here as O'Hanlon just gets onto that rear bumper of Adam El-Sheikh, almost touching at times. They do touch. It's nothing. There's no harm, no foul. It's part of the game that you've got to get onto that rear bumper and just touch as you go along the straight. They're not that close. I get the feeling with now 5 laps completed, 3 laps to go. That's quite a distance, and these two quite happy to follow a leader. The leader being Adam El-Sheikh at the moment.
And this is an instant replay of Sunday's final. El-Sheikh leading, O'Hanlon pushing. On that occasion, O'Hanlon just simply waited, picked one moment, made the move. It was a fantastic move as well to take the win. In the previous pre-final on the Sunday, where O'Hanlon was coming from the back of the grid, O'Hanlon made he didn't wait for 1 second. The minute he got onto the rear bumper of Adam El-Sheikh, he was inside, around the outside and gone. This is a points drive for Liam O'Hanlon. This is not a race winner be great. This is points. That's what he's thinking about, you can tell, but while still driving as fast as he can.
I'm not so sure, Henry. I'm not so sure. We've got 2 laps to go, and O'Hanlon absolutely glued and just following in the wheel tracks of Adam El-Sheikh. It's got that feel because he's not dropping away. He's sat there. Yes, they're both flat out. They're both optimising their lap, and Adam El-Sheikh absolutely cool as cucumber under pressure here from O'Hanlon. It's XL versus George Gibbons Motorsport, 2 very experienced teams here in the UAE RMC. And they will have given those 2 drivers absolutely optimised karts here to go racing in Micromax. And it's going to, I think, come down to the final lap of this race. O'Hanlon not really showing us any signs, though, that is the case.
Yeah, we just saw as the camera panned back through the turn 3, 4 and 5 complex there, we saw the fact that it's Samar Chopra and Amar Tabatsa in 3rd and 4th position. Then it's Tadeusz Prochatska, Alex Fryenstein, 5th and 6th, Adrian Forowignole, Vaibhav Ponna, Leo Reutmann, and Yusuf Al-Kayat. Great driver, Yusuf Al-Kayat, up into the top 10. But you can see there, the field quite spread out. 1 lap to go. Here's Liam O'Hanlon. He thinks, okay, time to pull the trigger to the inside. Now, El-Sheikh didn't defend, which means he's quick onto this part of the circuit, Joe.
Yes, that's just what I was about to say, Henry. It's kind of El-Sheikh didn't really have anything or didn't need to. What he needed to do was optimise and not lose his momentum by being overtaken. There's one thing you've got to learn how to overtake. You've also got to learn how to be overtaken without losing time. And El-Sheikh is right there. And he's right there on O'Hanlon's bumper at a time that he needs to be. Time and opportunity running low here as O'Hanlon defends slightly through the turns 11 and 12. And now it's the drag race. O'Hanlon positions the car down the middle. Adam El-Sheikh's going to be struggling to get around him around the outside as a defensive line here. They're almost side by side into the final turn, but it's going to be O'Hanlon who played the waiting game, Henry, and will cross the line to take the pre-final in first place.
Yep, and El-Sheikh did try, but again, and credit to Adam El-Sheikh. You know, there was a fraction of a second as they came out of turn 13 into turn 14 where, you know, El-Sheikh thought, do I dive up the inside? And then thought, actually, the chances of success are very small,
Certainly.
and therefore I could. And here's a look at the cartshop.me replay.
Yeah, this is the move, isn't it? And he played the waiting game here, O'Hanlon, and that's what I thought I could detect in that body language. If he just sat on the rear bumper and he followed him round for I don't know how many laps there, about 4 or 5, wasn't it?
Just learning.
And maybe, and he'd learnt that, you know, going into that first turn was where the opportunity arose. Liam O'Hanlon then takes the win. Adam El-Sheikh second, Samar Chopra third, Amar Tabatsa fourth, Alexander Feinstein fifth, Tadeusz Prochaska was sixth. In seventh place, we had Adrian Farah Vignoli with Vaya Ponna eighth. Leo Reutemann was ninth with Cameron Harvey 10th. Yusuf Al-Kayat in 11th. And Felix Souza Jebjerg in 12th. 13th was Ahmed Al-Madaka. And then we lost Enzo Falzarano and Tayyab Haroun at that last corner incident there on lap 3.
I'm not quite sure. The Leo Reutemann interview, does that go out in today's paddock show or tomorrow's? I have to say,
he forgot the piece of paper yesterday.
I think it's today.
Well, it's worth.
think it's today.
But if you've got to watch today's paddock show
please
anyway.
Don't peek behind the curtain. There are things that may or may not have been quite accurately brilliant yesterday. I was working on I was working about 60% capacity maximum.
You haven't been well, have you?
No,
you haven't been well.
I've had very bad food poisoning.
I will say though, if you want a little snapshot of the joy that these young kids experience whilst karting, look at the smile on Leo Reutemann's face. He does not stop grinning throughout the interview. He's just so happy to be in a kart, in this paddock, with his friends at CRG Middle East. It's such a refreshing attitude, and across the paddock here.
We are guilty as well of forgetting that this is a hobby sport. I mean, perhaps not so much at a national level like the UAE RMC, but certainly when you come into this sport, it's an entry-level form of motorsport. It's not about spending thousands of dollars on the way to Formula One.
No,
it's about enjoyment. It's about enjoying the racing. It's about forming friends and relationships. And I am still mates with people who I first met in those very first karting paddocks.
Yeah,
100 years ago.
Because why? Because you've got something in common. Because you've got a love for this sport, the motorsport in general, karting in particular, and yeah. Sometimes when the pressure is on, and obviously every young driver has dreams, ambitions, they're very different, but sometimes the pressure sort of gets on top of these drivers.
There's an intensity, isn't there, that we kind of thrive on.
But
racing's intense, the on-track intense. There's none more intense a time, Nick, if you show us the collecting area there, because I just want to talk about that is the most intense time of any race.
Well, that's what Conor and I was saying.
As well.
This is where, as you're looking at the Minimax drivers, okay, that's where the butterflies are for me.
Yes, absolutely.
That was where you felt most nervous. That's where if there was pressure, if there was a championship, and I know I keep banging on about it, but I remember the day I won my club championship, that time before the final, because it was really close between myself and my nearest rival. It came down to the last race. I felt sick by that point.
You winning that championship, you've lived off that for 40 years now.
Yeah. And,
you know
but I can still relate.
40 years.
But I can still relate to because it is. In my limited career, before I ran out of budget and talent, pretty much at the same time.
Budget came first, I would imagine.
Yeah. Budget came first. But you do recall what those feelings like, because there is nothing like it. And I was speaking to Leo Schutzman out there, and he was saying that he did a test session here, and he said there were 4 laps that he did identical lap times to the 1,000th.
Wow.
He said he had that tunnel vision moment. He said the data traces from the Unipro were identical for 4 consecutive laps. He says he can't remember those laps. He said there's no other sport that gives you that feeling, that intensity, and as a result, you remember. I mean, I played football, I played rugby. Can I remember, each game of football and rugby I played? Of course not. Do I remember virtually every race I participated in? Yes. Why?
I'm with you, Henry.
Because there's that intensity level that no other sport could give you.
I can give you
maybe bullfighting.
I'm not going to give you a detailed description of a race I did in 1989
at Chasewater or Feltham or Langback.
At Felton.
Yep, Felton.
Where but I can still see it in my mind's eye. There's probably been a bit of sort of distortion, I would have thought, over the years in my head, thinking that's what happened. But fundamentally, the story is still there, and there's many, many stories. I remember, I raced between Felton, Langbar, which is now Teesside, and Rowra, and then we had Rowra.
Never heard of it.
In Cumbria.
Oh,
and we went, and then we would do, when we got involved in the national series and going off to other climbs and going off to Europe, racing at Le Mans, racing at, what's that one near Le Mans? Laval. And, being in it's all about the van, it's all about driving there, it's all about that whole experience, isn't it? This is a great sport to be in, a fabulous sport to be in. It's all about the off-track as much as you mean. Felton, Guy Sheffield, our series organizer, he says, you mean Spitfire karting. What's that mean?
That because
you mean back in the 40s?
I imagine, yeah, there's... it's who... Now, the author, the name of the author is a very famous author. He said there are only 3 sports.
That's right, I remember that.
Motor racing, mountaineering, and bullfighting. All the rest are merely games. It was the guy that lived in Miami, down in the Florida Keys with lots of cats, whose name escapes me. Who was the author?
This is 3 old men trying to remember a name.
It's a renowned
Old Man of the Sea.
He's a renowned, not Ian Fleming, not a renowned author of
who, in the live chat, or even a parent, come and help us. Who's what more about? Who coined the phrase, there are only 3 sports, motor racing, mountaineering, and bullfighting?
He wore a hat.
All the rest are merely games. He had lots of cats, and he had a house, which I've been to, in Key West, Florida, and I will get the quote, and we will find out who it is. I'm going to kick myself when I do not remember the name of the author.
Ernest Hemingway.
Ernest Hemingway, that's the one.
That was which celebrities lived in Key West? There we go, Ernest Hemingway. Finally.
Yeah, and that is why you remember each race more than you remember each game of tennis or because there is that intensity.
Well, it's pretty intense. It's an intense sport, and cover your ears, mums. It's also a dangerous sport.
Well, absolutely.
You're going very fast. Yeah,
My main memory of Tilbury is being taken away in the ambulance from Tilbury.
It's not a good advert, Nick. The ambulance was one of those things with the bell going.
Well, basically, yeah, it was. The biggest problem was I had a dislocated shoulder. The ambulance had no suspension, which is not a great combination.
Yes, it wasn't one of the old green ladies that they bring out every once in a while.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, here we go. There's going to be a kart race on circuit very soon. The clear grid sign has been waved. Minimax. The title fight to end all title fights in this year's UAE RMC takes to the track. Your starting lineup is as follows.
Benjamin Krachkovich on the pole position from last weekend's race winner Oliver Butchard. Second row of the grid, Austin Gray. Championship protagonist LBJ Stubbs alongside. Kurt Ivanov had a great couple of weekends, hasn't he? He's on row 3 with Ahmed Faisal Maina. On the 4th row, Adam Fleury with Francesco Lisnioli alongside. We've then got Biko Pajamaki and Max Payton on row 5. Row 6 is Mohamed Mubarak and Sebastian Storer. And then behind them, the final row of the grid, 7th and final row for Vivian Chauhan and Aaron Essan. rounding off a 14-kart Minimax field. This is the closest championship finals this weekend here in Minimax.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, that's the all-plate holder.
What has gone wrong there?
That's Lisnioli falling out of place there, and I'm not sure why, Henry.
Because
they're not quite at the red line, so that's acceptable.
What happened was the CRG, the number 154 kart, just sort of very quickly had to come to a standstill. The kart slid. It was Mohamed Mubarak slid into Lisignoli, forcing Lisignoli off the track. Lisignoli was able to get back in.
And it looks like they're all formed up as they come through the final turn and on towards the starting area. The red lights are on. It's Karachkovic and Butchard. Behind Karachkovic is his teammate Austin Gray on that advantageous left-hand side of the grid, and it's the two JNKD karts that get off and into the front. Butchard absolutely hung out to dry around the outside. I don't know where he's gone. 4th place, is it?
Yeah, he was able to survive in 4th place and scramble back on line behind Kier Ivanov, who runs in P3. But it's a perfect start for Austin Gray and Benjamin Karachkovic. Now, JNKD control Karachkovic's destiny in this race. And I'm looking back at where LBJ Stubbs is, and the answer is he's 12th. So Stubbs and Lisignoli have had a terrible start from P4 to P12. But
it's on the outside again, isn't it?
Now we are going to see the metal that LBJ Stubbs is made of, because we talked about when he was in a Bambino, when he had Jade Edwards here to come and help him along. He is a very, very different driver from that day to this.
Well, he's got some progress to make as LBJ goes from 12th to 11th across the line. But that young man at the front of this field, Benjamin Krachkovic for JNKD, his teammate Austin Gray in 2nd place there. They're kind of spaced out, but who's this coming? The green helmet of the Mumbai Falcons driver Oliver Butchart is coming, and last weekend he was quite unbeatable last weekend, and already making a move on Austin Gray that hasn't quite come off there.
Nope.
Turn 9.
Looking at Adam Fleury running in 5th position, there's a very large dent in the front of Adam's Tony Kart nose cone. Karachkovic is away at the front. 2nd place is now Butchard. 3rd, Ivanov. 4th, Austin Gray. While you were speaking there, Joe, I was looking at LBJ Stubbs. For Liam O'Hanlon in last Sunday's pre-final, read LBJ Stubbs in today's pre-final. Stubbs looks like he is on an absolute mission after a terrible start. The problem that LBJ has at the moment is that he's already gone from 12th to 8th, so that's 4 places in 1 lap. He's got 0.8 of a second to catch the next driver in line. He's not in the lead camera frame at the moment. He will be very, very soon. There he goes.
Just want to say hello to UK Hotbiz. Are these karts petrol or electric? They look fast. Well, this is the UAE RMC. These are all Rotax Max engines, the 125cc water-cooled petrol engine on these karts, heavily restricted for the age group. This is the Minimax class. You'll later on see Junior Max. You've just seen Microax, which are even more restricted for the younger drivers. And then you'll get a gearbox, 2-ratio gearbox kart in DD2s. As down the inside has gone the 177 of Austin Gray, who regains and rejoins where he should be, or where he feels he should be, and that's the top 3. Let's have a look at the replay, the cartshop.me replay. Textbook move that, isn't it, Henry?
Yep, and again, Kier Ivanov leaving Austin Gray racing room, thinking this is lap 3 out of 9, plenty of time. Remember last time when I said LBJ Stubbs isn't quite in the lead camera frame just yet because he's 0.8 of a second behind the nearest driver in front of him. Fast forward 1 lap, that 0.8 of a second is now 0.008 of a second. Stubbs is about to catch, pass and put to the sword Ahmed Faisal Al-Maina and Vico Payamaki. In fact, he's already
passed
passed.
Yeah.
There goes Stubbs. He's now got Payamaki in the number 169 George Gibbons Motorsport car next in line. And then he's got a little gap up to Adam Fleury. And then it's these 3 drivers for LBJ Stubbs, and he's still got time.
This is a shame for LBJ Stubbs, who came into this final weekend in championship contention. This has not done his championship any good whatsoever. and just exacerbated by Benjamin Krajkovic having such a competitive run here. He's really the driver to beat. He was a little bit off colour last weekend. However, he's come even stronger this weekend as Krajkovic. And great interview, by the way, with Henry for the Paddock Show coming up at lunchtime. And a really determined youngster who last year, at this time of the season, came into this final weekend, points down for the Micromax Championship. He's our current UAE RMC Micromax champion. Therefore, he then represented the UAE at the World Finals last November. He's on course, dare I say it, Henry, to be representing the UAE this time in the Minimax class.
Yeah, potentially. LBJ Stubbs, though, is not finished yet. This will go down to the wire. And we've seen all season how fortunes can change in the blink of an eye, in the space of one corner. Let's just look at the senior Rotax heat not less than an hour ago. How fortunes can change in the blink of an eye. LBJ Stubbs has now passed Vico Payamaki. He is 0.2 of a second behind Adam Fleury. It depends on how these two drivers, Butchard and Gray, second and third, if they start battling, that will bring Kia Ivanov into play. And if those three battle, then LBJ Stubbs has a chance of gaining another couple of places. At the moment, Stubbs is about to pass Adam Fleury.
Yeah, he's I tell you who he's bringing with him. Francesco Lisnioli has joined onto the rear bumper of LBJ. As we continue to watch this battle for second and third, we'll keep a wary eye on the progress of LBJ Stubbs, who I can tell you has moved up another place past Adam Fleury. He's now got Kurt Ivanov, who's the driver behind these two. There's Ivanov. And then just coming into the picture, the pink livery of the Sam Pollock racing cart is now got clear air. As down the inside has gone Austin Gray on Oliver Butchard to make it a JNKD 1-2 at the front.
And this is where, so LBJ Stubbs, he may have been a little bit frustrated at the fact that Austin Gray passed him on the last lap of the heat race. This is where now Austin Gray could maybe do Albie, his off-track friend, a favour, because he's now moved ahead of Butchard. Butchard can fight back. The gap, we're on lap 7 out of 9. Look at the gap in the timing and scoring pile on the right-hand side of your screen. 2 seconds, Austin Gray plus 1.8 seconds behind Krajkovic, LBJ Stubbs plus 4.3. That means that there is 2.5 seconds between that number 177 cart of Austin Gray and the number 196 of LBJ Stubbs. 2.5 seconds. It can close up within a couple of corners, depending on Gray and how Gray and Butchard race. LBJ Stubbs has just done his personal best lap of the race, a 60.3, faster than the race leader.
Well, we'll see. It's a big ask, isn't it? And he's got to get past Kurt Ivanov. And for the last 2 weekends, Kurt Ivanov has absolutely switched himself and his kart on. He's run by his dad, really. NI Racing is the team name, but it's his dad, Vladimir, who is running Ivanov. And he showed massive pace here. So it's going to be a big ask for LBJ to catch him. The gap between LBJ Stubbs and Kurt Ivanov at the moment is 1.5 seconds. We'll keep an eye on the timing screen for that. As this battle for second here begins to heat up, when they've completed this lap, they are going to be going into their final lap. And you saw the turning oversteer there from Austin Gray, who gathers it up there. Didn't cost him any time, though. And time opportunities now down to 1 lap of racing for Oliver Butchard to get by Austin Gray, who defends into turn 1.
Behind these two, I think this has come a little bit too late for LBJ Stubbs, I have to say. However, Stubbs has just a lap ago, Stubbs was just passing Adam Fleury. You fast forward 1,500 metres, and there's about 50 kart lengths between Stubbs and Fleury. Stubbs is absolutely flying. Do you know what? He's there. He was a lap and a half ago. Stubbs was 2.5 seconds behind Austin Gray. He's going to finish this race within 1 second of Austin Gray. Krajkovic is going to take the win. We don't know who's going to be second. Gray has it. Butchard wants it.
Butchards keep telling Austin Gray, just get on with it. Just get on with it. Let's not cost each other time. Is he going to have a go? as Krajkovic crosses the line in front of them there. There's Benjamin there at the front of the field, the now gold and white livery of JNKD. It's a JNKD 1-2 with Austin Gray second, and then Butchard finishes in third. But Albie Stubbs...
He gets Kiri. How
did he do that?
Wow.
How did he do that?
Willpower.
That's got to be...
Did he not do the last sector?
Was it a mistake from Ivanov? That
I
don't know. I don't want to speculate too much.
I mean, Stubbs was coming in a hurry. That was a fighting drive. From 12th to 4th in a Minimax race where nobody was really tripping over each other and battling. LBJ Stubbs, you can see that, Karachkovic, Gray, Butchard, Stubbs, Ivanov, and Lisignoli. LBJ Stubbs gained 8 places, pure pace alone, after the start, without the aid of other drivers slowing themselves down. Now, he was frustrated at the end of lap 1. That is how you put frustration, as we look at Vico Payamaki, 7th, Adam Fleury, Ahmed Faisal Al Maina, Max Payton, Arhin Eshan, Sebastian Storer, and then Mohamed Mubarak, and sadly Vivan Chowan retired. That is how you put frustration to good use. Isn't that right? Because Nick, we do, but yes, you used to race as a driver.
I was often frustrated by my inabilities.
But I mean, frustration can play out in a number of different ways. It can be both a positive and a negative, can't it?
Yes.
You can take your frustration out on your equipment and drive on the limit, or you can get frustrated and drive slightly over the limit.
Yeah, I think it absolutely plays both ways. It's a situation where you can use it as a motivator, or it can just collapse you mentally, and therefore you feel the world's against you, and every minor problem after that becomes worse. And it's pretty obvious. Something obviously happened between Stubbs and Lisignoli going into turn 1 or through turn 1, and you have to come back from that. And these guys, despite only being 10, are still very, very experienced in that.
Very experienced, and so we saw Stubbs getting frustrated at the end of the heat race, and then got even more frustrated at the end of lap number 1. Did that defeat him? No. He came back and absolutely blitzed his way through the field. Well, Benjamin Karachkovic has chosen a very, very good day to keep everything.
It's a good day to be on form.
It's a good day to be on form.
Not that was ever a bad day to be on form.
But
certainly when you're getting into this sort of high pressure final weekend of the event.
If you're going to peak, this is a good weekend to be Dante's peak. Speaking of peak, behind the circuit here at Al Ain Raceway,
you just thrown in the mention of a rather bad volcano movie.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I was more about not the volcano per se, but the mountain that the volcano.
Right.
During the course of the week, we went up. That is the Jabal Hafet mountain.
Big mountain.
Behind the circuit, that is, if you come here, ladies and gentlemen, whether you are thinking of racing in next year's UAE RMC or simply coming to Al Ain and taking in there's some wonderful hotels here that we stay in and we visit. If you come here, the Jabal Hafid mountain range, it's a stunning drive. It is a very beautiful part of this world.
If you have a motorcycle, I advise you go up it.
If you have
without a pillion.
If you have a motorcycle, I would advise to, number 1, get travel insurance before you drive up it, because it's a fantastic drive.
I quite liked it. You had quite a solid barrier on it. Worst comes to worst, you're going to hurt the motorcycle. You weren't going to fall off down the side of a 1,000-meter building.
No. But I mean, this is. I mean, and there are UAE flags flying all around the paddock. It is a Al Ain Raceway on the very tip of the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, right next to the Oman border.
Well, we can see various parts of the border, can't we?
Yeah, and it is. You think it's beautiful, but because it's desertous, it's desertous. It's mountainous and desert. But it is stunningly beautiful when you drive up that mountain. I would thoroughly recommend.
There's a hotel halfway up there.
There is
quite
a
close
hotel, and we're now looking at we're getting fan clubs here. Arhan Qureshi has come in here and has absolutely blitzed an interview. Big brother Rayan is now thinking, do I ever go? Do I come in?
Who knows?
Aryan is there going, I want to thank my brother, even though he annoys me greatly.
That's fair enough.
And that's little bro, speaking about big bro.
And that is the Mumbai Falcons driver coach,
That is Gaia herself.
So, yes,
the Minimax about who's...
right, okay,
Gaia,
so that could... Gaia could...
tell you what,
give us a lot of insight.
I know we're not favouring the Mumbai Falcons. Please don't think that.
No, make
but
yourself available at the.
So Gaia and Rayan Qureshi are going to come in and are going to give us a different perspective. And again, please don't think we're favouring the Mumbai Falcons. It's just the ones that are here. So we can now talk to a senior driver and a driver coach.
No, we're going to talk to you.
So
it's your. Grab the mic.
Grab the mic there. Rayan, you come and sit down by here. We're going to just have a little chat with you because, of course, there's driver coaching.
I'm going to stand up.
And there's senior racing as well. So I tell you what,
it's your job, Gaia, isn't it? Yeah. Your job is to keep all of these kids, because they are kids after all, in check, focused. How do you do that?
Well, I mainly work with the minis. And with them, it's like...
That's an even harder job then.
Yeah, I mean, with the juniors and seniors, they can still understand when you're, like, yelling at them or scolding them sometimes. But, like, with the minis, it's, they're, like, 8 to 10 years old, right? So it's, like, for them, you always have to... Yes, you have to tell them what they did wrong, but you can't, like, ruin their motivation almost. It's, like, for us to get upset at themselves, and they're like, why isn't this working, blah, blah, blah. It's always a balance, no?
Great. Feel free to stay put, but we've got a race. Hang around. It's a junior race, which I'm pretty sure you can. You guys are interested in. Here is the grid. Pia Abu Diwan, great heat earlier on for M&M Matthias Nijem Motorsport. Ray Harbour for XL alongside. Aaron Qureshi and Jaden Hidding are on 2. Row 3 is Harrison Stevens and Mitanj Jain. Row 4 is Henry King and Giuseppe Montanari. Floris Schenkenberg and Faris Arun are on row 5. Row 6 is Savali Kogai and Paul Schutzman. Row 7, Gabriel Baracodi, Batista Gustin. Then we've got Keber Kidwai, Aaron Mason, Veer Chopra, Romy Sabali. And rounding off a 10-row grid is Rafael Gazagati and Mohamed Faraz. That's our 20 carts.
Yes, but we have 21 on the list, which means that somebody is not out there. I will try and find out who is missing. We'll worry about that as they head down. Oh, somebody is stopping. One of the M&M carts is stopping on the track. Who is that? That isn't our championship leader. It can't be our championship leader, can it? No, our championship leader is still there. Interesting as they come into the tram lines. We look up and and look at that in the middle there, 3 wide. That's an awful start, and it's not a start. That is a false start. Who is stuck on the outlap? So 21 drivers. I'm going to quickly go through the list here.
I'll get me binoculars. Actually, it's is it?
We've got Kabir Kidwai is out there. Romy Sabali.
I can't see the number yet.
She is out there. Ray Haber is...
It's one of the smaller M&M drivers, smaller in height, I mean.
It's not Veer Chopra. It's not Harrison Stevens because he's a tall M&M driver. Oh, it's not Pierre Abu Diwan. It is Pierre Abu Diwan.
It is our pole sitter.
Oh my goodness!
He's of course it is. Instead of looking out the window, he should have been looking at the TV screen because there he is. There he isn't, I should say. Pierre Abu Diwan, who ground to a halt there on the back straight here. The grid will reform with Ray Harbour, Aaron Qureshi, Jaden Hidding, Harrison Stevens, Mitanj Jain now taking up their grid positions with the pole sitter completely missing from that front row of the grid. Drama as ever here in the RMC of the UAE.
And Johansa Senanayake is also missing. He's missing from the grid. I wonder if there's been an exclusion somewhere that we don't know about. Senaniyake is not out there. We're down to 19, minus the pole sitter from this morning. Ray Haber takes the lead into turn number 1. The drama keeps on unfolding. So we talked about the Lebanese cedar tree. Well, the cedar tree on the lapels of Pierre Aboudiwan's race suit have wilted in the sunshine, and they're going to need watering before the final, that is for certain. But it's Haber, Qureshi to the inside. After his stint in the commentary box, Qureshi and Mitan Jain are now flying towards the front.
Well, that scenario that we ran by them of Mitan Jain, Mitan Jain's got to get past Ray Haber. And Ray Haber is not going to allow that to happen very easily. In fact, Haber's staying there right on the bumper of Qureshi. Challenges, no, because Qureshi is already defending on lap 1 here. He'd get away with it on lap 1. He can't keep that up for the whole race, though, can he?
Well, it's going to be a mighty difficult if he does. However, here comes Ray Haber to the inside. XL Motorsport kart number 214, new leader. And Mitan Jain will be thinking to himself, right, come on, keep battling, because I'm at the head of the next freight train that is closing in on these two. He's got Hidding directly behind him. What has Jaden learned?
That is 5 carts. Mitan Jain, Jaden Hidding, Harrison Stevens, Faris Haroon, and I think is that Henry King just latching on the back. 5 carts
yes.
Behind these. There it is. That's that 5-car train who, if we see them working together, and we are, they're not going to squabble. They're not going to try and overtake one another. They will invariably catch Ray Haber and Aaron Qureshi within, say another half a lap or a lap. We're going to have soon. Oh, and there they go. They spoil that just behind. They start squabbling, and these two will then increase their lead, no question.
Yeah, Jaden Hidding in the number 229 George Gibbons Motorsport kart. He is not a title contender, so he's thinking, well, I'm going to go for 3rd position, and that's that. Now, Hidding, in the heat race, Jaden Hidding, I think he got his tactics slightly wrong on the final lap. As Conor Clancy was saying, he wasn't aggressive enough at the start of the lap, trying to take the win away from Pierre Aboudiwan, and as a result, he ended up getting passed by 3 drivers on the final lap. So Hidding's thinking, well, I've got to be more aggressive. I'm going. He's up into 3rd position, and as you can see on that camera angle, pulling away from Mitan Jain, from Harrison Stevens, from the Emirati Express, and from Henry King. Paul Schutzman is up at 8th ahead of Gabriele Barracordi and Giuseppe Montanari, rounding out your top 10. Here are your 2 leaders. Ray Haber looking so comfortable leading this race, and it boils down to a confidence boosting weekend last weekend here. He needed that because the time that he was here before then, he ended up leaving in an ambulance with a fractured shoulder. And
he's not that comfortable though, because Aaron Qureshi has spoilt the comfort of leading this race. Qureshi down the inside at turn 1, but Haber's not done yet, recovering, as you say, from that slight injury that he encountered. He was absolutely on outstanding form last weekend. That's continuing though, isn't it? As Qureshi now with we're still 2 laps away from half distance. There is plenty of this to get on with, and Jaden Hidding is coming. The George Gibbons Motorsport driver is coming in 3rd place, and if these two at the front continue to swap and change, it's going to soon be a 3-car battle.
Mitan Jain, out of camera shot, has fallen back. He's fallen back to about 7th position, just in front of his title rival, Via Chopra. And I don't know, because Mitanj was leading the charge. He got passed by Jaden Hidding, maybe got knocked out of his rhythm. Oh, the 297 at Giuseppe Montanari runs wide, just in front of the commentary position here. But we're looking at
he's gone from 9th, and he's gone from 9th to 15th in that one incident.
Montanari. The title protagonists, Mitan Jain and Via Chopra, 8th and 9th. Chopra will be looking at maybe dropping this score, but Mitan Jain is not capitalising on the fact that Via Chopra is he's not coming over the hill. He's probably stuck climbing up the hill at the moment. Is Via Chopra?
He's not making any grounds whatsoever as the top 3 begin to space out. Perhaps the most we've seen them space out here in the pre-final. Aaron Qureshi, Ray Haber, Jaden Hidding getting on terms as they close together behind them. 4th, 5th and 6th have a little bit of a contretemps there coming into the penultimate corner, but it's very much Aaron Qureshi from the Mumbai Falcons team, from XL's Ray Harbour and Jaden Hidding. Isn't it great to see the competitiveness?
Yep.
3 teams being represented at the front of the Junior Max field. Phenomenal. Mumbai Falcons, XL and GGM, George Gibbons Motorsport.
Yeah, now I believe it's an OTK kart that is powering the Mumbai Falcons and XL Motorsport. It's a Kart Republic that is beneath Jaden Hidding. So again, 2 different chassis manufacturers as well. Hidding is closing in. Hidding, well, he allowed Haber to get the better of him in the last corner of the heat race. He has to right that wrong. No, I mean, it wasn't wrong that Ray Haber made the move. No, in Jade Hidding's eyes, he made the mistake that allowed Haber to make the move that got Haber a great result. Now, Hidding, what have you learned in the space of 1 debrief, 1 race, 1 data review? The 3 of them come out there, 4th, 5th and 6th. Haris Faris, Henry King and Harrison Stevens are 4th, 5th and 6th. The Emirati Express for Yas Heat Racing is now P4. The gap 2.7 seconds between these 3 and the 4th place car. That can change quickly as we run lap 7 out of 10.
This is great stuff going towards the final 3 laps of this pre-final. Aaron Qureshi leads, Ray Harbour second, Ray Harbour third, or is he? No, he hangs on to second here as he had a massive challenge there from Jaden Hidding. Jaden showing him the cards in his hand, I should say, into turn 11 and 12 now. And can Hidding challenge again? This is allowing Qureshi, this is playing lovely into Qureshi's hands as once again, down the inside, this time he makes it happen. And he stays there in second place through the final turn then. And if these 2 now continue this squabble, that's going to allow Aaron Qureshi to move even further away, and already defensive driving there from Jaden Hidding.
I think Aaron Qureshi, here's your kartshop.me replay, Hidding to the inside, and Ray Haber looked over his shoulder, he knew the move was incoming, decided, okay, Ray Haber, I've got a better chance of a better result by letting Jaden Hidding go, because look at the way you said that Aaron Qureshi will be thinking, oh, this is great, I can pull away. I think Aaron Qureshi would have preferred that battle to carry on for another lap or 2, because Hidding is on his way.
This is not Formula One. When somebody moves down your inside, you don't crash into them. You can't do anything about it because he's making the overtake.
Hidding is...
Ray Harbour, he said, you know what, all I've got to do now is try and get back past Jaden Hidding, who is now on the rear bumper with 8 laps completed. We're on the penultimate lap, and already a challenge for the lead down the inside for Hidding on Qureshi. Qureshi's coming back, but Hidding has to defend massively. Now, what's going to happen here, Henry? Top 3 are soon going to be joined by 4th, 5th and 6th, who are not that far away. Faris Haroun taking up the charge in 4th.
I think 2nd and 3rd might be joined by Faris Haroun. Jaden Hidding, well, I would love to know, because Hidding was so aggressive into turn number 1. He wasn't aggressive enough in the last race when he needed to be. I want to know, did Jaden Hidding watch the replay of the heat race on the live stream? What did his driver coach say? Because what Connor Clancy said Jaden Hidding did wrong in the last race, and what I agree with Connor, Jaden Hidding just executed perfectly on this occasion. Now he's up at the front. I think Qureshi with his head down. I was going to say, I don't think Jaden Hidding's going to lose this. I mean,
hang on.
Qureshi has something to say about it, but this looks good for Jaden Hidding.
Steady, Henry.
What's he learned?
Final lap, Qureshi is right on the bumper of Hidding. He's gotten free. He's broken free a little. I say free. He's not really free of Ray Harbour. Ray Harbour's going to be there. If these 2 first and second place karts trip over one another, that blue and white XL kart is going to be right there to catch the crumbs off the table. Here we go, though. Jaden Hidding. Jaden Hidding's got pace on this final third of the lap, it seems, because this is where he pulls a cushion. And if there is anywhere on this track where you need to have a cushion, it's right here going into the final 2 turns. Turn 13 coming up now.
Love that from Hidding. A quick look over his shoulder and then heads his head down and said, right, come on, push. Jaden Hidding learns from his mistakes. Really, really strong drive and a well-deserved win from Jaden Hidding. I know, again, Jaden's mum was saying, look, he's still young. You know, he might be 6'12", but he is still young. He is growing up mentally all the time, because that was a very, very strong, mature drive.
Here is the Karchop.me replay there, and that over the bump. And then as they go onto the brakes, it's a very, very gradual brake into turn one. And it's kind of like you can carry a lot of speed into turn one. And it's that braking area is just, that braking zone is such a long piece of racetrack as you're braking and turning at the same time. But there it is. There's the result of the Junior Max pre-final, and it is indeed George Gibbons Motorsports, Jaden Hidding, who took the win from Aaron Qureshi. Ray Harbour was third. Faris Haroun, another drive through the field from Faris to get there in contention. He's got to be a factor in the final. Got to be. Fifth place was Harrison Stevens. Sixth place was Henry King. In seventh is Mitanj Jain, with Via Chopra finishing just behind him. Paul Schutzman finishes ninth there after a drive through the field. Savelli Kogai, not really where he was this time last weekend, but finishing in the top 10, albeit. Giuseppe Montanari, with that off-track excursion, recovers to 11th. Gabriel Barracordi in 12th. And then in 13th place, we've got Baptiste Augustin, Rafael Zagati in 14th. Kabir Kidwai is next up in 15th. 16th was Romy Sabali, with Mohamed Fares and Floris Schenkenberg next. In fact, Schenkenberg was the first of our non-finishers there. That went out at lap 5 with Aaron Mason also. Call me a detective, that might be a clue. Those drivers both going out at the same lap. And then, of course, perhaps the biggest tragedy of that pre-final was pole sitter Pierre Abu Dewan. There it is.
Yes.
Now that is Schenkenberg and Aaron Mason. That's Aaron Mason on the blue and white cart. The red and white cart is Floris Schenkenberg.
You surmised that though the two retirements may be connected, they don't call you Joe Bradley Poirot for nothing.
It's CSI Alain.
CSI Alain. You were saying about Pierre Abu Diwan is sat back in his cart. There are two officials helping him. I wonder if that cart left the circuit, left the grid with something not quite connected, or something that worked loose.
If that cart fires,
and it
has fired. It has fired. That to me indicates that we may have lost that.
Fuel pipe. Potentially.
Usually an oiling up on the rolling lap, isn't it?
Spark plug maybe going bad.
Well, spark plug being coated in two-stroke lubricant, which is part of the fuel, of course. So it's a bit of a balancing act on these carts.
And of course, he looks down. He gets his. Do you know what? Even remembers. And there's another one, Floris Schenkenberg. Yep, I'm okay. Aaron Mason's like, I quite like a ride in the truck. And Pierre Abu Diwan, who even, and this is something that as his mum Cynthia is watching, his dad Mark is watching, Pierre Abu Diwan, he puts his gloves back on before he even, again, the kids, imagine how heartbroken he is. We have just retired before the start of a race that we have earned pole position from, and yet he knows if I drive back to the pit lane without my gloves on, then that will upset our race director, because it's not safe and it's against the rules. So he puts his gloves back on to crawl 2 corners back to the pits. Fair play. Again, it shows just how intelligent, how mature these young men and women are.
Yeah, how they're always thinking as the 3 retirements come in. Pierre Abu Dewan from pole position as well, just petering out on the rolling lap. He will be there. That's gonna put him down the grid somewhat for the final. The final coming up later this afternoon. We've got 2 more pre-finals to get through. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters on the same grid, of course, coming next, followed by the Senior Max pre-final. We've then got our lunch break, where we're going to bring you the Paddock Show that we recorded yesterday.
It's a slightly extended lunch break as well.
It's a slightly
driver photos as well.
There's driver's photos going on, and then a lunch break.
Will we see any of that during the break?
I could put it on the camera, but it's just people being filmed.
Yeah. Be nice to see that process. But we've got the Paddock Show coming first.
Well, that would have to come second.
What, the paddock show?
Yes, because they're starting with the photographs, then having lunch.
All right, okay. Well, you're the producer.
Well, apparently not.
You're the producer. You choose what goes on our screens.
Well, you know. Do I?
I would like to think so. So we've got 2 more pre-finals to come. We've then got our lunch break, including the paddock show and some footage of our driver photographs taking place. We've then got the finals. Now, they're scheduled to kick off with the Microax final at 10 minutes past 3 this afternoon. That will take us through. After the racing is finished, we've then got the preliminary rounds, the preliminary qualifying stages of our tyre changing contest, with 16 teams being represented by mechanics. We'll whittle that down to 8 teams who will qualify for tomorrow's semi-finals and finals.
I think you're right, 16 to 8.
Can you reach that, Nick?
I can reach that. It's very exciting.
It is very exciting. The 16 protagonists are, we've got from Synergy, Dan versus Alfonso from JNKD. We've got Taz from Fort Abu Dhabi.
Shouldn't you be doing that a bit more like a boxing announcer?
I don't know how that would
All the way from XL Sport, it's Khan. See?
Well, I'm conscious about the grid being formed, so I've got to... Yes, I can do it with a bit more oomph if you want.
Is it WrestleMania today or something?
I know that's Henry's thing.
Literally, it's something that's never, ever come across my sporting bowels, because obviously it's not sport.
It's not really sport, is
it? It's entertainment.
Taz from Fort Abu Dhabi will play against George Gibbons Motorsports' Bertie. We've got XL's Khan versus Milan from Ital Corsa. Tarek from Motorscape will play against Rajpal from Mumbai Falcons. Dan from Yazheat goes up against Toby from Sam Pollitt Racing. Bijin from CRG goes up against Vince from the Kart Advisor Academy. And then Matty from JNKD goes up against Shabby from XL. Jamie, that's Jamie Zyra by the look of the photographs, Jamie Zyra from Matthias Nijem Motorsport goes up against Mohan from Telios. That is our tyre changing competition, the top 16, whittled down to 8. And then tomorrow we'll be bringing you the semi-finals and the finals of our annual championship finale weekend tyre changing competition. Back to the track though, on track we've got the DD2 class, the gearbox class coming next. This weekend, we usually talk about the calendar going forward, don't we? However, it's the final weekend of the season, yes.
But, you know, whilst the RMC calendar is coming to an end, it's the start of Karting Live TV's exciting summer calendar, yes. Starting with the best event of all, which is 12 miles from my house.
Fullback.
Yeah.
The Fullback Kart Club.
It's not about the entries, not about it's 12 miles from my house.
That's why it's Nick's favourite.
It's quite weird, because we go from like 4,000 miles from my house to 12 miles from my house.
Yes, complete contrast. So, Karting Live TV schedule.
And then after that, 2 weeks after that, we go somewhere that Henry can't go.
You forgot about tomorrow, though, Nick.
Oh, tomorrow, yes, we've got Access Karting, yeah.
We've
Access Karting at Wilton Mill.
So, in the morning, we've got the UAE RMC finals day. Don't miss that.
And then in the afternoon here.
And then in the afternoon in the UK.
You can tune in, if you wish, to the Access.
Late morning, really, isn't it? We've got the Access Karting Series live with Tom Cairns and Gaz Bury, your commentary team there on the Karting Live TV footage. We'll be watching on delay, of course, in the afternoon while we're packing up.
Oh, yes.
Next weekend, we've got the Fullback Car Club, which we're bringing all of the action from Sunday.
And the week after that, we would do nothing. And then the week after that, we are going where Henry fears to tread.
We're going to Rowra for round 2 of the NKC.
Via a cash point. We're off to Rowra. And
then? I know I've put you on the spot here.
I think then it's the second.
You've been unwell.
It's the second fullback after that.
Yes, and then
it's the NKC from Wilton. Then it's a little race called the Le Mans 24 Hours.
For us, it is. That's
that's on Karting Live TV. As Studio Vision on Karting Live TV.
That's the car race, though. That's nothing.
Yes,
to
but
do
it's on
with
the Karting Live TV.
It's on Karting Live TV, where you have Studio Cam.
You get to see a selection of commentators chatting.
Radio Le Mans, bringing you all of the action from the Le Mans 24 Hours, arguably the biggest motor race in the world.
And then I think the meeting has become one of your favourites. at the back end of June. It's the Gearbox Festival.
Oh, Gearbox Festival from Fullbeck.
From Fullbeck. You love the Gearbox Festival, don't you?
Of course we do. Who doesn't love KZs and 250
and then we got
Nationals?
Shennington in Shennington for NKC, which is fantastic, apart from the fact it's the same weekend as
the British
Grand Prix, which has made hotels rather expensive because Shennington's not far from Silverstone.
That's the end of June, isn't it?
No, it's the start of July.
Is it? Are we? Because NKC goes to Warden Law in August then.
Yes.
Right.
We've dated that. And then we have quite an exciting thing for us. It's our first ever broadcast from Buckmore Park, which is bad news for Joe because Buckmore Park was where I did most of my racing as a kartist.
So we have to hear
so
your
stories. You will hear nothing but my stories about my racing as I wrench them from my dusty...
Is that where you broke your ribs or your shoulder?
No, I broke my shoulder. That's where I twice was leading a race and pinged myself as the cart pinged.
So it seems, Nick, that your karting stories end up with you in an ambulance on the way to hospital.
Or costing money.
Well, yeah, that goes.
No, I was only in an ambulance once, but I had a number. I raced for 2 and a bit years, twice a month, apart from when it was very cold. So let's say I did 40 meetings. Never won. Nearly won, but never actually won.
It was in the years of attrition,
and a lot, and it was kind of like you could buy speed, you could buy reliability, and I had no money.
So you could buy neither.
Yeah. I was so naive, I didn't even know you could bend a chassis. Literally, I was wondering, I had a race.
So you didn't realise that the more you raced your chassis, the more bent it became.
Last race was one of the...
And you would have to rejig
quite early on. Couldn't work out why the cart would turn left but not right. Couldn't work out what was wrong with it in the final. And...
So you weren't very technically minded back then?
I could mend a Triumph Dolomite.
Right.
But that's, I could do mechanics, but not race mechanics. There was no mechanics. There's no one to help you. You just kind of muddled through, didn't you?
We just asked. Nah. It was in the days.
No, but
so
I did ask, and they said you've bent. I said I only bent the chassis. It's flat. No. So that next weekend I had a tyre underneath. It was bouncing on one side.
Yeah, put a block underneath.
Got it working.
Jump up and down on it.
Solved it, but it was like I did race for. I think either a pre-final, a final, or a final hit, and I just couldn't work out why it wouldn't turn one way. That
is funny. I'm naive.
But it's how you learn. That's how you learn. This is the advantage you see of having a team and some mechanics. Because you haven't got to do that learning. They've already done the learning for you. So all that experience is you can use straight away.
Well, certainly at this level. I mean, we talk
the
about
thing is,
the teams
there wasn't really this level back then, was there?
There was. I mean, there was Super
All right, how many
British Championships.
So in 1990, how many people were turning up with 40-ton Arctics?
People like David Coulthard, I remember turning up at Felton with an Arctic. There were still people who were run by engine tuners, mostly. You would be run by the engine tuner and you'd be gathered around the engine guy in the paddock. George Price's name comes to mind in the north.
This is a club meeting. It's interesting because when we were watching that thing yesterday, we saw that aerial picture of Tilbury, which looks tiny, but in my memory it's quite large.
Yeah, I know. Henry may have raced at Tilbury back in the day. Tilbury Docks.
I think it was shut before.
Might have been, yeah. Yeah, I'm the keeper of the
Henry,
key.
quick question for you. Did you ever race at Tilbury?
No, I believe...
Shut before you did,
Tilbury closed in the very, very early 2000s. I did race at a place called Hallavington.
How do you spell that?
Hallavington. Hullavington.
Where is that?
Hallavington was in between Shennington, Rissington and Reading.
Wow.
Oh, really? That's quite close.
Was it on a airfield track, was it?
There was a hangar there, and there was a lot. It was probably. I mean, you talk about Feltham and a few other places. Hallavington. It was probably one of the last circuits that was runway with tyres as the course. It was but long since departed the scene. There's probably a housing estate on it.
Well, that's
at the
a terrible
moment.
thing for it to be.
But I do have a very old blue book with all the circuits in the UK that were active at the time I started racing. Tilbury isn't on there, but Hallavington and Feltham are. Langbar is as well.
Which is now known as Teesside, isn't it?
Teesside, yes.
I knew it was Langbar. You race at Langbar?
Only a test drive.
Oh, right, because there was a massive pro kart
Yes, yeah.
culture there.
Bob, I went to test drive to buy some carts up there, and Bob Pope's exact words were, "Don't touch that curbs, I've just painted them."
You would tell us this story.
And here we go.
Yeah,
and needless to say, I touched the curbs.
Yes, we need some sort of violin playing in the
was the
background.
quickest way around the track, Bob.
It is.
As he greeted me warmly by the throat as I came in.
Let's have a look at the grid for the DD2 pre-final then. Mark Bassier really is the man to beat these past 2 weekends. Still is. Tyler Harris alongside him. Morris Canopes and Hamza Ashisho start on row 2. We've then got Saad Al-Hababi on row 3 with Adam Malik. Row 4 is Anthony Hogg, Tony Hogg and Kyle Blockley. Sami Al-Hassad and Nicolo Cacciatore are on row 5. And then it's Greg Watt, the Honolulu Racing independent entry, rounding off an 11 cart. No Sam Walker. Sam Walker was out with us last weekend, wasn't he?
Yes, not
no
with
Sam
us this
Walker
weekend.
this weekend.
Sadly. But I have noticed that, yes, they're again, Honolulu Racing will double in size, and that's not the fact that Greg Watt's gone off his diet. Honolulu Racing will go from 1 cart to 2 next season, which is really, really pleasing to see.
It is. Any addition to the DD2.
Absolutely.
Let's see then. Mark Bassier will bring this field round, and he is on that all-advantage left-hand side of the grid here. We've got Hamza Ashisho right on the rear bumper on the right-hand side. As we get going then, the red lights have gone off. It's a 3 wide, looking like 3 wide Mumbai Falcons. And into the lead has gone that wily old dog, Morris Canopes, who leads.
What's that phrase? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, Morris Canopes, he remembered his trick from last week, which was going over that inside jump. Air Canopes. And of course, Canopes in Dutch is buttons. So button air. Well, you're almost off to Button Moon. He got so high there.
Sounds like a budget airline, doesn't it?
Yes. Air Canopes takes the race lead. Now, Mark Bassier, who was quite demonstrative, but he said, I'm a better interviewer than my mum.
I tell you what, you know what, you might think, because these two are from the same team, that Canopes will not want to deter Mark Bassier. But he is. He's driving defensively here. And there, down the inside. Oh, no, that wasn't quite. The tin opener didn't work. It wouldn't open the door.
And look at Tyler Harris doing his best just to not get in anybody's way. Look at Tyler Harris at the outside. He loses 3 places. This tells me that this is the race that Tyler can mathematically, beyond all shadow of a doubt, conceal it. And by it, I mean the title. That's provisional. I'm saying that based off what I'm seeing from Tyler Harris on track.
As Adam Malik goes down the inside of Hamza Ashisho.
On the front.
And we've had a coming together. Was that a coming together with the leaders? Here we go again. The carchup.me replay shows
Bassier.
Adam Malik down the inside and Bassier down the inside of Canopes at the same time.
Brilliant.
Didn't come off for him, though. So this is a proper race.
Oh, absolutely.
This is not holding anything back here.
And I tell you what, Hamza Ashisho, there in 3rd place, is licking his lips and rubbing his hands together. I wonder what Mr. Ashisho is screaming into Jeffrey the Towel as they go side by side. And this time, Bassier does not give Canopes the opportunity to come back at him. Ashisho to P2 for Mateus Degem Motorsport and the Qatari Motorsport Federation.
And that's Saad Al-Hababi joining in as well, and in 3rd, right on the tail, right on the rear bumper of Ashisho. As Ashisho went down, Canopes from 1st to 4th in one fell swoop there. The race is very much on. This is possibly, Henry, dare I say it, one of the tightest DD2 races we've seen all season. As there goes Canopes, and he slides wide and he's off. He's almost off. How he kept that cart on defied the laws of physics. Still going on.
And here comes, it was Saad Al-Hababi that was quite rudely shown the outside line there by Morris Canopes. Canopes, elbows out. Again, probably simmering under that crash helmet as Canopes now hangs at the 3rd place. Adam Malik, the good doctor, Adam Malik's mum, is here watching. She very rarely gets to come and watch Adam race because she's a doctor and she has more important things to do, like, trying to keep people alive and stuff like that. But she is here watching. So if there's a doctor in the house, yes, there is. And she is currently cheering for number 473, Adam Malik.
Al-Hababi from 3rd. that coming together there at turns 11 and 12 with Moritz Knopes. He's dropped down to 8th place now as Alababi, but he showed some competitiveness. We look forward to seeing how he gets on in the final, but right now that's the lead battle. It's settled down, hasn't it? It's got Mark Bassier in the lead of this race from Adam Malik, would you believe, in second, and that's Moritz Knopes in that third spot in that bright orange helmet. Easy to spot as they cross the line now. Sorry, I said Malik, I meant Ashisho behind Bassier. Ashisho in second, Moritz Knopes in third. It's Malik behind Knopes.
And that was Tyler Harris having a look at Adam Malik and then remembering what's at stake and just backing out of it. So Harris, he's just got to cruise around, and we'll know by Tyler Harris's reaction. Or will we? Because Tyler Harris is not known for his overly exuberant celebrations. However, even a driver who is as cool, calm and collected, and we can't, we're 18 now, and we can't really show off how delighted we are because we're 18 and we have to be as cool as possible with our fringe, etc., etc. But I wonder if we're going to see the celebration from Tyler Harris at the end of this race, because I am sure, judging just by his, the attitude of the cart on the track, that this could be the race that seals it beyond all mathematical doubt.
The body language, I call it. Yeah,
the body language. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, let's see. That's the orange cart there behind the black and white one of Adam Malik. They're currently 4th and 5th. The first, second and third place carts. Hamza Ashisho is showing great promise here. This is possibly one of the better runs we've seen from Hamza, who is catching Mark Bassier, but not quite able to break that gap or reduce that gap. Moritz Knopes in the orange helmet just behind these two. Well, he's kind of a lonely third place, as we've got Adam Malik, who's got Tyler Harris right now on his rear bumper as the leaders come out of the final turn. It's 6 laps completed, and that's Mark Bassier in the lead with Hamza Ashisho there, just showing his nose but not showing his nose to Bassier.
Looking at Hamza Hashisho's in the championship, Hamza Hashisho has not won a heat, a pre-final or a final. On the road, potentially, but penalties have taken them away. I'm looking at his scores, and he hasn't had a maximum score in any race so far. So this is Hamza Hashisho's time to shine. He's sitting behind Mark Bassier. Bassier himself is on a win streak. He won every race last Sunday. So this, and he also won the heat race this morning, did he not? I was not watching it. Yeah, he did. So Bassier is on a 4-race win streak at the moment. This would be race number 5 in a row for Bassier. Hashisho, I'm not going to say it's his best chance ever, but I mean, is he close? Hamza Hashisho is excellent on the brakes into turn number 1. He gains ground on the Mumbai Falcons car in front of him. This is M&M versus Mumbai Falcons. Knopper still runs third ahead of Malik, Harris and the rest.
I just want to mention a driver that has improved every single time he's gone out there. Nicolo Cacciatore has got ahead of Kyle Blockley and is into 8th place, currently 3rd in the Masters subclass within this race. They're down the order in 8th and 9th, but to be ahead of Kyle Blockley is something that Nicolo wasn't anywhere near at the start of this season.
Well, I hate to burst Nicolo's bubble, but he's not in the Masters class.
He's not in the Masters.
No, but Kyle Blockley is third in the Masters class at the moment, and Cacciatore up into 8th overall out of 11. Here comes, now look at the difference in braking zones. Hashisho, he gets the kart deeper and gets the run off the corner. That tells me that kart is a happy kart, and Hamza has got it where he wants it in terms of sweet spot, because he is not allowing Mark Bassier to pull away. And if we do recall, some of the wins that Mark Bassier has had in the last sort of round and a half have been quite dominant. This one is not.
Yeah, he's just not quite got that little bit extra that he can actually close the gap on Bassier. And as they come through turns 11 and 12 on the run down the back straight here towards the final 2 turns at 13 and 14, time running out here, it's going to be 9 laps completed, which means we're entering the final lap here And if Ashishaw's been hanging on to any kind of performance tools in his toolbox, it's time to bring them out here and close the gap down. But Bassier has been, again, outstanding this weekend in DD2. Didn't have it all his own way when we first started this race. He's had to fight for this lead, and he's fought well. The Mumbai Falcons driver having that pesky Masters in the form of Moritz Knopes there, yes, spoiling the party. Knopes now in a settled third behind Knopes. Adam Malek still leads Tyler Harris, but it's a run to the flag now, Henry, for these two.
It is.
It's Mark Bassier looking in full control, dare I say it.
Yeah, now Hamza Shisho, of course, you'll have to, if things stay as they are, and by all intents and purposes, they look like they're going to stay as they are. Shisho will be starting on the outside of the front row, and it'll be Morris Knopes. Would he be disappointed to be finishing third in this race, and that means starting on the inside row of the final? I think not, but another win. That is now 5 in a row for Mark Bassier. A best performance yet from Hamza Hashisho. I'm not going to say he'll be able to replicate that when he goes to Europe to represent the Qatari Motorsport Federation. However, he's given himself a chance to fly the flag for Qatar a lot with his experience. And I think, despite the fact that Hamza didn't sit in a kart until December 2023, he'd never sat in a kart until December 2023. I think that Hamza Hashisho is on for a really strong European summer as we look at the provisional results.
There is the results. Mark Bassier takes another win, as Henry said, 5 in a row here over the last 2 weekends. Hamza Hashisho's very, very strong second there, just finishing 4/10 behind. Moritz Knopes takes third and first in the Masters. Adam Malek took fourth ahead of championship. Are we going to say potentially our DD2 champion there coming home in fifth might have clinched it? We'll have that confirmed.
Anjum from the Mumbai Falcons outside, he doesn't know yet whether Tyler Harris has won the championship or not. But I mean, it's done to all intents and purposes. But mathematically, until it's mathematically impossible for anyone else, then we can't call it.
We can't put the crown on top of his bonds, can we?
No.
Tony Hogg finishes second in the Masters and sixth overall. Saad Al-Hababi finishes in seventh. Kyle Blockley finally got by Nicolo Cacciatore. They had a great race, 8th and 9th there. Greg Watt finishes 10th, and Sami Al-Assad, who went out on lap 7 there for some unknown reason. You mentioned there Hamza Hashisho not driving a kart until 2023.
It's actually 2024.
2024.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
You keep getting you're not realising it's 2026.
Yeah, no.
So 2024.
Just about realising it's Saturday.
The DD2 Rotax karts, not exactly the easiest kart to drive. You know, they're hard enough to consider when you're driving and learning to drive a kart. You know, hitting your apexes, hitting your braking points, maximising your momentum through corners. Add in front brakes on the front axle, brakes on the front axle, a 2-ratio gearbox flicking between first and second gear, and choosing what gear to be in, using that gearbox to slow the kart. It's a much more complex and more technical kart to drive and indeed get the maximum out of.
Think of this as well. If Hamza Hashisho's career moves from karts into cars, or if he dovetails his karting with car racing, he will have, yet he won't have the 10 years of experience of racecraft that a lot of other karting graduates have. What he will have, though, that will certainly slim down the disadvantage is that he knows how to drive with front brakes. And what do racing cars have? Generally?
Yeah.
Front brakes.
In a racing car, you brake in a straight line. You all right, there isn't a tendency to,
but he's got
modulate the brake into the corner.
What he doesn't have in terms of years of experience, he does have in terms of knowing how to deal with front brakes because that's all he's ever known. Which will mean that if the Qatari Motorsport Federation do see fit to put Hamza Hashisho in a QMMF-backed racing car of any description, then Hamza will have all the tools to deal with front brakes a lot quicker. There will be less of a learning process for Hamza in terms of that than it would for somebody who comes out of, say, senior road tax, who's never used front brakes before.
Yeah, and you know what? There's things about karting being the grounding, and where kids and where drivers get a grounding to go and move into cars. Is not everybody doesn't necessarily move into cars. It's everybody. You know, we race karts because
it's
we love that as a sport. But the drivers that are moving into karts, Harry Hannum comes to mind.
Yeah.
There is this ability, this natural ability of understanding speed and momentum, and how to drive anything on a racetrack, and the feeling of what is quick and what isn't quick. It was Nicky Lauda in one of his first books he read about, we're looking at a diagram of a track and looking at the racing line. And he said in his books, and it's not a direct quote, but you don't really need a diagram to tell you what the racing line is. That should be a feeling of how to get a car or a cart to go through a corner and the fastest it can possibly go through. That should be an inherent feeling.
I can imagine, yes, you do not need to know the racing line. Look at this driving around like a bunch of idiots, and now here we are racing
using
in the racing
word,
line.
The S word.
Yes.
Which ends in T.
Yeah,
a lot.
yes. Good race. We got one more pre-final to go.
Any chat?
Any chat? Well, George Geddes is again watching on from Scotland. Granda George watching Austin Gray. Mark Rogers. I'm not sure if I was out the commentary box. Mark Rogers. Any tips for getting sponsors? I'm trying to get back to two-stroke karting, potentially racing in the RMC, because he is winning regularly in the Saudi World Series Championship. Any tips for getting sponsors? Well, Mark, put it this way. I mean, yes, look professional, have professional stuff, and then go out and put the groundwork in and footwork.
What I would say, the reality of it is that there are very few pure commercial sponsors there.
It's going to be people you know. It's going to be friends of friends.
And more importantly, people you do business with.
Yep.
That's where you start.
Any sponsorship, the important thing is, what can you do for them?
That's what
Not
it is.
what they can do for you.
There are so many people who make the mistake of going to businesses and say, well, Henry, all that work, all that hard work. Well, actually, you're a poor example here. All that hard work that you put in and all that money you earn.
Yep.
Can you give me some to go racing?
Well, no.
That is not the angle you come from. This is how I can bolster your business and bring business to you by using the exposure of being involved in the UAE RMC.
Yes, exactly. And drivers don't simply say, oh, well, it's live streamed, so your logo will get on TV loads, because that's not a guarantee either. Not every... The 86 drivers here, yes, they all get their names mentioned. You see their carts from time to time. But
what you can do, Henry, using the live stream, is using the kind of data that can be acquired.
Yes,
if you ask the right people.
Yes,
as to how many people watch the live stream, how many hits we've had, and it's not just about the live stream. It's about there's a lot of people will go home and they'll watch this live stream over the course of the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Absolutely,
indeed, few months. So you use that data of exposure. This is how many people will potentially see your company's name on my cart.
And then if you are lucky enough to feature, prominently in the live stream, well, then you cut your own social media clips and repost them to get, shorter. Or if you wait for Karting Live TV to do the same, because Karting Live TV does the same thing where they post clips of races, the race of the month or something like that. There is the value, not just saying, oh, yeah, well, it is on live stream and, you're guaranteed to get loads of coverage. Well, that's not the case. You have to do the groundwork, the footwork, the legwork. Speaking of footwork and legwork, we've got 25 sets of feet and legs now heading out onto the circuit. It's time for the senior road tax pre-final with Nathan Kappan and Rayan Qureshi on row number 1. Amani Kanua and Jeremy Montgomery Swan on row number 2. Rian Damadasa and Jules Demont on row number 3. Mohamed Benaimne, Zain El Hamassani, Adi Shmeta, and Kian Crayenbull, your top 10. Great results for Kian Crayenbull. Laith Mumina and Enzo Tesluk, that's row 6. Ryan Kairouz, Alessandro Bigi from the back of the grid to 14th in the heat race. Manaf Al-Balushi, Philip Dinu, Abdullah Al-Keita, and Oscar Lambert down in 18th place. We're still waiting for the championship leader. Here he is behind Andrew Obeid and Arsen Jolovic. George Nashar, P21, alongside Alicia Canessa, Max Dexter, and Eni Asachi, Yusuf Al-Shah at the back of the field. Want to quickly say, Alicia Canessa, this is her farewell to the championship as a full-time driver before she heads to Europe to go to university.
Right, education comes first. Henry, I'm going to blow your mind by showing you that while I take us across the start. That's my first sponsorship deal.
Oh, look at that.
There we go across the start. Nathan Kaplan, Ryan Qureshi lead this field across the line. Armani Kinua is well placed on that second row in third place. And Armani Kinua latches onto the rear bumper of Nathan Kaplan. And it will be Nathan Kaplan, Armani Kinua, and I think it's Rayan Damadasa. It is indeed the inside rows. The inside rows, I know, the inside rows, again, the left-hand side of the grid, so that was first, third and fifth place, now first, second and third.
Yeah, indeed, as so says the 1991 Bookshop Sunderland-backed Joe Bradley, as here we go, up towards turn 13, defending early from the race leader. Now, why are we doing that? Maybe our tyres are going to take a couple of laps to come under pressure. Here comes Kinua into P2, there with the white crash helmet, and sitting there watching, waiting. Qureshi has dropped to third. Kappan, is that Qureshi leading? It is. It's Kappan, Kinua, Damadas up to P3. Qureshi back to fourth. Benaimne driving so well. Mohamed Benaimne, P5, ahead of Adi Shmeta and Crayenbull. Fantastic for Kian Crayenbull up to P6.
I think we've got a train of potentially 25 cars here. This is absolutely outstanding karting here in the UAE RMC as we head off towards the completion of lap 2 here. 10-lap race, this pre-final, so a long way to go, and already we see Nathan Kaplan breaking away from Armani Kinua, who is being no doubt being nudged ever so gently by Rayan Damadasa. Ryan Qureshi as Damadasa. Is he going to have a look? Remember, these two are George Gibbons Motorsport teammates. Armani Kinua and Rayan Damadasa working together to keep Ryan Qureshi, the other Mumbai Falcons kart, behind them in that fourth place. Taking up the chase is Kian Crayenbull, Jules Dumont just losing fifth place to him, as Mohamed Benaimne latching on as well. But this train of karts still very much together. First four breaking away, but behind them, they're staying together in one huge train as these four break away.
Oh yeah, we just caught a glimpse of it on the last lap. They were about 4 or 5 wide going up the straight into turns 11 and 12. There is a change for second position. Well, George Gibbons Motorsport are still the filling in the Mumbai Falcons sandwich. However, Rayan Damadasa is now in front of his teammate, and there is the chasing pack, who have now decided that single file is possibly the best way in terms of longevity to go, as we watch there. And I am keeping one eye out the window for the simple reason that we've been working with Alicia Canessa on just her aggression, because she qualifies so well and then goes backwards in the races. And I said, and I was saying, well, do you know why you're going backwards in the races? I said, because you're too nice. I said, the drivers dive up the inside and force you wide. Why do they do that? Because they know they can. They go, it's only Alyssa, and she's not going to turn in on us.
That's a very good point, Henry.
And again, I know she's coming towards the end of her full-time career here in the UAE RMC. Before she goes, there is a kart. She does have a gearbox kart in Europe where she could potentially go and race in between lectures. But she does need to just, sometimes
elbows, isn't it? Elbows
it's
out.
Arms straight into the corner. I said, Alicia, if you're going into a corner and you get those arms absolutely straight, the driver that is trying to get to the inside thinks, that's not the body language of somebody that is going to let me through. They're going to turn in, and therefore you might find that they stop pushing you wide. But of course, it's easier said than done. And now we've got a battle for the race lead. It is on at the front.
We have Rayan Damadasa wants to lead. He's alongside going into turn 2. He makes that move on our early leader, Nathan Kaplan, and he does indeed take the lead onto the infield section here. Whilst we have Rayan Damadasa now at the front of the field, the rest of the field streaming through. A little bit of an update. George Nasser up to 15th place. Jeremy Montgomery Swan going the other way down the order as Jeremy Montgomery Swan from, I think, 5th at the start. He has been down to like 17th, 18th. He's now coming back to 15th as the Rayan Damadasa pulling out perhaps 1, maybe 2 carts lengths there. That's the biggest we've seen, as he is being joined by Amani Kinua to make it a George Gibbons Motorsport 1-2 now, Henry.
Damadasa has won 5 of his last 6 races in this series. He's currently 2nd in the point standings. George Nassar said, and there's Kinua up into P2, his teammate. Rayan Damadasa, he's over 100 points behind George Nassar coming into this weekend. But again, mathematically, it's not sealed at all.
No, not at all.
And Nassar, well, he'll be dropping the score as one of his 5 drops from the heat race. At the moment, 10th position. Is that going to be one of his worst 5 scores? I would think so. It's not over yet. All Rayan Damadasa could do is keep winning. Like the legendary late owner of the Los Angeles Raiders, Sir Al Davis, said, he went, just win, baby. He doesn't care how it happens, just win, baby. And that is what Rayan's got to do, because as he keeps winning, then that gives George Nassar something extra to think about at all times.
George Nassar hasn't even been able to sort of be a little bit conservative here. He's been absolutely mullered. He's got a job to do now, and he's already coming through the field again from 15th the last time we checked. He's now up to 10th place now. He's passed the likes of Max Dexter, Oscar Lambert, Adish Mehta, Jeremy Montgomery Swan making ground back up the order as well. But in front of him, Alessandro Bigi, who started without able to be take part in qualifying, as we've got a change of 2nd place. Oh, and my goodness, Armani Kinua from 2nd to 5th place in one fell swoop. And Jules Demont there is the driver in the chain there. But it started there, didn't it, Henry? With Ryan Qureshi coming through, and then everybody following him through in the form of Nathan Kaplan. Sorry, it was Nathan Kaplan. Qureshi followed him through. Jules Demont following him through. And Amani Kinua has got it all to do again.
Someone call the cops, because Amani Kinua has just been mugged up at the top of the circuit, down to 50. And look at Jules Demont coming into play. Kinua back to the inside of Jules Demont. Meanwhile, you can see there's a couple of carts at the side of the circuit as they flash out of turn number 1. That's Enzo Teslick, Mohamed Menamne and Rayan Kayrous have sadly come to grief coming out of turn number 1. You can just see the carts at the side of the circuit as the drivers head on to the straight down towards turn 2. This is all going very, very nicely for Rayan Damadasa as George Nassar moves into P8.
This has all gone very, very quickly, Henry. We've only got 2 more laps of this 10-lap pre-final, and it's gone absolutely swiftly by. Time running out now for anybody to improve as the 2 Mumbai Falcons go to war. Rayan Qureshi now ahead of Nathan Kaplan as they come out of the final turn. 2 more laps remaining. Rayan Damadasa leads. That's the blue and white cart for George Gibbons Motorsport there. Then the 2 orange and white carts, and Amani Kinua coming back into it and up to 3rd and ahead of Nathan Kaplan. As Ryan Qureshi who was challenging, or was that Nathan Kaplan challenging Ryan Qureshi?
Qureshi opened the door. Kinua followed him through. Jules Demont gaining a position as well there. And again, that was textbook stuff there, because Kaplan opened the door. Kinua, Kinua has had 1 crime committed against him, but that was a case of breaking and entering, because the door was opened for him and he just slipped through uninvitedly. Demont is next. Qureshi now down to P5. Laith Mumina runs in P6. What a drive from the young driver from Saudi Arabia. up into P6 ahead of Alessandro Bigi. Bigi has got his Mateus Legend teammate, George Nassar, behind him.
Keep an eye on Canoa.
Here we go.
That final corner for Nathan Kaplan was absolutely compromised. Hence, he's got to go down the inside, tight on the inside there. Canoa follows him through. Gilles de Mont here, he's just waiting for the crumbs to appear off the table. And Qureshi back into it as well. This is 4 carts squabbling for second place as Damadasa ekes out an even bigger lead by the time we get to the flag, and it will be the checkered flag this time by. This 10-lap pre-final has just gone in a blink of an eye, and now Canoa, with that white helmet, chases down the bright yellow helmet of Nathan Kaplan, and time and opportunity running low.
Is it a battle for second, or is it a battle for third?
Yes.
Canoa, he doesn't pull the pin. This is the battle for who starts on the inside of row 2 behind our race winner, Rian Damadasa, who takes the checkered flag. That is now 2, 4, 6 in a row. No, it is what? Yeah, that is 6 out of the last 7 for Damadasa.
Yeah.
And Nathan Kaplan will start alongside Rian Damadasa. And Amani Canoa, who he thought about it, he thunk about it, and then he thought, no, third is better than second.
Was he thinking about that second row inside grid slot? He might have even come to his mind.
If it didn't, it should have.
Because it will now.
It will now. These drivers they will all be aware of the bigger prize at stake, which is the final. And you want a great start. Now, George Nassar. Did George Nassar get ahead of his teammate, Alessandro Bigi? We'll find out on the next screen.
Yes, there's Rian Damadasa taking the win. Nathan Kaplan is in second. Amani Canoa third. Gilles de Mont fourth. Ryan Qureshi was fifth. Laith Momina was sixth. There's George Nassar finishing in seventh. From Alessandro Bigi in eighth. Zain El Omasani in ninth. Kyan Kryenbull was 10th. Max Dexter and Oscar Lambert finishing next up. And then beyond 12th, in 13th place, we've got Adish Mehta, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Eni Sachi, Abdullah Al-Keita, Alicia Kanisa was 17th. Philip Dinu was 18th. Manif Al-Balushi was 19th. Andrew Obai 20th. Yusuf Ali Shah was 21st. And the last finishers on the road was Arsen Jolovic, who finished in 22nd. We had Ryan Carews, Mohamed Menemene and Enzo Tesluk, who went out of that race in, I think, separate incidents, apart from may have had Menemene and Tesluk involved in a situation there on lap 5. That rounds off the racing, gentlemen, for this morning.
Yes.
The all-important finals to take place this afternoon. They're scheduled for 3:10 in the afternoon. We've got just over an hour for our lunch break. We've got our Drivers' Championship and Series team photographs to get through now during that break, but also we've got our paddock show to show you. We'll be back with you, apart from Henry's about to say something.
I just want, I think, but my final word before that, and I'll let Joe finish the part of the broadcast. A very, very good point is made about sponsors. We were talking about, don't ask what the sponsor can do for you, ask what you can do for your sponsor. 649 Dan, whose real identity is a mystery to me, says something very important. Make sure you're sponsored by a company with a name that the commentators, although he does misspell the word commentators,
he does,
will actually read out. That is extremely valid advice from Mr. EBC Brakes himself.
Yes, Dan Allen, who caught Henry Hout.
Yes.
Was that Dubai? Where
it was the first round of this championship.
Right. Where he mentioned a company of solicitors that Henry didn't click onto and read out at least three, maybe 5 times. And then he even put the E on the end of good.
Yes, I'll let you imagine
what the E on the end was what you said. Which made it even funnier when you said he even put the E. Because you just did not get that, did you?
I did not twig. No. However, that is a very prudent point.
Good advice.
always have a sponsor name the commentators will read out.
Team Surtees had a sponsor in 1976 that took them off the BBC.
Yes.
Or at least the BBC used that as an excuse
Those
not to cover Formula One.
Should we go to the paddock show?
Why
yes,
not?
let's do that. We'll see you all this afternoon for our racing now. We'll go for our lunch break and indeed, as Nick said, the paddock show.
Well, hello and welcome to the fabulous Al Ain circuit and round 8 of the UAE Rotax Championship 25-26. We have reached the final weekend. Now, who would I want to reach the final weekend with? Well, obviously, my erstwhile colleagues, Mr. Joseph Bradley and Mr. Henry Baudet. Chaps, it seems that such a long time ago we were sweltering back in September, and now we're sweltering this weekend as well.
Can you believe it? Here we are at the end of the championship, which started what feels like way back in September, but then another way it feels like 2 weeks ago. It's been phenomenal, the racing that we've seen out here. I was kind of blown away by the high standard of racing that we've seen, and it's been, I hope everybody on Carton Live TV's enjoyed it as much as we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Henry, it's a hidden gem for us, but you've known about it for years, because you've been standing up here shouting for 2 years prior to being with us. What's your standout from this season?
The standout for me is how the drivers, the racing obviously has been spectacular. On a personal level, I've been so impressed with the drivers, how they've responded to you guys, Karting Live TV. How the drivers have understood about promotion, about being on camera. The fact that we have got 86 drivers here this weekend, nearly all of whom want to be on camera. They want to promote themselves. They speak with professionalism, with eloquence, with skill, well above and beyond their years. So that is my standout away from the racing, the fact that the drivers have embraced having Karting Live TV here.
Great drivers, great people, great racing. What more could you want? How about a great paddock show featuring Joe and Henry?
Motorsport is challenging in all ways. It's not just from the driver's seat, but actually the preparation and the adversity that can be thrown at you is massive. It could be anything. It could be a blown tyre, or in this case, for Hamza Rashisho, it was a blown engine. Last weekend, for round 6 and 7, we lost an engine. That meant he had to go on to his second engine. Maybe not as confident of it, but I think you were pleasantly surprised by that second engine that's been sat in the truck, weren't you, when you replaced it?
Yeah, that was our practice engine. I'm honestly pretty surprised.
Yeah,
it's a lot better than we thought. So I think maybe this is a blessing more than something as a despair.
And are we still on that engine? Are you going to use that engine this weekend?
Yeah, most probably. Yeah, I'm more happy with it.
Right. Little bit of a different track this weekend. We had the more technical infield loop just after the start. Which one do you prefer?
Oh, definitely this layout.
Yeah, more the speed, I suppose.
Yeah, and I'm just I don't know, it speaks to me in a way,
Yeah. Less gear changes?
I think so. Actually, no, probably more or less similar. Maybe one more gear change. I'm not sure, though.
Right, just turning sharp left like we did last weekend. So we're finishing off our season in the UAE in the DD2 class, and it's at this time of year that we always kind of look back on the season, and when you look back, Hamza, what are you going to be what's your thoughts about this year's UAE RMC?
I mean, for a first full season for me, I think it was pretty pleasant, honestly, an amazing experience, and hopefully I'll be back on the good next year.
What we've seen from where we sit is how you've progressed and are now pushing that on the envelope of that top 3, aren't you? Very regularly.
Yeah, so hopefully we can secure our first win of the championship, because we're coming towards the end, so hopefully we can clinch it.
Now, end of season in the UAE, however, you're off to Europe next week, aren't you? Tell us a little bit about where that journey's going to take you.
Yeah, so thankfully I'm very proud of the fact that Qatar are going to be supporting me in Europe. So I'm going to be doing 4 races in Europe. So first we're going to Wackersdorf next week for testing.
Right.
So this is being sponsored by QMMF, which I'm really happy about, honestly.
Yeah. You are represented with the QMMF, which is the Qatar Motorsport Federation. That's got to have a bit of pressure about it. You're representing a nation.
Yeah, of course there's some pressure on me and stuff like that, but honestly I'm just really happy to be supported and to represent my country in these races coming up soon.
Now, you mentioned Wackersdorf, you mentioned racing at Genk. You were telling me you've been to Le Mans, so Wackersdorf and Genk, brand new circuits in Germany and Belgium for you.
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to get started, obviously, because especially the track conditions over there is so much more different than the UAE. So I think that's going to be a big step up, and especially the competition over there. That's the main thing.
Yes. Yeah, very strong competition and very different weather, of course. Belgium, renowned for the rain, as is Germany. Are you ready for the wet tyres?
Hopefully, we'll look into it. We'll see.
Are you ready for getting wet and not being able to see out your visor for a start?
Hopefully. Yeah.
Have you? I mean, how much racing have you actually done in wet conditions?
Just that one time, like last round.
Yeah,
And
right. That wasn't rain at the last round. That was a little bit of drizzle.
Slippery. It was pretty slippery,
Slippery. I mean, rain when you can't see out your helmet.
though. Oh, I mean,
That's going to be brand new for you, isn't it?
I mean, it'll be nice to experience it, though. I mean, I'd hope.
Yeah. And I just want to emphasise how important it is for your support from the QMMF. I mean, as a driver coming forward through, and aspirationally, QMMF are involved in so many things. I don't want to get you excited. We're familiar with them in endurance racing and going to Le Mans. Is that where Hamza Ashisho's aspirations are, representing Qatar, to go forward on international car racing, not just karts?
Yeah, I hope. Like, that's like the aspiration, that's like the goal, and hopefully we can get there and just keep like performing and improving every year. Yeah.
Well, keep doing what you've been doing this year on this DD2, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get there. I just want to wish you all the very best of luck, not just here, Hamza, but when you go off to Europe, take your raincoat, take your wellies. You're probably going to need them.
Of course, there's one thing that everyone is fighting for this weekend. That is the championship, but of course the championship means the ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals. And a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals means you get a chance to become Grand Finals champion. Now, there are two people in this paddock that know what that feels like, Maurice Knyoppers and Benjamin Krachkovich. Ben, last year, Microax Grand Finals champion. How can you describe what that feels like? Number one, when you won the ticket, first of all, that emotion.
Very good, because that was only my first proper season I had, and I won it.
But then you win it, but you don't really know what the Grand Finals means because you haven't been there in person. The next step is when you get given your Team UAE race suit. The first time you put that on, what were your reaction, but mainly what were your parents' reactions when they saw their son in his national team race suits?
Just feels so nice to wear a Team UAE suit. Just shows that you're a part of the team, and yeah.
Now, the next step is getting on the plane to Bahrain, knowing that you're part of a 7-person team all going out there. When you first arrived at the Bahrain International Circuit, what was that emotion like?
Very good, because you see a lot of new people, and you could win a lot of stuff.
You could. Now, of course, everybody is a champion. You're one of 36 in Micromax, all national champions. So everybody thinks they're the best. But then you get on track and suddenly you start realizing, oh, okay, this person I've got to worry about, that person I've got to worry about. What is it like then when you first see the karts, when you see 400 karts all lined up?
It's just like a big competition, because all of the people have won a lot of races, because it's that you have to win a championship, so you know they're all going to be good, competitive, yeah. And I've raced with some of them before in the UK and in Italy and stuff, but yeah, it's a very big competition.
And of course, in the Grand Finals, every single one of the 400 drivers that qualifies is in one big driver's tent. All the drivers that qualify for each nation are situated next to one another, and above your workstation, there's a big board, isn't there? It's got your name, your race number, and your flag on it. And then you look around and you see that. So when you looked up and you saw Benjamin Krachkovich, Team UAE, what did that make you feel like?
Very good, because it's my name in front of like 36 people. It's a big name.
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, 36 drivers go in. Only one can win. In 2025, you were that winner. The week, it's a lot of ups and downs, isn't there? I remember there were tears of happiness, there were tears of sadness. It's an emotional roller coaster, isn't it?
Yeah, because there's a lot of good people, a lot of different drivers from America, Brazil, UK, all of those people, and there are a lot of competition. They're very good, and yeah.
So we move forward. Remind me, where did you qualify for the final?
P2.
P2. And then the race boils down to some fantastic racing. You weren't always in the lead, you had to battle, but when all was said and done, it was you standing on top of the podium. The next emotion, you get called up and you stand there with the flag and the anthem is playing. What's that emotion like? And when you were on top of the podium, who were you looking at?
My mom and Ash,
Yeah, and what were they doing at the time?
smiling and crying.
Smiling and crying. For yourself, how did that make you feel that you had done all that work? You and Ash Deere had worked together all season. You, your mum and your dad had been through all the ups and downs. So you're standing there, you're looking at them. What are you feeling right at that moment?
Feels so good to be on top step and having a massive trophy in your hand.
Exactly, and of course, that's only one, but of course, just because you're the champion, that doesn't guarantee you a right to go back to the next year's one, does it? All the work has to start again from scratch.
Yeah, you start the championship from 0 points and you end it at like 160, something like that.
Hopefully. So this year, the motivation has been to go back. That has been the biggest hunger for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, because I really want to go back and see that amazing championship again.
I know, and sometimes does that mean that this year that you've been so focused on that sometimes that can be a good thing and sometimes it can be a bad thing, can't it?
Yeah, last week I was just trying to get points, not really win the race, because I just need to finish in front of Albie to win.
How hard is it then to try and go back? And again, we're doing a fantastic. How hard is it to go back? Are you finding it harder this year or last year?
This year, because there's a lot of more drivers.
There's a lot more drivers, and again, behind us we have most of the paddock cheering on. But, you're getting a lot more relaxed in interviews because this time last year, you see a microphone, you'd run a mile.
Yeah, I'm not very used to it because it was only my first season I ever started karting.
But now we're an experienced pro. We can put up with the likes of Jeremy Montgomery-Swan and Henry King putting their shirts up behind your back, can't you? And it doesn't bother you one little bit.
No, it just makes me laugh.
Exactly. This weekend, you and LBJ Stubbs, 11 points between you. You've been friends, you've had issues, I've seen you chopping crisps and stuff like that. I've seen you not happy with each other. What would you have to say this weekend? What are your thoughts this weekend, knowing that you have been friends, and I think you still are friends? One of you is going to go to Portimao and one of you isn't.
I think when you're off track, you could be friends, but when it's on track, as soon as that engine starts, no one's friends.
No one's friends. So, to go back for a second year, what would it mean?
A lot.
A lot. And can you look into that camera and tell every single driver in this championship just what the Rotax Grand Finals means and how much of a big event it is?
It's a very big event, nice event. They're all nice people there. Everyone's good. Yeah.
It's certainly a memory that can last a lifetime. Benjamin Karachkovich is hoping that it's not a one-off memory, though, is it?
No, hopefully I can go there this year again.
Excellent. There we go. There's nothing quite like a driver's first season in karting, is there, Leo Reutman? Because you started 5 months ago.
I started 5 months ago, and I'm trying to improve with the racing lines, trying to be in the front of the pack, and try to be better.
Trying to be better. Well, at the start of the season, Leo, who drives the number 36 CRG in Micromax, you had a couple of Best Novice trophies, didn't you? How hungry now are you to go for that first overall podium? Because last weekend, when the conditions were a bit mixed, you were right up there, weren't you?
I was second place, and then I spun out, and then two people in front of me spun out, and then I had to bash into them.
Oh, wow. Oh, there we go. Well, accidents do happen, but every time I see you in the paddock, you have got the biggest smile on your face. Try and tell, how old are you?
8.
8. Okay, this is your chance. If you look straight into that camera and tell every other 8-year-old out there how much fun racing in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge is.
It's really fun, and it's also competitive, and it's also hard not to crash because if you want to try to overtake, you have to be careful with the other person that you're overtaking with in the corner or the main straight, but you can't hit the tires. Then you would have get a penalty or disqualification.
Exactly. Now, let's think about the first. So we'll go back over our first season. Can you pick your favourite circuit that you've raced at so far?
The Yas Heat.
The Yas Marina? Is that because all the Formula One drivers had raced it, or is it because it was so fast?
It's because all the Formula One drivers and legends and Max Verstappen overtook Lewis Hamilton in that track.
Okay, so I'm guessing that we're a Max Verstappen fan then.
No, we're a Lewis Hamilton fan.
We're a Lewis Hamilton fan. Okay, there we go. That's the start. Now, at the end of this year, what's your best finish in a final so far?
Finals?
Yeah, in the final.
The best finish. Or I have to say what I want my best finish to happen.
Well, what's your best finish so far?
Second place in Dubai.
And that was second place in a heat race, was it?
No. Everything. I was on the podium. I was smiling. I was happy, really happy.
Now, okay, so we've had a second place finish. How long do you think it's going to be before we get our first P1, our first win? And we've got lots of flies here in the awning. How long is it going to be before we see Leo Reutmann, UAE Rotax Max, Minimax, Microax race winner?
If you say you were a novice, and if you finish top 20, that's really good for a novice. But if you finish P10 in a novice, that is really good. But for me, I think I will get podium in 1.5 years.
In 1.5 years. So is this year one? So we got another half a year?
Yeah.
Another half a year. Well, I'm glad to see that we're not putting too much pressure on ourselves. This year, who would you want to thank for all the karting that you've done? Who's been most helpful to you?
My dad, Nacho, and my mechanics, Enzo, and Adrian.
There we go. Because we've got all the other drivers in CRG. You're smiling because all the other drivers in CRG are just behind you. How much fun have you had driving in CRG?
Really fun. Really, really fun.
Okay, there we go. Well, do you know what? It's great to see. Not every driver wins during the course of a season. For some, though, it's just about the joy of karting. And the joy of karting is encapsulated in this young man's smile. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, too.
Round 6, Junior Rotax. This was the car to beat, and this young man was the driver. Round 6, Faris. Last Saturday, it's only a week ago, you were on fire in this kart, and you had a really, really good race day, taking the win in the final and everything.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, we had. It has to be like a good build-up. We can't just have a good final and the rest of the day be bad. So we had a good quali. Finished P5. Heat was good. Finished P2. Had really good mega pace the whole day. Everything had to be good. The driver, the kart. Pre-final went well. Mixed conditions. Finished P4. But we had a jump start, so we had to start P7 in the final. Everything was good. The kart was amazing. Shout out to my mechanic, all the people that made it be good. My dad, it was just amazing in the final. Went straight up to P1. We were unbeatable. Then the next day, we just, it wasn't a good day. But everything...
I think what that indicates to us on TV is just how competitive Junior Rotax is. There was the kart that won the final, came from P7, as you've described. But Sunday, as is motor racing, Faris, some days you've got to take it on the chin, haven't you? And Sunday was one of those days.
Yeah, of course, the grid is really close. Everyone's good drivers. It's not like it's only like the top 3 that's fast, and then the rest are all like second behind. No, it's a really close grid. And of course, you can get caught in some accidents, and a small crash can cause a huge difference in the race. And that's what happened. Got caught up in an accident in the final, had a mega start, moved up to P3 from P7 in the start, straight up to P3 in the second day. And then, we struggled a bit with pace, but that's racing. You can't expect to be the fastest in both days.
Yeah, and psychologically, that's where the strength, as you as a driver, has to shine through. all of that was last week. It's all about this week now, and a slight different configuration in the track as well here at Al Ain. Last week you used the configuration of the tight turn 1 into the hairpin at 2. This week you're going to go sailing past that. Have you got a preference as to what track you like here at Al Ain?
I mean, they're all good, but this international configuration, I feel like I don't really like it, but I was, of course, really fast there. The last time we used it was like 3 years ago, 2022 season, I think. But yeah, Grand Finals always good. We always use it like every year, like 3 times a year. We have, no, actually 4 times a year, because we have both double headers in the beginning of the season and now. Sometimes even more than 4 times. It's always like a good go-to track to go to. Also like F1, but yeah, it's a good track. Easy, fast flowing. Let's just see.
The other variable this weekend in comparison to last is we've now got no cloud cover. We've got no chance of rain. It's gone very, very hot. It's going to be, I think we're going to see highs of 39. That's going to give us a very, very hot track temperature. Is there anything in your mind, Faris, that is telling you I'm going to have to maybe manage these tyres all the way through to the finals on both Saturday and Sunday? Because it's a new set for each day, isn't it? So it's to the end of the day that you're going to be thinking that. Is that something that you as a driver thinks about?
Well, of course, we also have to adjust the pressures for the weather. Like, for example, it's not like we're going to go like on a damp track, same pressures as a really hot track.
Right.
So we have to adjust it so it can be good for the hot temperatures. And also me as a driver, I have to manage them a bit, but mainly it's how it's set up, the tires, yeah.
So, racing 2 weekends, 4 rounds of the championship. Have you been home or have you stayed down here in Al Ain all this time?
Home, of course, yeah, but we have online school right now, so
All
it
right.
doesn't really matter. Yeah, but this week, no mixed conditions. That helps a bit because then we have to stay on the same setup. It's not like you'll have like a wet track where you can just go completely off. Yeah, similar conditions the whole weekend. Let's just see, I know. I think like everyone's really close, so it's going to be a tough fight, but let's see who comes out on top.
Knowing you, Faris, as I do, can I ask you a stupid question?
Yeah.
What are you going to be happy with Saturday, Sunday?
Only one thing, I guess. But depends really. If I have like a really bad quali or like I have to start in the back of the final, then it doesn't have to be P1. Like, of course, anything can happen in racing. Let's say I crash midway, and if I make it back up to the top 5, I'd be fine with it. But of course, it's not just me. Every driver who comes here wants to win, or else better to stay at home, I guess.
This is why we love racing, and this is why we love karting. And this kid gets it, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Faris. Faris Arun.
Thank you very much. Individual teams, if you would like team photos on the start-finish line, now is your opportunity. While the photographer is still on the gantry, now is your time to have team photos. You will not have an opportunity later on. It's now or never. If you would like team photos, you must please come to circuit immediately if you want this done. Now or never. I don't care what order, team, when you're all here. Don't go on the circuit until your entire team is ready so that we can get this done nice and smoothly. There's one Normie. Jesus. We've got PTSD, we've got fuck witchery, we've got closet alcoholism, and we've got Tom Kent as a paranoid fucker. Got it set, didn't we?
Still underneath. Yes. Equally. No, that's Johnny. That's Johnny. Right, I'm going to go, Pete. Alright. Okay, see you later. See you later then. Oh, that's lovely. Alright, see you then.
Hello, how are you? Hi, sir. I'm very good, I'm very good. Very well.
You have to do it this order.
Yes, I am. So,
I can graphic them all up for this first set.
okay, on camera, you want them
That way round.
that way around. So
Dan there, Alfonso there. So in front of the camera, so the camera looks like that. So Dan's camera left,
okay,
Alfonso's camera right.
250 is our official photograph. Oh, yes, in 10 minutes time.
So should I wear my Castle Live t-shirt or my UAE?
How about my UAE? It's only 1%.
If you are more facing Susan. Like I say, you like that.
I want to see you cool.
That's what I'm saying non-stop.
You see you cool.
So we really get an idea why Leicester has a lot more business.
Really?
Huh? Chaotic as fuck. Almost organised. It's a cockable story like this. So, the power pass is a bargain.
So what's that? Yeah.
Is it rather being that Wilkins might get it after one?
And what time are you supposed to go live?
Well,
I'm
not,
not,
but
but
today.
he is so
He was like sitting
so disorganised that they're really waiting until 7.
This spaghetti.
It having seen his stuff, I now feel it makes you realise how good vision. What time actually are they actually starting back? 10 past 2. We're not used to it.
Thank you.
Got a situation at the counter where they thought there was someone from the Mumbai Falcons begging for lunch.
What do I have? Yeah.
From the last question. Because of the rain, I asked one of the parents.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the important part of race day number 1 here at round 8 of the UAE RMC. It is finals time, and out on track have gone the Micromax class. And Henry Baudet, after that prolonged lunch break to get all of the photographs done and the pleasantries done for to end the season, we're about to go racing once again.
Yes, and just a big thank you to the teams and the drivers for their cooperation during all the official championship photographs that we have to do. It means a lot. So the drivers sometimes they're like, oh, do we have to? Well, yeah, it does mean an awful lot to the series organisers. And the drivers did it all in good grace. Is there any good grace remaining here now in the finals? The penultimate round of finals for the 2025-2026
season. Oh my goodness, that's just driven it home for me.
It is.
The penultimate round.
By this time tomorrow, we will be calling the last 5 races of the season.
Oh my goodness. Let's focus on this one, because this one, with the front row looking like Liam O'Hanlon and Adam Al-Sheikh, with behind them
Samar
Chopra.
And it looks like that is Amar Tabatsa on the outside of row number 2. Alex Fryenstein and the leading CRG of Adrian Foro-Vignole on row 3, with Vaibhav Poddar, Tadeusz Prochatska, Leo Reutmann, Cameron Harvey, Yusuf Al-Kayat, Felix Zouza Jebjerg, Ahmed Al-Mudaka, Tayab Haroun and Enzo Falzerano rounding out the field.
Young Youssef up the grid for his final, the brand new driver here on the novice plate, enjoying his time in Micromax, but it's all about the front row at the moment as Liam O'Hanlon leads them into the tram lines. The red lights go out, we are racing, and this is a 11-lap race for Micromax, and already that left-hand side of the grid, Henry, showing what we've seen all day, with O'Hanlon, Chopra and Fryenstein going down the inside line there, and there's 3 carts, first, second and third already.
Yeah, sadly, Adam Al-Sheikh hung out to dry going into turn number 1 like the laundry, but he slots back into what I believe is 4th position. The number 55 cart chasing Alexander Fryenstein, make that 3rd position in front of Alex Fryenstein.
Yeah, making his way back up now. It seems to be the right-hand side of the track here at the start here at Al-Ain really does disadvantage you. And the thing is, the drivers in 1st, 3rd and 5th know this, so they absolutely get glued onto the rear bumper of that pole position driver, who in this case was Liam O'Hanlon. Down the inside has gone the O-plate, and following him through has gone Adam El-Sheikh. And it will be Samar Chopra who will lead across the line on lap 1. So it's Chopra, Al-Sheikh, O'Hanlon down to 3rd.
And here's a replay, the kartshop.me replay. And again, Chopra to the inside, O'Hanlon, 11 laps. We've got 10 laps, 10 and a quarter laps to go. He is not fighting just yet.
No, he doesn't really need to fight as well, but we know he will.
Oh, yes.
We absolutely know he will. So Samar Chopra, on the O-plate, which he won in Dubai in January, is leading this Micromax final. And Adam El-Sheikh, who was a winner last week, remember, and already O'Hanlon challenging El-Sheikh and finding himself back in 2nd place now, and now onto the rear bumper of Samar Chopra. So it's Chopra, O'Hanlon, Al-Sheikh.
And then Vaibhav Poddar in the number 99 cart up into 4th position, and Chopra, well, different tactics. Chopra will now hug those white lines for all he's worth, but O'Hanlon, with a bit of help from Al-Sheikh, go round the outside. Oh, and Samar Chopra's been passed by 3 carts round the outside. That's a triple Slim Shady round the outside.
He was down the inside to defend, but he completely disadvantaged himself. Yeah, that's an aged reference, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
As we've got O'Hanlon back at the front of this field, it's Adam El-Sheikh who is 2nd for a moment. There's a coming together. That's the number 11, Cameron Harvey, who makes contact. I think that didn't cost El-Sheikh much, but it's cost Cameron Harvey dearly as he speared off backwards and through the tyres.
Yeah, and I think, was that Vaibhav Poddar that the driver? Well, Cameron Harvey has been, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. Harvey has momentum, looks to the inside, stays there, he's alongside, and it was, I think, the number 99 cart of Vaibhav Poddar. That was the other cart. I mean, Cameron, these are the lessons that young drivers have to learn. I know the Synergy team have been saying to Cameron, look, we've got to be more aggressive. And sometimes that is the painful way that drivers learn how to be aggressive. There's that level. There's not aggressive enough and too aggressive. Somewhere in the middle is the sweet spot. And Cameron now knows where the sweet spot is. It's not there.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows it's not there now. Back to the front, though. It's Liam O'Hanlon and Adam El-Sheikh who were well clear of that midfield incident there. Behind them, Samar Chopra and Amar Tabatsa circulate together. So we've got 2 by 2 by 3 as behind Tabatsa, we've got Freienstein, Farah Vignoli and Prochaska, who are now in fifth, that's 5th, 6th and 7th, isn't it?
And I think we just had a change for 3rd. Sorry, Joe. That is Chopra losing another position.
I thought that was coming. That was coming, and it could come here as well. As Adam El-Sheikh. Now we saw this in the pre-final, didn't we? Was it the other way
positions
around?
were reversed.
Yeah, the positions were reversed, where we had O'Hanlon quite happy to stay in the wheel tracks of Adam El-Sheikh. Now, if El-Sheikh can remember that pre-final, he'll think, well, maybe I'll just copy and emulate what Liam did to me.
Hey, what works, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Now, as we cross the line, heat haze still shimmering. The temperature is not cooled. This is the absolute, 3 o'clock, just past 3 o'clock local time here at Al Ain in the northern corner of the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, right next to the Oman border. And the heat is beating down on the circuit and these drivers. O'Hanlon now just edging away ever so slightly as they come through the turn 8, 9 and 10 complex, chasing them behind. You've got Chopra and Tabatsa 3rd and 4th. Then you've got Freienstein, Vignoli and Prochaska. You can just see them on the tail end of that camera shot there. While we're watching, we're on lap 4 of 11. And Joe, obviously, if there's a change, which there very well could be, but during the lunch break, we talked about Yusuf Al-Kayat, our novice driver. Well, Yusuf learned an important lesson. That when the race director, the briefing, says no riding round on little suitcases with wheels in the paddock, he means it. Because Yusuf was called to the stewards for the first time. He wasn't wonderfully happy about it, but I did say, look, every racing...
riding around on a suitcase?
He was. I said, look, every single racing driver has been to the stewards at least once. Now you've been there once. And I sort of look, okay. Because I don't want to go up there. Well, no. That's not an option.
That's kind of like being sent to the headmaster's office, isn't it?
No one wants to go to the headmaster's office, but you don't really have a choice.
The choice is there for the taking if you consider Adam El-Sheikh has a choice of whether or not he tries to get past Liam O'Hanlon. At the moment, they're playing what I call a high-speed game of chess here at the front of this field. The two of them are circulating. There is 2 carts circulating together in 3rd and 4th. That's Samar Chopra and Amar Tabatsa, who have gone, and there's Chopra back through as Tabatsa challenges. This is all about the rest of the field, though, coming through there as the leader continues with Adam El-Sheikh, the blue and white cart from XL. Quite happy to sit in these wheel tracks, it seems, Henry.
Yeah, and this picture we're looking at here, okay, you could swap the order of the 2 carts, but the last 2-3 rounds have been a case of O'Hanlon and El-Sheikh just a little bit with their head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Samar Chopra has fought valiantly throughout the season. It's not over yet. The title is not Liam O'Hanlon's. However, you have to say the second half of the season, O'Hanlon has just had the legs at every opportunity over Samar Chopra. Doesn't mean that Chopra's not trying. He is still driving as hard as he possibly can. It just means these two are ending the season the strongest of the bunch, and it's why that number 22 George Gibbons kart is extending his lead in the championship to a point where it will become impossible for him to lose. That moment will come very shortly in the next race or two, I am certain.
Yeah, that might be tomorrow, though, I think, Henry.
Very possibly.
It might come tomorrow. It's perhaps mathematically not going to come this afternoon with his championship protagonist, Samar Chopra, in 3rd place behind this battle for 2nd. We're playing a waiting game here. We're waiting for Adam El-Sheikh to pull the trigger. However, Liam O'Hanlon seems to have pulled the trigger, and he's pulled a bit of a cushion. As I say that cushion disappears almost instantly, and they're back bumper to bumper towards turns 11 and 12. This is where El Sheikh's been on a research mission, isn't he? He knows how much momentum he needs to get alongside using the slipstream, not in any way, shape or form intending to show his cards quite yet, just stays in the wheel tracks of O'Hanlon through the penultimate turn at 13 and through the right-hander at 14, which stifles the speed onto the straight somewhat, but they get their heads down, cross the line, 8 laps completed. It's there's still a bit of racing to go, though, Henry, for things to happen and develop.
Oh, yes. There's a race to go for first and second, and there's a race developing for the final podium position, not just between Chopra and Tabazza, but between Chopra, Tabazza, Fryenstein, Fora Vignoli, and Tadeusz Prochaska, because there are now 5 carts line astern for third positioners, but we focus on the lead battle, quite rightly so, because this lead battle has championship implications. We don't know. When I walk down to interview the top 3, I'll walk past the George Gibbons team. I might walk past Liam O'Hanlon's dad. Their reactions will tell me how close we are to sealing the deal, I am sure.
That's a good point, actually. So Adam El Sheikh in the infield part of this track as we complete 9 laps this time by. 2 more laps remaining, therefore, and we had Adam El Sheikh just nudging the rear bumper of O'Hanlon, which he had to do. And there, the trigger is pulled. Has he pulled it too early? O'Hanlon keeps the momentum and slots right back onto the bumper of El Sheikh. So we've got a new leader. It's the blue and white cart of XL, and Adam El Sheikh now in the lead. George Gibbons Motorsports, Liam O'Hanlon now following him round for the time being, while those 5 squabble over the last step of the podium.
Absolutely. I think, to quote Wayne, to quote Garth in Wayne's World, game on! It's not a game of street ice hockey, it is a game of high-speed chess, as Joe Bradley quite correctly said. Behind them, Samar Chopra has now got some breathing space in third position. Is third going to be enough to keep the title fight alive? We'll have to wait and see.
We go back to the pre-final, Henry, where we had this situation. Adam El Sheikh knows what cards Liam O'Hanlon has, knows what tools he has to work with at Alain, and that's going to stifle El Sheikh's speed. However, O'Hanlon can just sit on the bumper. Is he going to pull the trigger and go down the inside? Are we going to see El Sheikh defend? We are indeed. Into the final lap. El Sheikh on the inside, O'Hanlon on the outside. Here we come. It's side-by-side action and defensive driving from Adam El Sheikh. Says, no, not this time. Keeps the George Gibbons Motorsport cart behind him. They're on into the infield section through turns 4, 5. Immediately into the left-hander at 6. There's a chance here at the kink, though, Henry.
Yeah, there is. I mean, but El Sheikh knows that Liam's got a lot more to lose than him. So he's like, okay, Liam, try if you dare, but you know what's at stake. El Sheikh checks over his shoulder. Don't forget, he missed a round earlier this year with a broken arm. Up towards turn 11 and 12 for the final time. Now, what magic could O'Hanlon pull off? He's been brilliant at this corner for the last 3 days of racing. Can El Sheikh hold him off this time?
It looks like he's got the ID line, but O'Hanlon fires down the inside of the final turn, comes out of the final turn into the lead, and that was all about momentum. O'Hanlon's trying to gesticulate something to Adam, and if that wasn't, that was a great race, mate. I don't know what was.
It wasn't to Adam El Sheikh. It was to his mum and dad, because I think Liam O'Hanlon, as we look at the kartshop.me replay, Adam El Sheikh did everything apart from close the door tight enough at the final corner. Liam O'Hanlon, I'll say it, Liam, I think you can carry on driving that go-kart all the way to Portugal. Let's go and find out right now.
Henry is heading down to Parc Fermé to get absolute insight as to what was going on. Again, these youngsters, Formula One drivers, have a watch of how these youngsters race there. Liam O'Hanlon takes the win at the final turn from Adam El Sheikh. What can he do? Samar Chopra was third, finally comes through in third with a scrap of 5 carts there for the final step of the podium. Amar Tabazza was fourth. Alexander Freinstein settles for fifth. Adrian Faravignoli was sixth. Tadeusz Prochaska fifth in that train of carts. for that third place scrap. Tadeusz Prochaska in 7th. Enzo Falzerano 8th. Fayab Ponner was 9th. Tayyab Haroun 10th. And then we had Leo Reutemann, Youssef Al-Kayat in 12th. The novice driver there finishing in 12th place. Should be very proud of that. Felix Sousa Jebjerg finishes in 13th with Ahmed Al-Mudaka in 14th. And Cameron Harvey recovered after being left stranded in the barriers after that move that didn't quite come off. And that was a 15th place spot for Cameron Harvey. The breeze bringing a bit of cooling air, but in the sun, that temperature is rising to highs of 37, 38 degrees this afternoon, Nick.
It's a hot one, and that was a hot race as well. In O'Hanlon, I was sitting there watching this, obviously. Every now and again, I was remembering to change the cameras, not every time. Thinking, they're like 9 years old. They're 8, 9 years old, and they're just following each other like 3 inches apart. Remarkable.
It's amazing. And that last corner where they didn't actually touch.
No. There was
and this is what I mean about Formula
racing
One
room,
boys.
yeah. Not a racing room given.
The way that I mean, how old are they? The majority of them are under 10.
Yeah.
And yet their racecraft, the way that they have to plan, because the Micromax is a very heavily restricted Rotax 125cc engine, it is all about momentum. It's all about carrying speed through corners. And if you do have a mistake, if you slide wide, you've then got to really fight for. You've then got to really fight for it coming back. Yeah, that was really off-putting, wasn't it?
Very confusing.
Yes, very confusing. I don't know what that was, actually.
It was like
earlier.
earlier.
Reset itself.
That was qualifying.
I don't know why that was back there. That's us monitoring our YouTube channel for the chat for all you people out there. Dawn Sanford, well done, Liam. That came in a while ago while that race was going on. I don't know if Dawn's got Dawn, have you got a crystal ball or something? Have you got spooky tendencies? Did you see what was coming there? Maybe it was Dawn who was watching on delay.
It could be, yeah. She's Liam
That's
had
hilarious, by the way.
Pardon?
That's hilarious between you and I. Yes.
Very confused.
Yes.
It's not the first time.
Dawn Sanford is Liam O'Hanlon's grandmother.
And I'm sure a very happy... Does this mean she's got to take the... are they the grandparents who are always in the south of France? Or is that...
No, that's someone else. I can't remember who that is.
Well, they've got a trip to Portugal coming up anyway.
Well, Dawn's always coming over here, to be honest.
Wow.
To visit
Off to Portugal.
I think Dawn is Liam's mum's mum. Yeah.
Now, I can see Henry down there. Henry, have you got all three of the... Have you got the top three? He's not looking at me.
No, of course not.
You got top three, Henry? No, he's wandered off again. There's a lot of wandering off going on there.
He's gathering the top three.
He's trying to herd cats.
Yes.
He had a long period of that underneath the rostrum earlier.
Yes.
Right.
Minimax coming
hang on.
next.
Hold on. No, it's not. It's Henry coming next.
Before we've got Henry. Yes, here we go.
Well, thank you very much. What a way to round out the penultimate race of the Micromax season. Firstly, Samar Chopra, another podium and a really hard battle there at the end. What have you got to say about that race?
Towards the end, I was battling with Amar, and then when I looked back, I saw I had the gap, so then I was fine at the last lap.
I mean, this is a difference for you, isn't it? You know, not having to fight for a position on the last lap, because every race this year you've been in a mad scrap all the way to the end. This race, okay, I know it's third, it's not what you wanted, but you had it all to yourself on the last lap.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, it's been a long season. It's been a hard season. You and Liam have battled all the way. You've still got one round to go. Now it's a case of how many races can we win tomorrow?
Yeah.
Exactly. And who do you want to thank? And are we going to give a what's that coming over the hill? It's via Chopra shout for your brother to wish him luck as well? So we'll start. Who do we need to thank?
My brother, my mom, my dad, the whole team, Matthias, Danny, of course, and everyone.
And now, for Via, we're going to give it one big chance.
What's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra.
There we go, Via Chopra. Okay, well done, Samar Chopra, P3. Let's move Adam Al-Sheikh in. Adam, I can see, and I don't know if the camera, but we've got the number 55 shaved in there to remind us what cart number we are. Adam, that was a heck of a race. You defended really well. and you've got one more chance tomorrow to beat the driver standing just to your left.
He took me in the final corner, and I'm quite angry, but that's how it is.
But it's all about learning, isn't it? And, you know, that half a kart length gap, you know, you'll remember that tomorrow. And more importantly, Liam will remember that tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
But what would you like to say about how you've driven? Because let's not forget that you had a broken arm earlier this year, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I couldn't do round 2 in Alphasan.
No. So all things considered, you know, I know there's disappointment. However, considering that you were in plaster for one round, you've done very, very well. And you've taken the fight to Samar and to Liam the whole way home.
Yeah.
And you've got one more round to sign off with a victory tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully I can win tomorrow.
Hopefully we can tomorrow. Who do we need to thank?
My mom, my dad, my coach, my team, my mechanic, everyone.
Okay, well done, well done. Thank you very much, Adam. Now, of course, we'll swap over. Everything that I say is strictly provisional. We can't officially crown any champion until the race organised, the championship organisers have confirmed everything, and until the last round is completed, because of course disqualifications are not allowed to be drop scores. However, as things stand, and I confirmed it with your dad and your team boss, we can call you provisionally the UAE Micromax champion as things stand. I'll just say one thing. Liam O'Hanlon, welcome to Portimao, Portugal.
Yeah, this season's been really good, but we've still obviously got tomorrow, so obviously need to focus a lot tomorrow about championship, because like we said last weekend, there's a bigger picture for the championship than the race.
Now, let's talk about this race. Adam knew that there was a lot, you know, that you had a lot more to lose than him, because you're thinking of that bigger picture. Was there ever a moment where you just thought, I'll just settle for second?
Obviously we don't want to make as big risks as on the start of the season, because we obviously want to get max points as we can. Yeah.
Now, I want to do something that might sound a little bit strange. Liam, I want you to come this way. What would you like to say to Samar and Adam and Alex Fryenstein and the other drivers that have pushed you all the way this season?
It's been a difficult season, yeah, so we tried our best and we've done our best, so I'm really happy.
And do you think that if things go according the way they are and you go to represent the UAE in Portimao, however strong you are as a driver has got a lot to do with how these two and the others have pushed you. Would you agree?
Yeah.
You would. So, one more time, who do we like to thank? And there's a long, long list.
My mum, my dad, my 2 sisters, George, Jabir, Jacob, my cousins, my auntie, my uncle, Connor. Yeah, that's...
We got a big family, which means plenty of people to thank. There we go. Liam O'Hanlon, your penultimate round winner in Micromax.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations, Liam O'Hanlon. George Gibbons Motorsport, provisionally crowned champion mathematically in Micromax, and wins that all-important qualification to the World Finals. We'll have that confirmed by the time we come back.
I love the way
tomorrow.
the kids are well over to the left as they see it, so they can stay in the shade.
Yeah, yeah.
Even they're not in their position, they will keep themselves in the shade.
Yeah, and the organisers have allowed that, haven't they? Because that is a really, really hot sun, Nick.
Do you want to see the grid for this one?
38 degrees. Yes, of course. This, if you think the Micromax field are entertaining, stand back, everybody, because here comes Minimax. And it's that driver who has been the driver to beat today, Benjamin Krachkovich. He will line up on the pole position from his teammate, Austin Gray, on the disadvantaged right-hand side of the grid. Let's see what happens here. Oliver Butchard, who was relatively unbeatable last weekend, he's lining up third from championship contender Albie J. Stubbs for Sam Pollitt Racing alongside. In 5th place, Kurt Ivanov for NI Racing. He will start 5th with alongside on the 3rd row, Francesco Lisgnoli. On row 4, we have Vico Pajamaki with Adam Fleury alongside. Ahmed Faisal Almina and Max Payton share row 5. Row 6 is Aryan Ehsan and Mohamed Mubarak. And then rounding off the field, we have the 7th and final row of the grid, Sebastian Storer and Vivan Chuan. Rounds off 14 carts. The question that we're asking today, though, is who can beat Benjamin Krachkovic? It has been a very tight Minimax and continues to be a very tight Minimax season. We're going to probably see turn 1. We're probably going to see Krachkovic, Butchard and Ivanov get down the inside. It's whether or not Austin Gray, LBJ Stubbs and Francesco Lisgnoli can damage limitation exercise around the outside of turn 1. And as Henry rejoins us from down in the Parc Fermé, we're just about to get going with Benjamin Krachkovic for JNKD. It's an all JNKD front row, by the way, as they head out of the final turn, Henry, and heading towards the red lights. I'll let you get your breath back. As we head towards the red lights, they split into their tram lines and we get the red lights out. We are indeed racing. Let's see what happens at turn 1. Austin Gray aware, fully aware, and it's the first 4 rows off the left-hand side of the grid that gets ahead.
And yeah, this is Operation Separate the two JNKD teammates. Operation so far has been a success. Butchard and Kir Ivanov slot into P2 and P3. Gray is 4th, and I'm trying to see where LBJ Stubbs has fallen back to. It's been another awful start for the Sam Pollitt Racing on the outside.
On the outside.
Looking down 2, 4, 6, 7th, LBJ Stubbs. Well, okay, do you know what? At the end of lap number 1 at the pre-final, he was 12th.
Yes.
So that's better. That's better. And again, Krachkovic has now got to get his head down. What has Butchard got up his sleeve, if anything? Because this morning and earlier this afternoon, in the heat in the pre-final, Benjamin Krachkovic was simply, to quote Robert Palmer, simply irresistible.
Yeah, Krachkovic has been very, very hard to beat. This time last weekend, it was Butchard who was lifting that mantle of being very hard to beat, and already Krachkovic a bit of a cushion already on the first lap of almost 0.3 of a second with Butchard and Ivanov. Ivanov now being joined by Austin Gray right on his bumper. The first 4 peeling away from the driver behind, which is Vico Pajamaki. LBJ Stubbs in 6th, I should say. Adam Fleury, as LBJ Stubbs gets ahead of Vico Pajamaki and heads off trying to get on terms with these 4 as Austin Gray down the inside. Ivanov comes back at him. This is a ding-dong of a battle, Henry.
Yep, and Austin Gray showing a little bit of frustration. And but to be fair, Ivanov, who's now said, "Well, I'm used to running at the front. This is not new territory now for that red and white NI racing car." Here comes Austin Gray, and LBJ Stubbs will try his level best to squeeze through. There's not quite enough room, so LBJ Stubbs now focuses on getting a good run down the start-finish straight. Off screen, I can see that Mohamed Mubarak, Sebastian Storer have both come to grief and out of the race. Aryan Ehsan, his terrible weekend continues as well. I don't think poor Aryan is completed the lap either. Krachkovic pulling away now. Okay, this is where we talk about friends off track, no friends on it. The two very good friends, Austin Gray and LBJ Stubbs, now
and
have
yes. And Kurt Ivanov has been hung out to dry somewhat, and he's dropped off the back of these two. He was holding them down and managing to stay in 3rd. Now he's just lost touch, and if anything, he's dropped back towards the attention of Vico Pajamaki and Ahmed Faisal Almina. So we leave those lot to battle it out over 4th place, as 3rd and 4th place battle now, with LBJ Stubbs on the pink and white car of Sam Pollitt, gets onto the rear bumper of Austin Gray as these two head off. Did you say that both of those drivers are in their first full season of UAE RMC?
Austin Gray's in his first full season of
Austin Gray
karting,
is.
full stop.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
LBJ Stubbs, he did a part season last year. This is the concerted title tilt. And LBJ, he has he was close to victory in the International Trophy Asia in Macau, lost out on the last lap to the far more experienced Alfie Bear. He's learned a lot. Now he moves past his friend Austin Gray into 3rd position. The job now is to catch Oliver Butchart for 2nd, but Benjamin Karachkovic is up the road again.
Yeah, he's gone. 2nd was the gap at the line. We'll check that next time by, as this battle for 3rd with Austin Gray now trying to get back on terms with LBJ Stubbs. It's the leader, Karachkovic, coming out of the final turn. Oliver Butchart, let's see if the gap has increased or decreased as they cross the line. That's quarter distance gone, or 3rd distance gone, I should say. And it's gone out to 1.1 seconds. So Karachkovic is actually extending that lead over Oliver Butchart, who has got 0.8 of a second on those carts there. And that's LBJ Stubbs and Austin Gray. And it looks, if anything, Henry, as though Austin Gray is happy to sit in the wheel tracks of Albie and just follow him round. And maybe he's got in his mind, let's catch Oliver Butchart. In doing so, they are driving flat out, but they're not challenging one another.
It's like the driver said to me this morning. He said, I will work with my teammate for as long and however it benefits me the most. And, Austin Gray, who is not a teammate, he will work with his friend RBJ Stubbs in the way that it will benefit Austin Gray the most. That is racing driver 101 mentality. They're both catching up with Oliver Butchart, and we shall see what happens. I do have to say, the interviews for the Micromax final were slightly delayed, obviously. As the season progresses and tension, the stakes gets higher, there's emotions, and these kids are just 8 and 9 years old in Micromax. However, I think you'll agree, all 3 of the drivers the previous race, they handled themselves so professionally there as well, and I'm very proud of them all. Yeah, absolutely. I was just saying to Nick while you were making your way down there, their racecraft just astounds me. They're not even 10 years old now yet in Micromax, and equally in Minimax, the way that these kids go racing is just phenomenal. The phenomenal, intelligent racecraft that we're seeing. And what we're seeing now is intelligent racecraft. Yep. Stubbs has just got his head down. He's pulled the gap to Austin Gray, and now he's picking up the slipstream. He's picking up the slipstream from that green helmet of Oliver Butchart. He's in the slipstream, pulls out of the slipstream, and the momentum carries him down the inside in what is a textbook overtake into 2nd place. So that is JNKD, Sam Pollitt Racing, and Mumbai Falcons. Let's have a look at the replay, Henry, the carshop.me replay. Yep, LBJ Stubbs, he's got the speed. Oliver Butchart thinks it's not even half distance. Now it's half distance, and we are through. So this is the moment that we've been waiting for all day. Yes, there is a 1.6 second gap between them, but this is champion versus challenger. This is reigning Grand Final champion versus wannabe Grand Final champion at the head of the field. Karachkovic versus Stubbs. And if it finishes like that, it's not going to clinch any championships. Absolutely not. Mathematically, it'll still be possible. However, look at that green helmet of Oliver Butchart. He wants to be on that 2nd step of the podium rather than 3rd. And he's not dropping off the rear bumper at all of LBJ Stubbs. We've just clicked by half distance though, Henry, so there's plenty of time for a place change again. LBJ, though, he just wants to get his head down and catch Benjamin Karachkovic, who has got a 1.6 second gap between 2nd and 1st place. Let's see if he can do it. And I don't know what... I mean, LBJ Stubbs is wearing a Team UK race suit. I think... Is that Charlie Page's race suit from last year? LBJ Stubbs has not been to the Grand Finals, but he's wearing a Team UK race suit. I mean, that it could be something quite simple, like he's outgrown or the zips bust on his other one. Or is this something to, yeah, this is what I want. I want a name. I want this race suit to have my name on the back of it. I don't want to have Charlie Page's name on the back of it. That's my motivation. I mean, whatever, and again, whatever drivers helps a driver is fine. Is it a simple case of the zips bust on one, which would kind of make it less romantic, but I prefer to think that this is RBJ Stubbs saying, play the psychological battle. Yeah, I want a Team UK race suit with AJ Stubbs on the back of it. Well, and he's just using that to push him forward. The gap's come down.
It has. It's come down. It was 1.6. It's 1.571. So that's literally thousandths of a second. But it does show that these three drivers there, second, third, and fourth, Stubbs, Butchard, and Gray, by working together, letting the science working together until one of them overtakes the other one. That is. And now we've got Butchard and Gray, second and third. Gray back up to second, where he started this race. Butchard comes back at him. This is fabulous racing. However, this is playing massively into the hands of our leader, Benjamin Krackovic, who will extend his lead. It's out to over 2 seconds now. And if these three can't decide on who is going to finish second, third, and fourth, that's going to extend even further, because it's only 9 laps completed, 3 laps remaining.
Well, if Krackovic was in an unassailable position at the start of this lap, that on your screen there is undoubtedly an unassailable position now. We say it so many times, the only person that can stop Benjamin Krackovic from winning this race is Benjamin Krackovic, because the battle between Butchard, Gray and Stubbs, as great as it is to watch, has cost them any lingering opportunity they may have had of even forcing Krackovic into a defensive move late on in the race.
No, that is not possible now.
No,
Henry.
it's not.
And it's part of the process, really. You've got to get yourself into second place to challenge for first, and to do that is going to cost you time. Moving offline, overtaking, you can't optimise your corner, and this is what we're seeing with these three. I don't think this is over. RBJ Stubbs coming back. That's the pink and blue cart, third in the picture there. Oliver Butchard in the green helmet, Austin Gray, RBJ Stubbs. Let's see what the gap is. It was 2.4. It is 2.5. Krackovic is extending.
Stubbs, though, has got to make 2 passes. Stubbs has to now try and finish second. Stubbs, this is now damage limitation. Yes, the title fight is still going to go down to the wire. The question is, how far behind will RBJ Stubbs be? He needs to put 2 absolute bangers of a move on Gray and Butchard over the next lap and a half. He's learned so much as RBJ Stubbs with Toby George and Anderson Chilcott and his parents working with him. Now it's time to put all that learning into practice, Albie. Do you want to go into the final day of the season as an underdog or as a rank outsider? An underdog is still a dog in the fight. How many teeth have you got left, RBJ Stubbs? We're going to come into the final lap. Krackovic has driven superbly today. He has been majestic. And now, RBJ Stubbs, he's got to be that terrier that cannot let go of the ankles of the 2 drivers in front.
This is where he can perhaps get the crumbs off the table as the 2 carts come together. They stifle one another's progress. Austin Gray through into second. Oliver Butchard third. RBJ Stubbs stays in that 4th place. Gone is Benjamin Krackovic. He's gone. He's disappeared up the road here. He's heading towards the checkered flag as a challenge, almost 3 wide into turn number 7 now. They saw themselves out, and it's Butchard who comes out in second. Stubbs in third and Gray in 4th. Yes, that's one on his list, but Oliver Butchard, the Mumbai Falcons driver, is going to be very hard to beat, and Austin Gray takes that opportunity from him. And up into 3rd place now for Austin Gray. It's a JNKD win coming off now, as Benjamin Krackovic only has to come through the final turn as these 3 continue to squabble. We check out the checkered flag, as it will be Benjamin Krackovic taking the checkered flag there. And who will get second? It is, let's have a look, it's Oliver Butchard, Austin Gray and RBJ Stubbs, who had to settle for 4th.
He made the one move on Austin Gray coming through turns 9 and 10, and then RBJ Stubbs, he just took the inside line going out to turn 11, and Austin Gray just wound up that number 177 car and went clean round the outside of him, which was the move that sealed P3.
Once again, we talk about the racecraft, the thinking, the intelligence that's going on in these young minds, and the skill of just being able to race literally centimetres apart is just phenomenal to watch. So entertaining. Let's have a look at the official result. At the moment, everything provisional, of course. Benjamin Krackovic just consolidates that championship lead in Minimax going into the final day of the season tomorrow. Oliver Butchard finally got that second place, a full 3.8 seconds behind. Austin Gray fighting third place. He will see those two on that podium later on today. Albert J. Stubbs just misses the podium, coming through in fourth. Kurt Evenoff fought his way back up to fifth, ahead of Hamed Faisal Almina. And then in seventh place, Francesco Lizignoli. From Vico Pajamaki, Max Payton, Adam Fleury in 10th, Vivan Chowan in 11th. 12th was Aaron Essen, who was the first of our non-finishers, who had that problem on lap 1, as did Mohamed Mubarak and Sebastian Storer. That's your official final result for Minimax for round 8, day 1, race day 1 of Minimax there, and it was all about Benjamin Krachkovic, who is absolutely, dare I say it, unbeatable today. He was here last weekend, of course, and a little bit under the weather, had to fight hard for it. Oliver Butchard was the man to beat last weekend. Well, this weekend, it's the JNKD entry of Benjamin Krachkovic.
And Hannah Eli Cardenas, 1328, goes, congratulations, Benjamin, with several hearts.
Yes, so big fan.
Must be. Not so keen on these new handles on YouTube, to be honest. It's like very hard to read anything. But
well, it's kind of like 3 words in
the
one.
Hyper Holland went, good luck, Austin. We're all cheering for you here in Qatar.
Ah, right, yes. I've heard of the Hyper Hollands. They've messaged in a few times.
Was he in Qatar?
Well, he's on the podium. It's a good result for Austin in his first, as Henry said, his first full season of karting.
He must be. Has he got a chance of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy, I would think? Companies he has good at the end of the season.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. We need to clarify. I think what we'll do is we'll certainly have clarification on the standings going into the final day of the season tomorrow on both championship situations for the UAE RMC and the Abu Dhabi Sports Trophy Council. Sports Council Trophy, I should say. Which is it's a great accolade, that one. It's all of the tracks that we visit in the Abu Dhabi Emirate, and with its own separate trophy, very worthy to consider. And we'll have updates on that when the championship positions are finalised and clarified and sanctioned and made official.
Yes, we will. At least we'll know officially by tomorrow what the results are leaving today.
Yes.
And then we have to
don't ask us to work it out as we go tomorrow.
Well, that's something that I'm going to try and get Henry to do.
Oh, really?
Well, he doesn't know that yet. Oh, hang on. He's waiting for us now. Sorry, Henry. Well, I was so busy talking about it. Didn't look. But down to you, Henry.
That's quite all right. We're all more than enjoying listening to the Joe and Nick show up there. But we've got the Austin, Oliver and Benjamin show to talk about now. First of all, Austin Gray, round the outside at turns 11 and 12 on the final lap for a podium. Yes, please. I take it that there's a mix of emotions there. It's been a frustrating day, but let's remember one thing. This time last year, how much karting have you done?
Not much.
So, all things considered, another podium is something to be very proud of, yes?
Yep.
Are we a bit upset about some of the things that transpired on the track today?
No.
No? Are we just a little bit upset that we maybe didn't drive as well as we could have? Which I think is completely not the case, because as all these drivers will tell you, you don't do a day without making one mistake, and that's impossible. If you're looking for the perfect race, you'll never, ever achieve it. We've got a lot of family to thank, though, haven't we?
Yeah, I thank everybody, really. I thank my team, I thank Fonzie, my driver coach, I thank my dad.
You're in a really tricky position because you've got your teammates and one of your best mates in karting fighting for one prize, and you're right there in the middle. But this is racing, and it's very difficult, and you're learning the best way by just being there and racing yourself, being yourself all the way through.
I don't really care about the championship, you know. We fight for another championship next year.
Exactly. Well, there we go. Well done, Austin Gray, who's, again, emotions come out a different thing. Guys, you've both been in this situation before where there are ups and downs, and you can understand why Austin's feeling just a little bit, I don't know, maybe just there's a mix of emotions, isn't there, when it gets to this stage of the season?
I mean, yeah, I don't know why he's kind of upset. Third is good. I had loads of thirds in my life. I wasn't as upset as him,
But again, there's a lot going on. We talk about there's friends, there's teammates, there's friends off track, no friends on track, you know, and there's an awful lot going on. Of course, you know, how old are you guys? 11? 10?
yeah, I'm 11 now. Ben's 11.
It's an awful lot to take in, ladies and gentlemen. But let's look at the positives. You have been on the podium again. That is 4 podiums in the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, obviously I'm pretty consistent since I've been with Mumbai top 3. All races I've been with them. Dubai Plate 3rd, then Yas, and then obviously last week and then here.
Now, you got one more day to try and beat the driver standing just to your left, haven't you?
Yeah, I really like to finish on a high this season.
Finish on a high. Who do we need to thank?
I would like to thank Anjum and the Mumbai Falcons, Connor Clancy, my mum, my dad, my brother, the supporters back in home, and yeah.
Excellent. Well done, Oliver Butchard. So we'll bring in Ben. Take centre stage, right by there. There are some days where everything just clicks, isn't there? Today has been one of those days for you, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah, I was very nervous because some laps they were catching me, some laps they weren't. So it was a bit of a gamble because they were all 3 pushing, but at the start, Oliver made a mistake, I think, and I just had a little gap, and then I just went.
So that race was how many laps? 12 laps?
Yeah.
How do you keep that level of focus, that level of concentration when you're out front on your own for 12 laps? How do you learn that?
I just stay calm, looking at my coaches and my dad.
There we go. Well, this time last year, we were the underdog going into the championship decider, and we won it on the last lap. Now, you're the favourite. Last year, you're the hunter. This year, you're the hunted. Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
Excellent. Ready with a smile. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations and well done to Benjamin Krajkovic.
What a day he's had. The perfect day.
He's still having it. He's still having it because he's going to have to be there at the podium. He'll get the step on the top step and be awarded a trophy. And
get to meet Henry again.
Yeah, get to meet Henry again.
What more could any young child want?
Absolutely. Great job from everybody at JNKD across the season. And again, well done to Oliver Butchard and Austin Gray as well. And LBJ Stubbs, commiserations to Albie, who will not be on the podium. And
the only thing I'd say from that is make sure you qualify with an odd number.
Yes.
It makes life a lot easier.
Absolutely does.
I'm not sure how you make sure that happens.
I'm not sure if you've got the wherewithal, the headspace to work that out as you're driving around the track. But it seems to be the case here. The very nature of the first turn here at Alain, that inside line, the left-hand side. So that's 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th even.
I think a little bit, Joe, is that the guy on the outside of the front row is desperately trying not to be ahead of the pole man as they go across the line and incur a full start penalty, and therefore often falls a bit too far behind. And that's enough to let because the next 2 cars are literally on the bumper.
Yeah,
suddenly what should be 1 car is 3 cars, and you can't get back in line again.
If you're 3rd, you know you have to be literally touching the bumper of the pole. And if you're 5th, likewise, you have to be touching the bumper of the 3rd place car. And you know there's a chance you're going to come through turn 1. Everybody on the right-hand side is going to go all the way around the outside. Remember as well, Nick, that we found when you had to try the karts here, just how slippery it is with the sand that settles on the track offline, and you've got to be very careful. If you are on the outside, you've got to be very careful you don't actually wash out and end up off the track.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I managed to find all the parts of the track you shouldn't be on, so I'm an expert on bits of the circuit not to be on.
I've searching for the line.
Literally got all the lines that shouldn't be there. So you want to know any lines you shouldn't be on, just ask me.
I will. I'll ask you. Turn 1, Nearly on the inside.
Not that one.
Yes.
I think I was particularly poor on turn 3, 4, 5. I was all right in that one. Rubbish at that. What's that one? 8?
Well, your turn 2 absolutely compromised your other one. Let's have the grid, though. Let's get back to what's really happening. UAE RMC round 8, day 1, and it's the Junior Rotax Max final that have just gone out on track. Jaden Hidding, the George Gibbons Motorsport driver, bringing the field around. Harun Qureshi alongside Ray Harbour and Faris Haroon share row 2. Harrison Stevens and Mitansh Jain on row 3. We've then got Via Chopra sharing with Paul Schutzman, Henry King and Giuseppe Montanari, Baptiste Augustin and Savelli Kogai, with Kabir Kidwai and Gabriel Baraccordi. Rafael Zagati alongside Romy Sabali on row 8. Row 9 is Mohamed Fares and Floris Schenkenberg, with 20 carts being rounded off by Aaron Mason. And the tragically unlucky Pierre Abu Diwan started the pre-final on the pole. His engine packed in on the rolling lap, and he ended up not finishing, I should say, the pre-final. And that's put him right at the back of the field.
It was the fuel line, Joe.
It was the
fuel line came disconnected.
Oh, man, don't, because that makes it worse. Here we go, Henry. We're about to get started with Jaden Hidding in the blue and white cart there on the advantage of being on the left-hand side. Aaron Qureshi is the unlucky driver for Mumbai Falcons, who's on the right-hand side as we head down the tram lines. The red lights have gone out. We head towards turn 1. And can Qureshi hang on around the outside as there's a little bit of a push from the second row of the grid, and there's incident on the outside of turn 1.
Yep, carts scattering left, right and centre. It was about the 4th place cart backwards. It just seemed to get hooked up with the 5th place cart, and they all dragged each other off the circuit. Carts then came spinning back across the track. Jaden Hidding made an absolute outstanding start. To the right of our commentary position, there are 6 members of the George Gibbons Motorsport team, all the drivers and some others cheering Jaden Hidding on, and he knows where to look to find them. Is this the moment that Jaden Hidding comes of age?
Well, he's off into the lead, and I'm going to confirm who he's being followed by, but this scrap here is for 3rd. That's the number 299, and that is from down the order. 299. It's that Gabriel Baraccordi.
I think it's Gabriel Baraccordi.
Oh my goodness, he's come through. Gabriel Baraccordi was way down in about 13th place, and now he's 3rd.
Gabriel Baraccordi started at Yas Marina. That's how far back he was at the start. But there is a rather large divot in the front of his cart, but I think that could have been a case of carts spinning in front of him, because there were carts going every which way but loose. Coming out of turn number 1.
That's not necessarily sinister, Henry. That might have been caught out and been somewhere he didn't want to be.
Oh dear, it looks like we've lost Kabir Kidwai and Savelli Kogai are the 2 drivers that did not emerge from turn number 1. A number of carts. Paul Schutzman is down the order. Robbie Sabali is down to that. Floris Schenker, Aaron Mason losing positions. So is Rafael Zagati. A real shuffling of the order. This now is Jaden Hidding versus Ray Haber. Championship contenders. Via Chopra runs P5 and Mitansh Jain runs P9.
Yeah, Via Chopra in 5th. Behind him, Aaron Qureshi getting ahead of Henry King for 6th place. As the leaders disappear, then it's Jaden Hidding, Ray Harbour, and then this midfield scrap here going on. That's Mitansh Jain, the number 249. That is 255, I should say. Pierre Abu Diwan from the back of the field, Henry, takes advantage of that melee that happened at the start, and he's up into 9th place. Talk about damage limitation. A phenomenal drive through the field when we look back at that.
Well, I spoke to Pierre Abu Diwan's dad, Mark, during the lunch break. He said, well, hey, at least it's going to be fun coming from the back on fresher tyres. Yes, Pierre Abu Diwan is going to make this one fun indeed, as we watch Baraccordi and Baptiste Augustine up into P4. Chopra continues to run 5th, ahead of Qureshi, King, Jain, Abu Diwan and Giuseppe Montanari.
A driver that has dropped down the order. He dropped from 12th to 14th is Faris Haroon, who was in the top 5, remember, and he's having a bit of a struggle now, and I'm not sure whether he's maybe got a damaged cart from that first corner fracas. He's dropping like a stone, and performance-wise, the cart just not seeming to handle to his liking. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, still Jaden Hidding from Ray Harbour, and then Gabriel Barracordi beginning to move away as Chopra gets ahead of Augustin. And now Chopra, that's the cart there, just in the black and white M&M cart of Via Chopra, now chasing down that cart ahead of him of Gabriel Barracordi, whose gap was quite large, Henry, and now it's disappeared.
Yeah, and interestingly, Mitan Jain followed Via Chopra past Baptiste Augustine. No, that was Arhan Qureshi, sorry, in another of the Mumbai Falcons carts. It was a case of, right, let's keep the championship leader in sight, although Mitan Jain is losing ground. There is Mitanch. No, that it's the fourth cart in line in this group. Arhan Qureshi is the second cart, and Baptiste Augustine has got back in front of Baptiste Augustine. Baptiste Augustine has got back in front of Arhan Qureshi. Henry King in the middle of the picture in that XL Motorsport machine. It's interesting. You know, running back and forth to do the interviews, you get to know where everybody stands. Everyone has got their preferred position to watch.
From the balcony, you mean?
From the balcony or the staircase. As we look, and there's Chopra past Barracordi, put Via Chopra onto the podium. Jaden Hidding's mum has changed position. She was just sitting on the steps, daring not to look out. I'm sure she's moved now, but of course, this is the first time Jaden has been in a position where he could potentially win one of these junior races.
This is textbook, isn't it, Henry?
Yep.
Catchup.me replay. Via Chopra off the back straight, down the inside at turn number 13, and then just hangs it and keeps it to the left. He is now off and after Ray Harbour. The XL driver is in second place, just ahead of these two. There he is in shot there, the blue and white cart.
Yes.
So the gap last time by was a second. Now that he's got clear air, and he is moving away from Barracordi behind him, so that if Barracordi's staying the same and the cart in front, Ray Harbour's staying the same, that means Chopra is catching the cart in front. But the first, second and third, well spaced out now.
And look at the body language of Via Chopra. Head down, crouching down behind the NASA panel on the straight. You'll see it now on this shot. There he is, just trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency over the top of that NASA panel. Jaden Hidding's lead is 1.3 seconds. This year, Jaden Hidding has grown in stature physically. Now we find out how Jaden Hidding has grown in stature mentally, because this race is now his to lose. It's not half distance yet. He made a mistake in the heat that cost him 3 places in the last corner. He learnt from that and then made a great move to put himself in a position to win the pre-final and start this race from pole position. He's done the hard work, and that is get through the first couple of laps cleanly and with a gap. Now it's simply a mental game for Jaden Hidding.
He's got to keep his focus, Henry. He's got to keep his head down, keep his focus, keep concentrated, because the only person I think who can beat him now with half distance completed going into the second half of this junior Rotax final is Jaden Hidding. He's got a gap of 1.6 seconds, and that's remained exactly 1.6 for at least the last 3 laps. Ray Harbour, he's second. He can see Hidding ahead of him. He seems to not be able to do anything about it. 57.4 in comparison to Jaden Hidding's 57.2 was the last lap by. So it's extending ever so slightly. Fastest kart on the track at the moment, Arhan Qureshi in 5th place. So he's making ground as well.
Yeah.
But Via Chopra, that gap between Harbour and Chopra there, those 2 karts there that you see on screen, that's remained a second for at least 3 laps as well.
Yeah, Henry King and Pierre Abu Diwan is now up as far as 7th as we watch Chopra and Barracordi working together as much as they can. Barracordi just checks to his right-hand side, because to look where his coach is, to look where his mechanic is, just to see what information he can glean from his mechanic's signal. I think the signal is push, push, push.
Yes, I don't think he needs them to tell him that. He is absolutely flat out on that O-plate kart. Via Chopra for Matthias Nazem Motorsport. Now the gap's come down to 10th, would you believe, to Harbour. So with 8 laps completed, that's 2/3 distance. We're going to complete lap number 9 as Jaden Hidding heads towards turn 13. These 2 there chasing him down in 3rd and 4th. There's Hidding just at the top of the shot there. The gap We will check at the line, but it's been a very spread out final here. Very uncharacteristic for the junior Rotax class, as we've got Via Chopra. He's still got Baracordi for company, and there's something that sort of maybe there is something about Baracordi. He's been able to sit right in his wheel tracks, in the wheel tracks of Chopra. Here comes Aaron Qureshi, who remains the fastest kart on the track, and he is gaining on these two here. He's just come into shot there. There he is, the orange and blue Mumbai Falcons kart, about to make that a 3-kart race for the final third step of the podium.
Yeah, Qureshi, I think, he knows that, hey, his teammate and the champion, the only driver for the Mumbai Falcons in contention for the junior title, Mitan Jain, is behind him. So there is nothing that Arhan Qureshi can do to help Mitan Jain. All that Arhan Qureshi can do now is help himself by getting onto the podium. By getting onto the podium, yes, he'll push Via Chopra back by one position and cost Via Chopra a couple of points. But like he said earlier, when he was sat here chatting with us and chatting with Mitan, she said, I'll help my teammate in any way possible as long as it helps myself as well, which I think is a fantastic attitude to have. I said, I will help you. And he said, obviously, there's a championship, but I wonder what is going to be said in the Mumbai Shenanigans WhatsApp group, which we have now been told, which we now know exists.
I tell you what, there is nothing in Qureshi's mind anything to do with Mitan Jain.
No.
He is in his own race, and he wants to be ahead of first Baracordi, second Via Chopra, and if he can, if there's any time left, Ray Harbour, who's not that far away, as we've got the plate there of Via Chopra. Oh, and look at that!
Goodness
Ray
me.
Harbour gets it on those curbs. We experienced that ourselves when we had to drive the karts around here. He slew sideways, absolutely destroyed any momentum he had, and now a 4-kart train for second place going towards the final stages of this race. They're on lap 12.
That's the greatest save I've seen since Gordon Banks in the 1970 World Cup. It was superb. And, well, Ray Harbour, take a bow. But Ray Harbour, you're about to have to deal with the consequences of that save. Those consequences are the fact that Via Chopra is now sat on your rear bumper.
That wasn't coming out of turn.
It was
12.
coming. It was coming.
It was down the straight. And when we found that out, if you go too close to those curbs on the right, so I'm going to tell you this. Through this left-hander here, into the next left-hander, he was halfway down the straight. Now, if you touch those curbs on driver's right, it just sucks you onto the curb.
Yes.
And that's what happened. He got sucked onto the curb, went sideways, and now he has got a massive jobs list. The jobs list is stop Via Chopra, stop Arhan Qureshi, stop Baracordi. Baracordi, by the way, has dropped to 5th in this further.
Yes, indeed. Now Harbour to the inside goes Via Chopra.
Yeah.
Harbour looks over his shoulder. Here comes Arhan Qureshi trying to get 2 for the price of 1 special offer. Not quite. Via Chopra closes the door. Shop shut for the time being.
Ray Harbour's thinking, how have I got here? I will not allow myself to do that mistake ever again. It's always a learning curve, isn't there? This is a big learning experience all the time as Harbour goes down the inside and gets that third place back. Going with him is the number 299 of Baracordi, who's coming back. It's Qureshi who has not paid off at all for Qureshi. And Harbour back to second. And that was down to Via Chopra sliding wide on the sandy outskirts of that turn 12-13.
Wow.
Oh, there's a touch. There's a slight touch there from Baracordi. There is Qureshi down the inside. It's everyone across the line who it is. So it's hitting who leads by 4.8 seconds from Baracordi. Baracordi in second now.
The first 8 laps of this race. Oh no, they've gone off for turn number 1. Who's that? That's Arhan Qureshi is off. I think Henry King might have gone off with that as well. I was about to say the first 8 laps of this race were a total snooze fest. And then it all absolutely kicked off. With some great racing.
Henry, guess who's in third?
It's
Pierre Abu Diwan. He started the pre-final on the pole. He didn't take the start. He started this final at the back of the field, and he's on the podium.
This is 20th to the podium for Pierre Abu Diwan. Yes, you could say it tyres a little bit better, but he has driven superbly. I've been watching the time as we cross the line. Jaden Hidding is about to become, there he goes, welcome to the winner's circle, Jaden Hidding.
And it's a George Gibbons Motorsport 1-2 because his teammate Gabriel Barracordi takes second place, and that, the M&M driver, Pierre Abou-Diwan, the drive of the weekend so far.
Absolutely.
From the back of the grid in 20th place, the very tail of this field comes through. All right, there was a lot of drama and incident to assist him in that task, but what a drive. He had to drive absolutely exquisitely to get himself ahead of all of those fast drivers. And championship-wise, Mitanj Jain finishes ahead of Via Chopra.
Very quickly before I go down, when you first mentioned, I'll tell you what, when you first mentioned Pierre Abou-Diwan in 9th position, he was 5.6 seconds behind the winner, Jaden Hidding, and that was on lap 5 out of 14. Over the last 9 laps, Pierre Abou-Diwan lost 4/10 to the race winner.
That's all.
I'll leave you with that thought.
That just explains the drama that has ensued there. Jaden Hidding, though, an absolutely exquisite, very, very composed win for him. He had himself to beat by getting his head down off the pole position and taking a very fine win. Gabriel Barracordi was second place. After being second, he was 6th, he was 4th, he finishes second. But that driver there, Pierre Abou-Diwan, what a drive to 3rd place there. Aaron Qureshi then just off the podium with another fine drive to 4th. Mitanj Jain, incredibly, finishes ahead of championship contender Via Chopra. That's the championship battle right there, in 5th and 6th. Flora Schenkenberg finishes in 7th. That was a great drive through the field there. Harrison Stevens 8th. Baptiste Augustin finishes 9th. Faris Aroon ended up finishing in 10th place with Henry King 11th. Giuseppe Montanari in 12th. And then in 13th place, Paul Schutzman. Ray Harbour ends up down in 14th place, would you believe, with Rafael Zagati in 15th. 16th was Romy Sabali. And then on lap 11, Mohamed Fares went out. He's a novice driver. Aaron Mason went out on lap 8. And involved in that first corner, first lap incident, Saveli Kogai and Kabir Kidwai. As ever, we think
I've got
race,
so many replays I didn't play.
Well, really?
Good.
Well, you couldn't take your eyes off it, could you?
Nope. Oh,
yeah.
nope.
Because if we'd gone to replay, we would have lost three.
Yeah.
We would have lost 3 place changes. When you think everything's settled down, think again. Think again. Well, everybody, Junior Rotax, as entertaining, as dramatic, as confrontational as
ever.
Absolutely. We've got 2 more finals to get through. It'll be DD2. That's the carts that are lining up in the collecting area now.
But the entertainment doesn't stop there.
No, I was about to say it. After that, Senior Max. And then we've got, after a little bit of a break, just a few minutes while we gather all what we need together, we've got our tyre changing competition.
Ooh.
Indeed. Every team, pretty much every team.
Every team has entered somebody.
And some teams have entered 2.
To make the numbers up.
To make the numbers up, yeah.
To 16.
So every team is represented by a member of the team, a mechanic, who...
hopefully their best mechanic.
Their best tyre changing mechanic, because they've got a set of 2 fronts, 2 rear tyres, off rims, and the contest is to put them on the rims and then take them back off the rims.
Apparently the fastest ever time is 23 seconds.
Which is incredible.
Well, it is ridiculous.
That's incredible.
But is that quality tyre change? The quick fit would take a lot longer than that. It's looking like Henry has herded the cat, so down to Henry.
Well, I know we joked earlier, Pierre Abou-Diwan, about, the WrestleMania, you can't see me. Nobody saw that coming. 20th to 3rd. Well done. Talk us through the crazy last couple of laps.
Oh my goodness, it was intense.
Come this way a little bit.
It was really intense. For the first few laps, I got past Baptiste and Mitanj. I saw a gap, so I just put my head down. I knew Henry wouldn't give up, so we both just pushed. I wasn't close enough though, but we pushed all the way until we got the pack, and then last lap, the mess started. And then, I just saw the gap. Barry Cordy and me went through, and that was good.
You can tell the adrenaline's still running because Pierre is speaking a little bit quicker than we do normally. You're bouncing up and down. The adrenaline is still running. How did you psych yourself up for the start without getting too excited?
Honestly, I just stay focused. I just take deep breaths before I go for the start. We had actually a really bad start. We bogged a lot, but then we just caught up. We put it to perfection, and the kart was amazing.
Well then, who do we need to thank?
Everybody that supported me, my parents, my sisters, my mechanic Rinku, my team manager Matthias, Nasri, everyone else, Dan.
Okay, one thing, team, do not give this young driver any caffeine. You are buzzing enough. Well done.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, well then, Gabriel Barracordi, again, young man, where did you start that race?
I think I started the race in 14th.
You know, you've had, Podium last weekend, but again, the madness that started happening behind the race leader. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so on the second last lap, the mess started happening. Veer started defending. I got my way past Arhan, then Chopra, and then Ray all on the same lap, and then I could pull away.
Apart from your mother-in-law, where's the mother-in-law watching from?
From the UAE. Dubai.
From the UAE, okay. But so there's a lot of work gone in because I'm looking at you and a teammate. Now, it's fair to say at Yas Marina, this was not a 1-2 combination, was it? What has changed? How much work have you guys put in? How much work has the team put in?
I mean, we've put in a lot of work to get on pace. Obviously, especially in our lane, we came here 3 weeks before to get the setup ready, and we've just been practicing.
Preparation, preparation, preparation. Well done, Gabriel Barracordi.
Yeah, I want to thank my mom this time.
Well, yeah, that'd be nice.
My mom first, obviously, then my dad, and then the team.
Okay, well done, thank you. And you know what? Thank you very much, Gabby. Well, I'll tell you what, step aside because we've got a new winner. And what is so positive is when you come in and you see not only a new winner, but everyone else coming and congratulating you as well. I think it's safe to say, Jaden Hidding, that in the last couple of days, you've grown up a lot and you've come of age and you're now a junior Rotax race winner in, let's have a look, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. How does that sound? Come this step this side. How does that sound, sir?
Like, it's unbelievable, you know. Like, finishing P1, it took a lot of hard work to achieve this. And, like, I just thank the team so much on giving me a good setup, a good car, a kart. And, like, I can't thank anymore.
So let's go back very quickly. This morning, last lap, you make a mistake. You drop from second to fifth in the heat on the last lap by not being aggressive enough in one corner and then leaving the door open in another. How hard was that lesson and how quickly did you learn from it?
Yeah, I did get some advice from the team. They were not very happy because they know I'm fast and stuff. Mm-hmm. But I did learn a lot from my mistakes, and yeah, it's...
Well, you did, because in the pre-final, going off into turn number 1 to take the lead, you were super aggressive, and that put you in a position where you could lead all 14 laps and win your first final. Just goes to show, doesn't it?
Yeah, very happy. And yeah, I just thank my parents, my team, and yeah, everyone.
Now, believe it or not, you made the front of that race very boring. How tough was it? Because there was a whole group of GGM drivers watching. Were you looking for them? Were you looking for your mechanic? How did you stay focused for that race?
I was just keeping my calm. I was just looking back to make sure like how far they are. Looking at Jacob, George, they tell me how big and small the gap is, and yeah.
Did you believe it until you crossed the checkered flag?
Well, I did not believe it. Like, it was like crazy because when I just crossed that checkered flag, it was like unbelievable moment.
So how did you drive the last corner? Did you drive it as normal, or were you sort of tippy-toeing through there?
I drove it as normal, but yeah, I was just by myself, so I was just keeping my calm, and yeah.
Okay, well, do you know what? Incredibly well done. Brand new winner, Jaden Hidding.
Thank you, Henry. And you know what, Jin? You will remember this day for the rest of your life. To win round 8, to be a winner at round 8 of the UAE RMC, you will have this lifelong memory, I can assure you. You will remember this day, the first major win for Jaden Hidding. And congratulations to George Gibbons Motorsport, who take a 1-2. They've had a win already with Liam O'Hanlon in the Micromax, and now they take junior Rotax as well. Gabriel Barracordi was the driver who took second. And what about Matthias Najem Motorsports, Pierre Abou-Diwan, who, as Henry pointed out, didn't really gain much time on the leader, but that still enabled him to finish on the podium, not that far behind the leader. 5.8 seconds off the leader in third place. Aaron Qureshi, Mitanj Jain, and Via Chopra, Floris Schenkenberg, Harrison Stevens, Baptiste Augustin, and Faris Arun are the drivers that rounded off the top 10. We move on to the DD2 class. This is the gearbox class, the pinnacle of Rotax Max karting, some would say. Gearbox insofar as a 2-ratio gearbox with paddle shift operation on the steering column. It is the left-hand paddle that engages first gear, the right-hand paddle that engages second gear, and you basically flick between first and second gear as you lap the Al Ain International Raceway. It is another difference of these karts. We've got brakes on the front axles. We've got a brake disc and caliper on both of the front wheels, as well as the conventional rear disc brake on the rear axle, the solid rear axle of a conventional Rotax Max kart. However, it's very different how the drive connects to the engine, to that rear axle, I should say, from the engine, giving it its very unique characteristic and a completely different beast to drive here. A more conventional sort of car racing type braking situation where you brake in a straight line, the kart to the apex, just feathering the brake, but you can brake very, very late and deep. We've heard these drivers explain just what the vagaries are between the conventional Rotax Max classes that we will see next in the senior Max class and this DD2 class. The driver that this weekend, and indeed last weekend, is all about is that driver there, right of the screen, the orange and white with blue trim of Mumbai Falcons, Mark Bassier, who will start the race from the pole position. But the kart on the left,
it's Hamza Hashisho, isn't it?
Is Hamza Hashisho, yes.
Who I think might give him a run for his money.
He might do, yeah. We have a great interview which went out in the Paddock Show this afternoon.
And we have an interview with Hamza which went out today, an interview with Mark's mum that goes out tomorrow.
That's whose mum?
Mark Bassier's mum.
Mark Bassier, of course, yes, sorry. Heidi.
You
Heidi
had me doubting myself then.
Yeah. I was thinking, who's Mark? Of course, Mark Bassier. Yes.
Who's Mark?
Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, look out for those in the Paddock Show. So the mum's interview with Henry is tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Paddock Show.
Mum's Day, isn't it?
It's Mum's Day, of course.
Tomorrow's Mum's Day.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Hamza Hashisho, we had a great interview with. He's been absolutely on form here this weekend. And we'll see. He's on the outside going into turn 1, though. And as we've seen, as much of a disadvantage it is in every single class, DD2 was no different. And I suspect we might see, that's a Mumbai Falcon left-hand side of the grid here, Nick. So we might just see Mumbai Falcons leading 1, 2, 3 out of turn 1. And that's just that is just the ergonomics of the vagaries of this track.
Yeah, it's very much, as we discussed, it's the only chance the guy on the outside the front row has is to be effectively level with the pole man at the start, which is quite hard to do whilst retaining a clean start.
We're going to find out if that is the case as Henry rejoins us. That was a really, really good podium that you had there, Henry. Those youngsters had one of the most eventful races I think we've seen all season.
Yeah, and do you know what? And I know it might embarrass him, but it took Pierre Abou-Diwan and it took Gabriel Barracordi to sort of, get Jaden to take his crash helmet off at the end of that one, because I think the emotion got a little bit much for Jaden, knowing, because he understands how hard. He was so hard. He understands how hard everybody, his family and his team worked to get him to that point.
But I don't know if you heard what I said on your way back. I said when we left you on the podium, he will remember that moment.
Oh yes,
for the rest of his life.
Absolutely, absolutely.
When he's really old.
There are sometimes you see kids, they take a win and, it's like, and that was not one of those occasions. Here's your grid for DD2.
The grid is Mark Bassier and Hamza Ashisho. We'll talk about those two in a moment. On the second row, it's the wily old master, Moritz Canopes, third overall and first in Masters. Adam Malek for M&M starts alongside. We've got Tyler Harris, the championship contender, starting on the third row alongside Tony Hogg, out of retirement again this weekend. Saad Alababi and Nicolo Cacciatore star on row 4, with Kyle Blockley starting alongside Greg Watt and Samir Al-Hassad starting and rounding off the 11-card grid in DD2s.
Now, I spoke to Simon Harris, Tyler's dad, who's done the calculations. Tyler needs 1 point to seal the title. He gets 17 points for coming last in this race.
So he only has to finish?
He only has to finish. We've got a couple of guests in the commentary box who are watching, including Arhan Eshi, who has done a grand total of 0 laps today and has his arm in a sling. But he's still smiling, and he's got his friends Leo and Adam with him,
who's
who are
still
just going to
smiling
watch.
after his interview.
They're all still smiling.
Here we go, Henry.
Let's go.
Mark Bassier leads this field of DD2s towards the red lights. The red lights go out, and we are racing down the inside again. We've got the 3 Mumbai Falcons into the lead of Bassier, Canopes and Tyler Harris, and this is working well for Tyler Harris. He only needs 1 point, but he's ahead of Hamza Ashisho, and not for long he's going to be challenging that orange helmet of Moritz Canopes. But Henry, who is going to challenge that man there, that young man? He's only 16, Mark Bassier.
Morris Canopes, when I saw Morris during the lunch break organising the the driver photos, let's just say Morris was, the desire to win is as burning, it's the flame is burning as brightly as the flames on his crash helmet. Here comes Morris.
Yeah, Moritz Canopes down the inside and into the overall lead, and Tyler Harris has gone with him. It's a 3-way battle for the Mumbai Falcons, and Hamza Ashisho takes a watching brief there for M&M in 4th place, but it's the Masters leading overall. We heard Henry there. What he was alluding to was Moritz Canopes taking an overall win.
And here's the kartchop.me replay. And Mark Bassier was closing. Now, this is what I mean when I say to drivers, you've got to lock your arms out. Look at the way Moritz Canopes, he literally leant back in his seat. He showed Mark Bassier his arms were completely rigid. That means I ain't turning. I'm not turning. And Mark Bassier realised, OK, if I turn in, we're going to have a crash. And that's not good.
In the words of Daniel Ricciardo, he licked it and he sent it, didn't he? Down the inside, and he's retained that lead. Bassier and Tyler Harris and Bassier, I should say, they are the drivers now who follow him round. Can he hang on to this? It's going to be 2 laps completed. It's going to be another 12 laps before Moritz Canopes can even think about a checkered flag. And if those karts had mirrors, it'd be full of Tyler Harris, but Tyler Harris is no longer in his mirrors because he's alongside and down the inside and into the lead.
And you know what? We were talking about Tyler Harris, and of course we're forgetting there's 2 titles up for grabs. The Masters title, which I think is also pretty much done and dusted, despite Kyle Blockley's absolute best efforts this season, and then the occasional appearances by Tony Hogg and the best efforts of Greg Watt as well. Moritz Canopes is in position as Hamza Ashisho now moves into P3. Okay, Mark Bassier, now let's see what you've learned, because we've dropped from 1st to 4th. I'm looking at the championship. How many race wins had Mark Bassier got? Well, he got a clean sweep in last Sunday. I think it was 5 in a row for Bassier coming into this race. Can he make it 6 in a row? The odds are oh no, there's a problem. Bassier signalling there as he crossed the line. There looks like there might be an issue with that number 455 car.
Yeah, he was pointing at his engine and gearbox that he was pointing at. It may be that he's got a problem. We can't really decipher what the problem is, because right now he is right on the rear bumper of Hamza Ashisho in that 3rd place. Tyler Harris, we know Tyler Harris needs 1 point. But if he can continue leading this final here in round 8, what a way to clinch the championship.
Yeah.
That would be very stylish indeed.
You know,
I know we've got a long way to go, Henry.
We do.
So I'm not going to call it. But at the moment, he's leading and he's commanding the lead with Maurice Canopes in second now. Two of them pulling away as Ashisho comes under pressure from Bassier. Just didn't quite have enough to get alongside.
Do you know what? Hamza Hashisho missed the apex at turns 11 and 12. That's what put him under pressure from Bassier. Now, this is now mental. So Bassier, whatever he thinks might be wrong with his kart, might not actually be wrong, because again, you get forced offline, you get forced out of your groove. You might pick up a little bit of sand or dirt or grit on your tyres, and you've lost 3 places. So there's got to be something wrong. But no, now this is where the maturity comes in. Refocus, head down, and try and pick up, because we've got 10 laps to go. An awful lot can happen. That's 140 corners.
Yeah, we've got ages to go, to be honest, as the first two begin to pull a gap between third and fourth here. Tyler Harris, Maurice Canopes. We see the two Mumbai Falcons drivers happy to follow each other around. They're all flat out. They're not just easing their way around this track. They are absolutely optimizing every braking point, every turning point, every application of the throttle is as soon as they possibly can. As we head across the line, then 5 laps completed, on to lap 6. We are still 2 laps off the half distance mark, and Tyler Harris looking the composed Tyler Harris at the front of this field, what we saw and have seen all season long.
I went past Anjum and Alex Gill and a couple of members of the Mumbai Falcons on my way back up to the commentary box. They said, now, nice things only about the Mumbai Falcons, jokingly. And I said, of course. This is down to the drivers. It's going to be pretty difficult to say nice things about the Mumbai Falcons if Tyler Harris and Maurice Canopes take each other out battling for the lead, which I'm sure they won't. But when you've got a driver as hungry as Maurice Canopes for an overall win, and a driver like Tyler Harris who has convinced himself that he's only thinking about winning, not about the ticket to the grand finals, then, you never, ever know what could happen.
No, this is racing, and you know what? We've still got Mark Bassier gesticulating, I think, there to the right-hand side, whoever it is that is gesticulating to. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to communicate, because right now he is on terms with Hamza Ashisho, who likewise is pulling back that gap towards Maurice Canopes. So we had 2 by 2, we're about to have 4 at the front of this field. I'm going to ask you a question here, Henry. Has Maurice Canopes ever won a race overall as a master?
I am sure that not since his return to the championship, but I'm sure before he took a respite from karting, because don't forget Maurice Canopes was a grand final podium finisher as far back as 2010, 2011. I'm sure that he has in previous years. New third place. Bassier, maybe Mark Bassier is realising that, actually, when I'm angry, I drive quite well when I'm cross. There's no signalling across now to his team, is there, now that we're back on the podium?
No, and we're at half distance, and now we've got a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3. Hamza Ashisho, though, I'm pretty sure when he looks at that jobs list now, it's got spoil the Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3 party, and he's going to come back at Bassier, but Bassier switching it back on and already pulling a bit of a cushion there.
Yes, indeed. Behind the top 4, you just saw them flash across the top of the camera shot. Adam Malik runs P5 and Saad Al-Hababi right behind it in 6th. Then it's Tony Hogg, 2nd in Masters, 7th overall. Just in front of Kyle Blockley, who's 8th overall, 3rd in Masters. Nicolo Cacciatore and Greg Watt are next. Sadly, Sami Al-Assad has retired. There is Malik battling with Al-Hababi. Adam Malik, again, after this race last Saturday, he was driving with no floor tray on the kart. And
here he wore his boot heel out,
He wore his Alpine Stars boot heel out. But not because he was wearing an Alpine Stars boot. He didn't actually wear his heel out. Only the boot. Good boots they are.
Yeah, they are. Apparently they are. Especially if you're getting something. There is Tyler Harris. Now, Tyler Harris has got 6 laps remaining here. It will be 9 laps completed, and Maurice Canopes has been about that distance behind him for pretty much the whole of this race. Mark Bassier broken free from the attention of Hamza Ashisho, and Mark Bassier now trying all he can. You know what, Henry? The fact that these drivers aren't catching each other readily, and it's just nicking 1,000 here and losing 1,000 there, just shows me and indicates to me how flat out and optimized these laps are. These drivers are not managing anything. They are driving flat chat at every opportunity.
Somebody has just passed our commentary box with a very loud exhaust. The type of loud exhaust that is only signified by one thing, a broken exhaust bracket. And the three drivers, Leo Reutemann, Adam Fleury and Arhan Essen, who are just watching to see how TV is made, all sort of nod that yes, yeah, that sounds like a very throaty exhaust indeed. So somebody's race is about to come to a premature end, very sadly, and I don't know who it could be. Tyler Harris. I've been fortunate enough to have known Tyler since the very first time he did a national level race back in 2021 in junior TKM. And at the end of that day, when I spotted...
Where was that?
It was the first round of the 20... I think possibly at Sheddington. And I noticed that Tyler had the Chinese flag on his race suit, as well as a bit of an Australian motif and the UK flag. And of course, I asked Tyler about, this, or what's this? And that's how I learned that his mum's Chinese, his dad, his dad, there's Australian blood in his dad's side of the family. And so it's a nice thing for me personally to have watched Tyler, because he won in his first year on the national scene. He won the race of the year in 2022, again in TKM at Wilton Mill. He went to the Le Mans International Trophy as a junior in his very first year with MLC Motorsport and made it to the final. And then, I think it's safe to say, the wheels fell off the wagon slightly. And Tyler had 2 years where if he wasn't last, he was in the steward's room. And I almost said to him, at Warden Law, I said, Tyler, you're getting involved in accidents that are just not, you don't need to be getting involved in. And he looked like he was like, I'm going to give up karting. That's it. I'm giving it up. I said, I'm not having fun. I said, Tyler, control what you can control. Unfortunately, on that day, he then punted somebody off and got kicked out of the meeting. But he came back and he's getting better.
Just as you said that, we had a punting and a coming together of, and here we go, the cartshop.me replay will show that, the coming together as Mark Bassier get it all on the curbs at turn 8 there, and then riding up the back of his teammate Maurice Canopes. He had a go, he had a challenge.
Yep.
It didn't come off.
Change.
And a change there, and it looks like he might have even dislodged his nose cone.
Yes.
So that might be a bumper penalty that we're going to see.
That's an understeering.
In fact,
Bassier's
Mark
in.
is in. Whatever has happened, he's damaged the kart, and he pulls in. Discretion, the better part of valour for Mark Bassier, comes in with the damaged kart. This has allowed now solidly into third place Hamza Ashisho, who is heading towards a podium. Saad Alababi up into fourth, Adam Malik fifth, Tony Hogg sixth, Nicola Cacciatore, Greg Watt, Kyle Blockley and Sami Al-Assad coming through as well. In fact, I think we've lost Sami Al-Assad.
We have. And
Kyle Blockley as well.
The exhaust belonged to Kyle Blockley. So Kyle Blockley was the driver whose exhaust bracket broke. Mark Bassier, I mean, that might be a case of, I'm not going to finish the podium. I've upset Morris. I want to make an early escape, possibly.
Back to the hotel quickly.
Yeah. But Tyler Harris. Tyler was the very first driver at the end of, I can't remember where I was, where Simon, his dad, came up to you and said, we're coming back next year. Don't tell anybody. DD2. And this was during the course of the last year. So Tyler, he committed to this class very, very early on. And that means that he committed to getting in the kart, to learning it, to preparing, to practicing, to getting used to the front brakes. And you know what? Over the course of the season, he's had a number of different challenges. He's had his own challenges to overcome, namely, hurting his wrist playing basketball. Now, I'm a great proponent of basketball with my own son. But, hey, when you're trying to dovetail karting and basketball, it doesn't always work. No. And yet, everyone that has stepped up, Tyler Harris has seen them off. And as I said, I've known him since he was very first in a kart, and this is a proud moment.
Talking about seeing him off, he looked over his shoulder there on that final lap, and he couldn't believe the gap he had. He crosses the line, Henry.
That's about as emotional as you'll get.
There is our DD2 champion. You mentioned at the start of this race he needed 1 point to clinch the championship. Well, he's gone and got maximum points because he clinches the championship in big style by taking the win here at round 8. Second place, Moritz Canopes, second overall. first in the Masters, and that young driver, Hamza Ashisho, who we've become very fond of here, the M&M driver, will get to speak to Henry on the podium. We'll have a look at the full rundown with 3 retirements coming there. Mark Bassier, who had that incident with his teammate Canopes, pulling in on lap 12. Cal Blockley with that exhaust sounding on lap 10, and then Sami El Assad on lap 2 pulling off the track as well. There's your result though, with Tyler Harris taking the win, Maurice Canopes second, Hamza Ashisho third. That's your podium. Saad Al-Ababi with Adam Malik, Tony Hawk, Nicola Cacciatore and Greg Watt, the final finisher there. Mark Bassier, Cal Blockley, Sami El Assad, all retirements there in that 14-lap final.
Well, that's the way to win, isn't it? A championship, provisionally, of course.
Yes, obviously there is a tech inspection for the result of that final, but then it will all be confirmed, and we can call it as it is. We can call it provisional, Nick, and I think Tyler Harris taking the DD2 Masters.
We can say anything we like.
Yeah, well, we can, but we try and keep it professional.
We try and keep it to facts most of the time.
They are the senior Max drivers getting ready for the final race of the day. When we are finished racing, though, we're not finished broadcasting. We have got our tyre changing competition.
Oh, yes.
And followed by, of course,
first 2 rounds of?
Preliminary rounds. From the 16 protagonists, we get rid of 8. And then from 8 to 4, that will be brought to you tomorrow. We've got all the tyre changing competition coming live. Oh, we're looking forward to the tyre changing competition. Would you like a biscuit? Well. Please take a biscuit if you want. Help yourself to an Oreo, because we're trying to get rid of them before we get back to England. You can't take all them home, Nick. There's loads.
It's worrying you offering.
There's what?
He's allergic.
You're allergic?
Yes.
Well, don't eat one if you're allergic.
Yeah, we don't. We certainly don't want to get ourselves in trouble with allergic reactions around it. There's been enough illness in this commentary booth.
Leo Reutman, who has got... Leo, come here. We're going to have a quick chat. Before we go down to Henry, Leo... How Leo is you were the most smiley interviewed race driver I've ever met. Did you enjoy your little chat on telly? Have you watched it today, by the way?
Yeah, I did, and I was really happy, really happy, because this is my second interview. My first interview was in Miami, and then the second one was you guys.
All right, well, you nearly blew it there because you're not allowed to say that engine name. You're at a Rotax RMC here, so please don't mention that name again, Leo. So you've lost your job. You had one job and you've been sacked already. You're at the RMC here in the UAE and you've blew it. So we'll let you off with that one. Have you had a good day?
Yeah, a good day, but I think I could do better tomorrow.
Do you want to be a racing driver when you grow up?
Yes.
Right. All racing drivers will say that. Thank you, Leo. We go down to Henry, who is at the podium, is he, Nick? Let's go down to Henry.
Thank you. Well, Hamza Ashisho, we meet again on the podium. It sounds strange, but you're looking more and more disappointed the more podiums you get, because you know how close you are to that win. Talk us through that race.
I mean, honestly, I just made a few mistakes in that race, especially on the start. I think I just messed up the timing on the launch, so that just kind of ruined it for everything. But
It's because it's very, very difficult then, because you're up against, Maurice and Tyler. They don't make mistakes very often. So again, when you're coming in with less experience than them, it just makes things harder. However, how many podiums is this now this year?
I honestly have no idea. I think like 3, maybe?
3 or 4. And we started racing when?
On October 2024,
so we are, this is our second season of karting, effectively, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is. You've got one more race this year, and then you have a big summer in Europe representing the Qatar Motorsport Federation. So we're going to take positives, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. We'll take positives from this race. We'll just learn from what we did wrong, and then hopefully we can fix it for the next race. Because, starting P2 on the outside around here, it's really hard because... Tyler's also made a few mistakes around there, like a lot of people have. Like it's like death row kind of, honestly. P2 around here.
It is. You're hung out to dry at the laundry, but you came back. Who do we need to thank?
Of course, my team. I'm in a motorsports. Of course, my parents. I'll just throw in Jeffrey. Why not?
Jeffrey the towel. There we go. Well done, Hamza Ashisho. Now, In the history of the Rotax Grand Finals, which started in the year 2000, only one driver has won 3 titles in a row. That is Mr. Grand Finals, South Africa's Cristiano Morgado. The next driver has a chance to emulate that because double E20 Masters champion Maurice Knopers, you go for 3 in a row in DD2 Masters in 2026.
There's only one word I can say, inshallah. You know, comparing me with Cristiano Morgado is quite a number, but I'll take it. Yeah.
Well, racing is very colourful, but statistics don't lie, and those are the black and white statistics, my man.
Yeah, true. And if I go back to today, you know, Hamza has only been doing this for a year, and he's getting faster every race. And obviously Tyler, my teammate, I learn a lot from him, even at my age. You know, comparing data. And I'm more than happy to finish first, second. And I know for him it's much nicer to finish like this. You know, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you very much.
I'll take it. And it means you've got one more race to get that P1 overall. Maybe Tyler will give you a break tomorrow.
No. Mate, finishing within half a second or a second of Tyler is more than good enough. I can't expect more. And I'm very grateful for all the data we have together, you know, that I can see where I'm losing or gaining. Yep. There's some spots where I gain.
They're absolutely, okay. Congratulations. Who do we need to thank? And number one, how's Sam getting on over in KZ2?
No comment. His engine ceased just in the final now.
Oh dear. Well, one member of the Knopers family is smiling. The other one will have many more years to smile in the future, I'm sure. See you tomorrow. Okay, Tyler Harris. It's been a long time since we first met. Stand by there, sir. Junior TKM British Championship. Le Mans 2022 as a junior. And then I'll just remind you, I think it was the end of 2024, Wilt Warden Law, you're about ready to jack karting in because you're not having fun. Are you glad you stuck with it?
Yeah, I think so. I've enjoyed this season a lot more recently, especially considering I've moved up from senior in the UK. It saves me a lot of stress, you know.
I mean, you're going to school in the UK and then you're coming back and forth to race over here. Now, we know that you're not one to show great deal of emotion, but crossing that line with the 2 number 1 fingers to your team, try and describe that feeling.
Well, it's kind of exactly how I wanted to secure the championship, and it went exactly as I wanted.
It did. Now, you have to go and change this Mumbai Falcons race suit for the black and gold of Team UAE. Now, I know that you've got Chinese parents, you've got Australian family, English family. You've got Australian family somewhere on the line, that's where, you know, I think.
Yeah, family friends.
Yeah, family. Now, our adopted home in the UAE. Do you feel ready to represent the green and gold? The black and gold, sorry?
Well, definitely, because I spend most of my time out here. If you don't consider my actual school time, I spend more time in the UAE than at home itself.
And what do you want to say, not to your team, I don't want to talk about your team, what do you want to say to your dad, Simon, who is here all the time, and your mum, who is watching at home? And I want you to not talk to me, you talk to them.
Well, I want to say the biggest thank you I really can to my dad for everything he's done for me for the last 7 years, I mean. And, of course, my mum for supporting me the whole time as well.
When you won your first round of the British Junior TKM Championship, could you imagine yourself here right now?
I don't think I'd ever expect to be racing DD2 in the UAE. It's such a change of events. But nothing I really regret.
Well, now you have to go and race DD2 against 71 other national and international champions around the world. Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There we go. One champion, one race to go. It's the big one. It's senior.
Oh, are we supposed to say provisional after this?
Well,
Or is it
fantastic.
official?
Well,
Also,
Tyler, he's virtually.
I have a question for you, Joe. How do we become the local creche?
Yes, I know. I think we mentioned biscuits.
It was like we only had 4. We had 6 a minute ago at the back of here.
Yeah, congratulations to Tyler Harris there for we believe clinching the championship pending technical. We've got a visitor though, Aaron Essan. He was on or should have been this morning. He was on the 112 Minimax cart from the Kart Academy advisor. Aaron, you have got a rather sort of serious-looking bandage, and your right arm is in a sling. This happened in the heat, didn't it, this morning?
No, this actually.
Oh, hang on. Need to switch you on.
No, this actually happened in the final.
What was it? The final, was it? Oh,
yeah,
right,
so
I see.
it was the final. It just happened. I was spun on the main straight going down. I was just tagged. It was just a racing incident, and his front nose cone just hit me in the elbow.
Ouch, that hurt a bit.
Yeah, it just hit the engine, and that just resulted in this.
So it's a bit bruised now, is it?
Yeah, it's just bruised. There's nothing major really. It's
Right.
nothing broken.
So you're going to race tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna race.
So have you had any ice on it?
Yeah, I went to the medics. They put ice on it. They got
Right.
some cream on it and the bandage.
Are you in
Now
a
I'm okay.
hotel tonight?
Yeah, I'm in the
Right,
hotel.
You order some ice and get some ice on it.
Yeah.
Tell us, all right, today's been rotten, quite frankly.
Well,
but how was last weekend? Let's start there.
well, today was actually quite good. Quality was really good, and my first 2 heats were amazing, and there was just the final. It was unfortunate.
Well, that's a nice attitude, Aaron. That's a nice attitude to take the positives out of what looks like a negative with your arm in a sling.
Yeah.
What was last weekend like?
Last weekend was really bad. Like on Saturday, I came last in absolutely everything.
Right.
Sunday,
What was the problem? Do you know?
I just really couldn't get my head in it. Couldn't
Right.
focus. I was a bit tired. But this weekend was really helpful because I got clawed back. Shout out to Sophia Necci, who's my coach. She
Yeah.
really helped to bring me back, and I did really good today.
Great stuff. Aaron, we'll hope to see you out in qualifying tomorrow. Thanks for bringing us up to date with your arm, and I hope get some ice on it. We'll be back out
Thank
and
you.
racing tomorrow.
Thank you.
Aaron Essen there, who we will see in Minimax qualifying tomorrow morning. Let's have a look at the grid for our Senior Max final. Rayan Damadasa, who can beat that young man there? He's on fire. Nathan Caplan alongside. Second row of the grid, the all-important third place, Armani Kinua, with Jules Demont alongside him. Rain Qureshi and Laith Mominat on row 3. Row 4 is George Nasser, bringing himself back up the order. Alessandro Bishi alongside Zain Al-Hamasani and Kayan Kranbol on row 5. Row 6 is Max Dexter and Adish Mehta. Row 7 is Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Abdullah Al-Qaeda. Alicia Kanesa and Philip Dinu share row 8, with row 9 Manaf Al-Balushi and Andrew Obaid. Row 10 is Oscar Lambert and Eni Asachi, with Youssef Al-Shah and Arsen Dulovic on row 11. Row 12 is Ryan Carouse and Mohamed Menemene, with 25 carts starting this race. It's Enzo Tesluk, the 25th cart that will start. And already we've got the field forming up on the back straight and indeed coming into our view, Henry.
Tyler Harris was as cool as a cucumber.
Of course he is.
Dad Simon was a little bit more emotional, I think it's safe to say.
Oh, is he really?
Yes. Here we go. But this is now all the focus on these 25 drivers.
As we head towards the red light, Rayan Damadasa carrying the all plate for George Gibbons Motorsport. They've had a great weekend and a great finals phase this
False
so
start,
far.
false start.
And yes, thought so. It is a false start. They weren't looking at all aggressive and racy as we headed towards turn 1. So we get to go round again. So let's focus on Senior Max, Henry.
Yes.
Rayan Damadasa, Nathan Caplan, or what I should say is Rayan Damadasa, Armani Kinua and Ryan Qureshi.
Yes.
They're invariably going to be the lead 3 out of turn 1.
Well, if they're not first, second and third coming out of turn number 1, then one of two things has happened. They've either made a mistake themselves, or Nathan Caplan and Jules Demont have done what virtually nobody else has been able to do, and that is hang on and not lose position, because Hamza Hashisho just said, he said, being on the outside line is like being on death row. That's a word for word quote.
Yes.
And he means it is because, it's a thing. And look at the symmetry. That is fantastic. That is fantastic symmetry.
We haven't even practiced that as
well.
No.
Every single one testing their steering.
Exactly. I was about to say that, testing their steering is intact, and they're getting positive reactions from any input from that steering, because we're not allowed to weave to get heat into the tyres. Here we come then. Coming through the final turn, Rayan Damadasa, Nathan Kaplan. Rayan Damadasa controlling the pace as the pole position driver. Keep an eye on the drivers behind Damadasa, Amani Kinua and Ryan Qureshi, as we head towards turn 1. Into the tram lines they go, and we are racing. It gets very frantic down there in the midfield, but it is indeed the top 3.
Or is it?
Into and out of. Who's the 351? Kaplan in third. It is the second place. He's the first driver from second place to do that all weekend.
And he lost 1 place. That's an excellent start from Nathan Kaplan. Jules de Mont has made it into 4th as well. Kaplan up the inside of Kinua, P2, halfway round the opening lap. Great start. Nathan Kaplan, that kart is obviously set up to switch on immediately. The question is, can he maintain that level of grip, that level of tyre pressure, that temperature, and that, oh my goodness, Kinua sideways. Kinua just crashed without crashing. Wow.
It's that curb on the outside.
Oh my goodness, he's lost.
We saw that, Henry. I found that when I drove the track here. That curb just sucked you in. It's like a magnet.
Yep.
And then we had Kinua fighting the oversteer. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me. It's when they're actually out onto the straight. Keep an eye on the third place kart there. Up and over the curb. Gets it on the slippery outside there.
Saved
on the
it
blue.
Twice.
Yes, absolutely.
He saved it twice.
That was reactions from the youngster. Absolute on-fire reactions as the leaders continue to extend away. Rayan Damadasa, Nathan Kaplan, Jules de Mont is the third kart in this train. And I suspect that we're going to see this field of karts concertina up. Did you see who was in 4th there?
Oh, it's only our championship leader, George Nassar, who has cleared his head after everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong so far this weekend for George Nassar. But when it matters most, again, he said, if I get my head right, everything else falls into place. And lo and behold, calm, cool, collected, running P4. Look at that field of karts streaming across the line as the sun starts to lower itself in this in the UAE skies. It's now close on, what is it, 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
5 p.m. Ambient temperature beginning to just ease off a little bit by a couple of degrees. That doesn't mean the track temperature has. That stays up towards 45, 46 degrees here. And this is where the tyres, who have worked all day, they've been worked all day, these modules. And now, considering what the teams have set these karts up to do, we're going to find out as we get to the... we're way off that point in this race, by the way. We're only on lap 3 here. It'll be 3 laps completed this time by. So tyre wear coming in, or tyre pressure settings coming to question in a few laps' time. Because at the moment, Rayan Damadasa in full control at the field, at the front of this field, with over 0.2 of a second gap, and that's a massive gap in karting.
Yeah, the shadow's beginning to lengthen, but Nathan Kaplan showing no signs of slowing down. He continues to pile the pressure on Rayan Damadasa without being close enough to make an actual move. Yeah, we've seen a couple of almighty lunges over the course of the afternoon in the finals. Kaplan, he's not opening the throttle. He's not opening the door completely to one of those lunges. Damadasa isn't defending, and that means that Kaplan, well, at the moment he's got to think very, very carefully. This could be a moment where he has a look. I don't think he's close enough.
We've got Karen Cryanbull and Alicia Canisa dropping to 13, 14, as Oscar Lambert has made 2 places up into 12th there. Into the top 10 has gone Max Dexter also, as Damadasa. The gap is down inside of 0.2 of a second, so it is ebbing and flowing slightly between these two here. And if anything, we don't need a stopwatch, do we? As Nathan Kaplan clearly moving onto that rear bumper of Rayan Damadasa.
Yeah, and it's much disappointment for the 2 Motorscape karts in the final. Mohamed Menaim there not starting. Manaf Al-Balushi also. I hope that all is well back at Motorscape. Neither of those two drivers taking the start by the looks of it, which means you've got 23 starters, 23 drivers still running as the top. Well, here we go. There's George Nassar now moving into lunge zone 1 behind Jules Dumont.
Yeah, I like that. Lunge zone. He's into the lunge zone. And who's coming behind him? Rain Qureshi getting back involved as well. Amani Kanua trying all he can. He lost out big style and he's lost touch for the first 5. But look at this, Henry. As we come across the line, there's the lunge that was coming from Nathan Kaplan. He closed the gap. Damadasa points forward to the back of the head of Nathan Kaplan, who didn't see that. But what Damadasa was meaning was,
don't defend.
Right, don't defend. Let's pull away. Let's pull away and pull a lead from this lot behind. Here's the cartshop.me replay. Textbook, off the slipstream, over the bump, down the inside as they got into the braking area. And it's a gradual corner there on the brakes. You can modulate the brakes going through the corner. And it was a solid, solid effort.
And did you see exactly where Kaplan made the move? They both went over the yump as Nassar now takes 3rd position from Dumont. The minute they went over the jump and unsettled the kart, Kaplan realised Damadasa, the kart, it was here over the jump, and then as soon as he realised Damadasa hadn't defended, Kaplan, the microsecond that the wheels touched back down again, Kaplan dived to the inside because he knew that the physics, the trajectory of Damadasa's kart meant it was impossible for Damadasa to come over and make it. That split-second decision-making, which separates the great from the good.
And it's that split second going onto the brake, a split second after the kart in front, that gets you alongside and into that braking zone, the lunge zone, as Henry calls it. Now we've got these two, Damadasa being very, very intelligent, not challenging whatsoever Nathan Kaplan, and if anything, look at the gap they've pulled. George Nassar now has Rain Qureshi for company. Amani Kanua is ahead. He was way back off the tail of this lot, and now he's caught up, and now the two of them, Qureshi and Kanua, has now gone ahead of George Nassar.
And you know what? This is the reason, as we look at the cartshop.me replay of Qureshi taking 3rd position, this is the reason that Damadasa is not battling with Kaplan. That's the reason, because Damadasa wants to stay as far away from that hornet's nest as it's possible to be. Because I don't know who's going to emerge as Queen Bee of that hornet's nest. At the moment, it's Ray and Qureshi. But, Damadasa wants no part of that, because while there's still a mathematical possibility of taking the title, he wants to stay as far in front of Nassar as it's possible to be. Looking down the order, Oscar Lambert, 10th, and it does look Abdullah Al-Qaita has moved there. Alicia Canessa down to 19th position. You know, she deserves more. Her pace warrants more than where she currently is.
You know what's great, Henry? We're only at half distance. There's only 8 laps completed as Damadasa into the lead he goes. We've got a full half of this Microax Max final here in the RMC, UAE RMC. And that means we've got a lot more entertainment to go before we get anywhere near a checkered flag. He matches Nathan Kaplan's move by doing exactly as you described.
Yep, just wait for Kaplan to touch down and realise, OK, Kaplan's still steering towards the racing line. That means he won't have time to react if I just jink to the inside. And 3.8 seconds was the gap between the top 2 and 3rd position. We'll check next time. It's actually grown, because Damadasa has said the same thing to Kaplan. Now, let's not defend. And Kaplan's gone, OK, no, that's fair enough. You know, what's good for you is good for me. We'll continue to push out of the lengthening shadows. Habil Habat in the background, overlooking the circuit like it's a silent stone monolith.
If you're Nathan Kaplan, are you going to wait until the last lap to have a go? Because if you're Ray and Damadasa, you know if it doesn't come on the penultimate lap, it's coming on the last lap. So, jury's out on just when it is that Nathan Kaplan might challenge. It's going to be a big ask because we know how fast that all-plate holder is. Ray and Damadasa has come on. He's come alive in the final stages of this UAE RMC in 2026. He started the season strongly. His pace kind of waned a little bit at Alpha San, I think, going forward, if I remember
yeah.
rightly. You've got the table in front of you,
Yeah.
but he's then relit the fire, and he's absolutely been the driver to beat in Senior Max. Here they go then, into turn 13 now, Henry. And this is a battle of coolness. Who's going to be the coolest kid to keep their head going towards the final stages of this race as we complete lap number 10? We're on lap 11 already.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, that lovely camera shot looking up the main straight as the drivers head towards turn number 1 said everything you need to know about why these two are working together, because there's an awful lot of empty real estate between the back bumper of Nathan Cappen's kart and the front bumper of Rayan Qureshi's third place machine. Qureshi currently under pressure from Canua and Nassar. That's third, fourth and fifth, with Jules Demont sixth, Alessandro Bigi, Adi Schmetter, Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Laith Muminar rounding out your top 10. But the O plate of Rian Damadasa, winner of the last 2 rounds. Are we going to make it 3 final wins in a row? Nathan Cappen has yet to open his final victory account. Look at this battle, Joe.
Canua has served notice of intention, as George Nasser. Unfortunately, Rain Qureshi is the cork in that bottle, and just off that shot there, the black and white cart is Jules Demont. And who's coming? There is a train of carts coming with Adish Mehta, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Alexander Bigi and Oscar Lambert about to join this 4-car train. But the white helmet on the blue and white cart there, chasing down the orange and white and blue of Mumbai Falcons, is Armani Canua. And right now on the live stream, the whole of his family are on there shouting him on, wanting him to make this move, but just look how tight this is going to be.
Well, on this particular camera shot, his third position back to 12th. Cian Crayenbull in 12th place is at the back of this train. Count them through, boys and girls, and there's still more behind them as well. 23 carts started this race. We've only lost Zain El Hamasani, sadly, so we're down to 22 runners. Oh dear. All I can say, Rayan Qureshi, run.
Good luck.
Run
good luck.
and hide, Rayan.
Good luck, because we're on the penultimate lap here. There's going to be one more lap of racing. And that driver there, the one on the orange and white cart, that is the third and final step of the podium position. Yep. And you see all those drivers behind him, they want that third place. They want to be interviewed by Henry Baudet at the end of this one. As Rayan Damadasa and Nathan Cappen disappear, we'll keep our eye on that one, because Cappen is challenging. But there's the battle for third. And it's Rayan Qureshi, Canua and Nasser, as Nasser down the inside of Canua, and Nasser says, if you're not going to have a go, I'm going to take it off you and have a go myself.
Well, that shows why you have to be committed, because Armani Canua wasn't committed. It's pass or be passed in this game, Armani, and you have just been passed. Now, what about Nathan Cappen? He looks to the outside, does the crossover. Damadasa defends. This corner is so difficult to get right, and Rian Damadasa gets. So he's going to be susceptible though. Here comes Cappen.
He didn't have the punch, Henry. Didn't have the punch, and now he just rests his front bumper against the rear bumper. But Damadasa has to compromise his line through the all-important turn 12. It's going to be a drag race, and Cappen was compromised as well. He's not going to be in any position to challenge. Can he send it down the inside of turn 1? No, because Damadasa intelligently places the kart in the middle of the track, and it will be Damadasa again.
That is 3 in a row, and there's a problem. Oh my goodness me! There's a kart that's gone over the barriers.
Is that Canua?
And I tell you what, there's 2 drivers, and okay, now we'll watch on the line. Damadasa, Cappen, and Jeremy Montgomery Swan is third position now. The kart number 310.
Armani Canua is on his feet.
That is Adi Schmetter. Adi Schmetter and Armani Canua have come together. Armani Canua's kart, and I know he's got so many family members watching, he is on his feet, like Joe Bradley said. He is talking to one of the race officials. Adi Schmetter was straight over to help Amani get out from under his cart. That's a great sign. Amani Kanua is furious. He's punching the barriers, but that means he is absolutely A-OK. We're not going to show you that incident. There's the aftermath, and there is Amani Kanua walking away. I'm going to go down and speak to some of the winners.
That is a great sight. That young man there in the purple and pink overalls had us worried for a moment there, and it is a great sight to see him not just on his feet, but angry as well, wasn't he? He was angry with the situation. That's the sort of emotion, that's the intensity that racing can bring.
I expect Guy's upset with the barrier damage.
Guy will be upset with the barrier damage. That was how intense
that's frightening,
that was.
because he was upside down for a while, but he's annoyed, which is always the best thing to be.
Yes, yeah. Once he gathered his thoughts. It was close. Do we have the results?
I will find out. Yeah, I think we do.
Up there, because it all changed at the very front. How did the debt collector get into
Jeremy
third place?
come third?
How did he do that? Jeremy Montgomery Swan, affectionately known here in the commentary booth as the debt collector, he knows why, came through in third. But it's that driver there, the winner, Rayan Damadasa, who has been the man to beat. Nathan Caplan, I've got to say, round of applause to you, because you made it very hard for him. And you had a turn at leading that race as well. You're going to come back and you're going to do it all again tomorrow, boys, and we'll see if anyone can beat Damadasa. So Caplan second, Jeremy Montgomery Swan third, and George Nasser, what an eventful race he has. He does indeed consolidate that championship position with that solid fourth place. It was Oscar Lambert in fifth, Jules Demont in sixth. In seventh place, we had Ryan Qureshi. Alexander Bishi was eighth, and then we had Leith Mominat in ninth, Kyan Kreinbull 10th, Ryan Caruso 11th. In 12th place, Alicia Kaneza. In 13th place, Eni Isachi with Arsen Jilovic and Andrew Albright, Enzo Tesluk, Philip Dinu. Abdullah Al-Keita was 18th. In 19th spot, and the final finisher was Yusuf Al-Shah, with going out at the very end Amani Kanua, Arish Mehta, Max Dexter, Zain El Amasani, Manaf Al-Balushi, and the driver that I'm sure didn't take the start, Mohammed Menemene, for whatever reason, didn't take the start.
Well, we didn't see the build up that last corner accident. Obviously, two carts ended up in strife. Luckily, both drivers okay. But the question is whether any of the other people in that sort of second, third, fourth, and fifth place were involved in the incident that moved them across. So there could be some changes in position there. But at the moment, that 1, 2, 3 is as you've seen. But everyone's walking away, and the carts are a little bit squished, but probably there's some overnight work with mechanics.
As ever.
As ever.
There's always overnight work for mechanics. There's perhaps more work. There's work for replacing the barriers there. And there's a reason why those barriers have gone pedunch and spread
They're designed
to. They're designed to. They just take up the energy of the impact. And they're designed to break up and just reduce that. Let's head down to the podium, though. We've got Henry with our eventual winners, would you believe?
Well, after a brief period of closure, the debt collector is back in business. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, you'll take podiums however you can get them, but try and first of all, what was your perspective of that accident at the last corner? Let's go and step by you.
Well, I saw the crash at second last corner. I was like, okay, that's two positions. And then Adish just went for the move into the last corner, wanted the podium, so he went for it. And then I didn't really see the full flip. I just saw him like sideways in the air, but I hope he's all right.
He is absolutely fine. He was up and punching the barriers, which is normally a sign that a driver is A-OK, and that is the main thing. We're coming towards the end of your second season as a senior, is that right?
Yeah.
There have been ups and downs, but you have stuck with a new team. Now, of course, you could talk about, JNKD, they got lots of facilities, they got a nice big truck, but still, it's building a team from scratch in year one, and that is very, very difficult. So you've been part of that process of getting things right.
Yeah, definitely. Start of the season, we struggled a lot with power, and then each race it was getting better and better. So we've definitely come together as a team to try and do the best we can.
Yeah, and again, we're going to end the season tomorrow with maybe another podium, maybe, Owen?
It's definitely on the table considering we started 13th in that, so had to make a lot of progress in a very scrappy race.
It was. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
Obviously, I'd like to thank everyone at the team, my parents, my brother Henry, and Precision.
Okay, there we go. Well done. Thank you very much, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Now, well, there's the debt collector, Nathan Cappan. I think that Rian Damadasa might owe you a debt of gratitude, because as you went into as you come up to the top, turn 11, turn 12, Rian defended, got a little bit offline. You were about to cut underneath, but if you'd have kept going, there would have been contact. Yeah. You backed off, and that meant that you weren't quite close enough to make the move. That's smart racing, even though it ends up with P2.
Yeah, I mean, it's the championship that really matters. Me and Rian are battling for P2 and P3, so just playing it smart is the best option that we can play.
But it was a very, very good race as well between you. Talk about, you both did the same move. You came over the jump, and when do you decide to go for the inside move as you go over the jump?
Normally, like, just before the jump, you get a massive overspeed. So it depends, like, if you're thinking about working with the driver or overtaking him. And just before the jump, you can just turn a bit to get out of the slipstream to prepare you to get on the inside into turn 1.
It's a split-second decision, isn't it?
Yeah.
That you're making where all 4 wheels are not quite on the ground.
Yeah.
At 70 miles an hour plus.
Yeah.
It's why karters are a different breed, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, 1 day to go. Like I said, George leads the championship. You and Rian battling for P2. What's going to happen tomorrow?
We have to find out, and let's see.
We will find out. I tell you what, thank you very much, Nathan. Who do you need to thank?
Thank the whole team, my parents, and everyone.
Are you in the Mumbai Shenanigans WhatsApp group?
Yeah.
There we go. The first rule about the Mumbai Shenanigans is that we don't talk about the Mumbai Shenanigans, do we?
We don't.
We don't. Okay, thank you very much, Nathan. Rian Damadasa. How many final wins in a row is this now?
Yeah, third one in a row.
Third one in a row. That race, that was a real head-to-head. That was 1-on-1, wasn't it? Because you were the class of the field. You worked together really well. But then, pass, repass. Were you aware on the last lap that Nathan maybe could have pushed you off a little bit, but didn't?
Yeah, I mean, there was more of him obviously to back off. I know some drivers who definitely wouldn't, but we were both fighting for a championship position, so I just have to be really smart in the race.
Now, we're looking at the whole GGM. We've seen Jaden win, we've seen Liam win today, we've seen you win. That's 3 wins. That's a fantastic day for the team. But I want to talk about Sri Lanka. You know, you've now, as a Sri Lankan driver, you've now won 3 finals in a row. I've been doing this for 20 years, and I can't recall that ever happening before.
Yeah, one of the only Sri Lankan karters in the world.
No, I've known a few over the last 20 years, don't you worry. There's more than a couple, and none of them have done what you've done.
Yeah, I mean, just... I don't know what to say.
well done, but we've got one focus now, and that is consolidating second, or just keep pushing George for as long as you can.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, we need to aim for the top, but it doesn't mean we need to try silly things. Just keep going as we are and keep aiming for the top step.
Okay, last lap. What's going through your mind?
I mean, came across the line, had a look back, saw he was close enough, so just started defending. It was 1-on-1, so harder than it would be from a train, but yeah, just managed to keep him behind.
Perfect. And who do we need to thank?
As always, George, the team, my mechanic, my parents.
Of course, there we go. Well done, Rian Damadasa. Well, Rian is going to go and calm down. We're going to take a little break as well, Joe, but there's some tyre changing that needs to be done, and that's going to be next up in a little bit.
Thank you, Henry. And once again, congratulations to Rian Damadasa, Nathan Cappan and Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Yes, what's coming up next? It's all about the thumbs.
Apparently, yes.
It's all about the thumbs
ankles
and the strength of your thumbs.
And the knees.
Well,
and whatever.
Knees, you'd be goosed. You wouldn't be able to go down on your knees, would you?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, so we're going to come off air for a second.
Break off air.
We're on air. We're on air.
Yes.
But we're going to have a little holding graphic whilst we reposition everything and gather together 16 strong mechanics to do the tyre changing competition.
and then Henry is going to take us through that. That's coming up next, our tyre changing challenge, so stay tuned for that.
Start making their way to the podium. The
Okay, so we should be getting the tyre changing competition off in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to introduce the contenders one by one, then we'll get underway. So, I want lots of cheering for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Karting Live TV. Welcome to the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge Mojo Tyre Changing Competition. We have got 17 mechanics lined up for 16 places in the main draw. The rules are simple. They go head-to-head in a straight knockout. The first round and the quarter-finals take place tonight. The semi-finals and the finals take place tomorrow night. They have to put 4 Mojo tyres on rims and take them off rims using only their hands or any other body part they want, but no tools. Now this weekend, it's WrestleMania. So, in the finest of WWE traditions, let's introduce the contenders. Firstly, making their way onto the stage, representing Synergy, it's Dan! Representing JNKD, last year's runner-up Fonzie. Representing Fort Abu Dhabi, it's Taz the Tiger King. Who's off killing tigers somewhere. Representing George Gibbons Motorsport, Big Man Bertie. Representing Ital Course Middle East, Milan. Representing Macadam, it's Hugo. Representing NI Racing, it's Vladimir. Representing Motorscape, it's Hope. Representing the Mumbai Falcons, it's Rajpal. Representing Yas Heat Racing, Dan. Representing Sam Pollitt Racing, it's Toby. Representing JNKD, Hoppy. Representing Kart Advisor Academy, it's Vince. Representing CRG Middle East, it's Bijan. I hope. Oh. Representing Mateus de Gem Motorsports, Jamie. Bottled it. And representing Telios Racing, or not, Mohan. Okay, we will get first things first. The other contenders will make it here. I can see them coming late. We have one place remaining in the main draw. This person, the winner of our very first matchup, there's no graphic for them because it was a last-minute decision. However, They want to compete as the king of the independent teams. So please welcome, bidding for a place in the first round from Macadam, it's Hugo. And for NI Racing, it's Vladimir. Gentlemen, rules are very simple. I'll say 3, 2, 1, go. And you can go. You can move the tyres around any way you want to set yourselves up, or not. When it doesn't really matter. They're saying, okay, so this is to go forward into the main draw. I want plenty of support from everybody. Hugo, are you ready?
Yep.
Vladimir, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. To be king of the independents and make it the first round proper. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Hugo and Vladimir both going for the first rear tyre. They realise that these are both Minimax dads, so they're not used to the full-size tyre. One tyre on, and it's got to go all the way on, one off, okay? We're doing it a different way, that's fine. You can put one tyre on and take it up straight away, but it does have to go all the way on. There's 2 on. Halfway home, Hugo's gone for the rear tyres first, which of course are harder because they're bigger, the rims are bigger. Vladimir is halfway home. Hugo is almost, but Hugo's done the hard part first. He's got his foot on there, he's got his ankle protector on. There we go. Okay, now it's fronts on and off for Hugo. Let's have some cheering. That's more like it. Here we go. Hugo has got one on. So now Vladimir, Hugo's a little bit in front at the moment because he's only got the fronts. He's got the fronts. Vladimir, meanwhile, a Moto2 GP rider. Teammate, he's raced bikes the highest level as possible in the world. Now he's on his knees in Abu Dhabi trying to hack a go-kart tyre off a rim. Here we go. Hugo's got one tyre to go. Oh, now it's neck and neck. This is close. This is close. This is close. Hugo takes the win. Now, this is where we need somebody to come and help. Who's quite good at taking tyres off rims so that we can actually help keep the competition running? Okay, so king of the independents, Hugo from Macadam, goes through to the first round proper. Thank you, Vladimir. Well done. Hugo, we'll see you in a moment. Right. Now, we get underway with the first round proper. So please, on this side, can we have Dan from Synergy? And on this side, last year's runner-up, Fonzie from JNKD. So far, ladies and gentlemen, Dan wins wispy beard competition. Fonzie wins body piercing. Let's go. What? Yep, that's allowed. That's okay. Whoops. There we go. Talk about ourselves. Right. Are we ready? 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 In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay. Woof! Fonzie's up and running. This is quick. Oh, hang on. This is a big first round matchup. Here we go. It's got to go all the way on. They've got to go all the way on. Fonzie's just in front, but not by far. Let's have some support. Okay. Neck and neck. Fonzie now pulling ahead. Front tyre up. Okay. Second tyre up. Dan's not far behind. Fonzie, one to go. One to go. And Fonzie takes the win. But that was a valiant effort. So, Fonzie, let's hear it for Dan for Synergy, everybody. Let's hear it for Dan from Synergy. Second last year, the winner from last year is not here. Hey, and if we can have anybody, I tell you what, if there are mechanics that want to help just reset for us, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Fonzie, you go through to the quarterfinals. Sadly, Dan, Synergy, it's game over. Okay. Now, thank you very much. Our next first round matchup, please welcome on this side from Fort Abu Dhabi, it's Taz. And for George, no, that side, because on this, well, on the screen it says by about there it'll say Taz from Fort Abu Dhabi, and you absolutely don't want to be called Bertie from George Gibbons Motorsports. Okay, Fort Abu Dhabi, George Gibbons Motorsports. We can do that, that's fine. Setting themselves up. Okay, this is to face Fonzie in the quarterfinals. Ready, Bertie? Ready, Taz? In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Bertie starting the hard side with the front, with the rears. Taz going for the fronts. Taz known as the Tiger King. He's known as the Tiger King, but without the murdering, I suppose. Here we go. Bertie. It's Bertie Gibbons. Oh, hang on. That's okay. We have some cheering. Where's the Fort? Where's the cheering from Fort? Where is the Amaranth? George Gibbons Motorsport is watching on. It's really close. I think Bertie's just in front. Bertie in front by a little bit. And now, 2 fronts to go. 2 rears, 1 rear, 2 fronts. It's hard one for Bertie. Taz has got to hurry. You're nearly there, Taz. It's going to be Bertie with the win. I tell you what, the loser, whoever loses, if there's someone from his team to come and help to reset the tyres, that'll be very, very welcome. One of our officials comes in. So there we go. Our first quarter-final matchup is set, and it will be Fonzie from JNKD against Bertie from George Gibbons Motorsports. Our next matchup. So, thank you, Taz, very much indeed. Have we got an official that can help with the set that? Who's good? One of the officials can come and help undo the tyres, just we can keep things rolling if that's okay. Our next, we're okay there? That's okay, thank you. Once again, thank you to the incredible team here at UAE. Okay, our next first round matchup. Returning after being crowned about 10 minutes ago as King of the Indies. From McAdam, it's Hugo. Well, you beat Vladimir, didn't you? You go through to the first round. And competing against Hugo for Ital Course Middle East, it's Milan. By the way, it's now a good time to tell you that Milan was the one that nominated you to join this competition. Yeah, okay, we thought that. Well, is Milan about to eat his words? Or is Hugo, well, it's McAdam, is he about to go and eat at the Golden Arches? That's what we want to see. Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Ready?
Yep.
Yeah, he's ready. He's not ready. But he's going to have to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Rears first for Hugo. This is the tried and tested McAdam method. Tyre on, tyre off. the more traditional method of just get them all on and then worry about getting them off afterwards. That's what Milan is going for. Adam Fleury, Hugo's dad, is not quite sure what to do. He's wearing Milan's glasses. Adam, you're helping the enemy here. What about cheering for your dad, Adam? Nope, he's sorry, Hugo. Okay, here we go. Now we've got we're over halfway through for Milan. Hugo's getting stuck on the rears, but Hugo's only got the fronts to go. Milan's going to get the 2 rears off, which are much harder to do because the rims are bigger. Here we go. Is the King of the Independents going to go through the quarterfinals? Or is it going to be Ital Course Middle East? Now we're getting stuck on the fronts. One tyre to go for Hugo. This is really close. Hugo's going to get the front on and off. All Milan's going to do is get the rear off. And it's going to be good. Oh. The closest matchup so far. Milan from Ital Course Middle East goes through. Well done. And again, thank you to Hugo for coming up last minute. Our next first round matchup. Please welcome, on my left, we need Hope from Motorscape. And on the right, for the Mumbai Falcons, we need Rajpal. Rajpal again. I've got to say, the Motorscape team are here in numbers supporting Hope. Mumbai Falcons, you've got a million. All the Mumbai Falcons are up top. They're all cheering from the top. Okay, Hope, are we ready? Rajpal, are we ready? Yeah. In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay. Rajpal. This is the world's fastest Indian. I thought that was a film with Anthony Hopkins, but we're going for it here. Rajpal's got to get the rims all on. The rims have got to be all the way on. They've got to be all the way on. They do have to be all the way on. Okay. Motorscape coming on. Well, there's Hope. Land of Hope and Glory. A new Hope. Bob Hope. No Hope. Let's have a look. Rajpal's nearly finished. Rajpal, this is another close one. 2 rears for Hope. 2 fronts for Rajpal. This rim's going everywhere. 1 to go. 1 to go. This is going to be so close. Who's got it? Who's got it? Oh! Hope takes it. Hope takes it. That was so close. Well done, Rajpal. Well done. Hope goes through. And now, our next first round matchup. On my left, Dan Burgess for Yas Heat Racing. And on my right, Toby George from Sam Pollitt Racing. Here we go. You're on this side, Dan. You're on that side, Toby. What's... I'm glad Dan Burgess is a really good team manager because he just asked me what's the rules. You put these in there and take them out again. Okay, we're good. Just cleared that up. Toby, ready? As ready as we're going to be. Dan, ready? Born ready. In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Toby George has been a mechanic for a long time. He's done this at the very highest level in the world. Dan Burgess has a goatee. Let's have a look. Dan Burgess managing the Yas Heat team, works for the Mateus Lejeune Motorsport team as well. 2 very experienced mechanics. Toby's slightly ahead at the moment. Danny's not miles ahead. Get your thumbs into it. Toby George 1 to go. This is looking quick, ladies and gentlemen. I think Toby's got the fastest qualifying time so far. Let's hear it for Daz. Daz? Oh, well done, Toby. Whoa. That was Dan, I'm so sorry. That was a power move there from Toby. Up and over. They'd gone up, and again, great, good friends off track as well. Thank you very much. Toby George goes through. We're going to reset these tyres. We're going to reset this side. Okay. Next up, we need, on this side, from CRG Middle East, Bijin. Is Bijin here? Bijin from CRG. And Vince from Kart Advisor Academy. Vince from Kart Advisor Academy. So CRG versus KAA in the MOJO TYR. I've lost it. It's 3 letters, 4 letters. We'll move on. Okay, hang on a second. Bijin's still got to undo Dan's handiwork before he can start his own. Talk amongst yourselves. And again, can I say a huge thank you. While we're waiting, I want to say, for those of you that are watching the last senior Rotax race, Amani Kanua has been checked over in the ambulance. Thumbs up, he's absolutely fine. Okay, Bijin, we ready? We ready, Vince? In 3, 2, 1, go! Uh-oh, that's throwing rims already, Vince is confident. And they both got the rims half on. Now the rim's got to go all the way over. All the way over, that's right. All the way over. Well done, well done. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, halfway through now. And Bijin looks like he's just inching ahead. No, it's now Vince taking the lead. But Vince is doing the easy part first. He's doing the fronts first. Bijin's doing the rears first. So even though Vince is in front at the moment, Bijin's changed tactics. But now we're moving on to the front. Those rears are going to be hard. Now this is where the lactic acid comes into play. Burning forearms, thumbs all over the place. Vince is in front. Let's have some cheering. Vince has got 1 tyre to go, but it's a rear. Come on, Bijin, you're only 1 tyre behind. Only half a rim behind. Half a rim. Oh, there we go. So, Vince from KAA goes through. Let's hear it for Bijin from CRG Middle East. Well done, well done. Okay, there are 2 first-round matches to go. 2 first-round matches to go. Next up on this side, can we have Hoppy from JNKD? And from XL Motorsport, Shabby from XL. Ooh, hang on a minute. Shabby, XL Motorsport. Come on, XL. You can't be the only team to bottle it. Well, we have got we need somebody from XL. Jamie Day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Jamie Day. Here he comes. Come on now. He's gone a bit shy. Okay, well, hang on a second. Oh, saved by the bell. Jamie, come in. No, he's here. Come in, Jamie. Son of team founder Kevin Day, Jamie. Say thank you, Shabby, for saving me from being in back. Who's that then?
Arvid.
Arvid, say thank you, Arvid, for saving my bacon and not embarrassing me.
Cheers, Arvid.
Cheers, Arvid. That's good. That's good enough. Okay. Hoppy, Hoppy, how long has it been since you changed the tyres?
Since the World Finals last year. So.
Okay, well, 8 months. 8 months. There we go. We're getting there. Right. And Wispy, what's your name again? Arvid. Arvid, winner of the Wispy Beard. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. It's been a while for Hoppy. However, the last time Hoppy was doing tyres, it was helping Benjamin Karachkiewicz win the grand finals. So this is a grand final winning tyre changer. And here comes Arvid. Arvid's doing well. Last minute call up for XL Motorsport. Hoppy hasn't forgotten how to do tyres. Halfway home. Hoppy slightly in front at the moment. Slightly in front. Now, the tyre's got to come off. This is really, really close. Hoppy is one rim in front. One rim in front for Hoppy. Here we go. Oh, Arvid is struggling a little bit now. Come on, Matthew Hopcroft. Let's go, Hoppy. Let's go, Arvid. Arvid struggling. Hoppy. Talk about yourself. This isn't breaking any world records, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. Let's go. Someone want to wake me up when they finish? Someone want to wake me up when they finish? Hoppy, Arvid. Hey, oh. Is it Sunday yet? Hoppy wins and goes through. Well done, Arvid. Let's have a round of applause for Arvid, who wasn't the nominated mechanic for XL. In fact, I think he was the third choice mechanic, but well done for stepping up. That means we've got one first round matchup to go before we head to the quarterfinals. If we could have an official in to help with this tyre, if that's possible, thank you. So, the final quarter-final place is up for grabs now. Please, make your way up. Representing Matthias de Gea Motorsport, Jamie. And representing Telios, it's Mohan. Telios? You've got to be on this side, Jamie, or else you'll be called Mohan on the live stream. Telios. Uh-oh. Telios. Last year we had the same problem. Telios said they would come and then they didn't. Unfortunately, have we got anybody from Telios here? In that case, I got no choice but to announce that it's a whitewash. Jamie Dyer. It's only fair. Hey, your opponent didn't show up. Okay, let me explain. Earlier this morning, myself, Lelaine, Kabita, Mercy, and Marvy Lou, the ladies that run this event for the front desk, we did the random draw. So we did the draw at random. There has been a big graphic up at the circuit all day with all the faces of the people involved in this and who they're up against. They've had every opportunity to turn up, and if they don't turn up, I got no choice but to create. It's a whitewash. So Jamie Dyer goes through without blistering a thumb. Now we move on to the quarterfinals. Tomorrow we do the semi-finals, the finals, so quarterfinals time. At the end of the quarterfinals, we will then do the presentation for today's racing. So, quarterfinal. Number 1, please step forward. For JNKD, Alfonso. And for George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Bertie. We're all good? Let's have a look. Fonzie wins in terms of colour of trainer. Bertie wins in terms of hair on his arms. How's that go? All right. Okay, we ready, Fonzie? Ready, Bertie? Not yet. We'll wait. So, this is Fonzie from JNKD against Bertie from George Gibbons Motorsport. This is for a place in the semi-final. In 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. Now, Fonzie, very quick to start with, but Bertie is... George Gibbons Motorsport are up top cheering on. George Gibbons Motorsport had 3 wins today in the finals. Are we going to make it a win here in the Mojo tyre changing contest? Fonzie just a little bit in front at the moment, but not by much. 2 to go each. Fonzie's got the 2 fronts. Bertie's got the 2 rears. 1 more for Fonzie. Bertie, oh! Fonzie takes it. Last year's runner-up goes into the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Bertie out of George Gibbons Motorsport. Well done, Bertie, and thank you very much. So, who will face Fonzie? Who's going to face Fonzie in tomorrow's first semi-final? Well, step forward from Ital Course Middle East, Milan. Milan from Ital Course Middle East against Hope from Motorscape. It doesn't matter what side, the graphics, I think. This for Motorscape is Hope, and this Milan Projatska for Ital Course Middle East. This, the winner of this matchup, will face Alfonso Skritska from JNKD in tomorrow's first semi-final. Hope, are we ready? Milan, are we ready? That's what we like to see. I noticed Milan slapped his hand quite hard there. Maybe tactical, who knows? No, of course not. In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Milan for Ital Course. The Motorscape team are still here in force as well. It's close, it's close. They turn over the tyres. Okay, now. Now Hope's getting a bit caught up. He's got the fronts on. Hope still slightly in front, but he's taking the fronts off. Now Milan's got some catching up to do. This is where Hope got stuck. That first front rim coming off. Hope's got the lead. Oh, Hope's on the rears, but he's only 1 rim in front. If Milan can get this front rim off now, he's back on level terms. Hope's starting to pick up. Okay, 2 to go for Milan. 1 to go for Hope. It's going to be a new Hope. Oh. Okay. Hope for Motorscape goes through. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Tomorrow, the first semi-final is going to be JNKD versus Motorscape. Thank you. Quarter-final number 3. Could we please have from Toby George Motorsport, Sam Pollitt? No, from Sam Pollitt Racing, Toby George. And from Kart Advisor Academy, Vince. Here we go, Vince. Either side, it doesn't matter now. So, on my left, Toby George from Sam Pollitt Racing. On my... No, that's my right. On my left, I know my left, my right. It's okay, I'm only 45, I learnt it. It is Vince from KAA. We trust the British mechanic to start looking for little chips in the armory. Was that just saying that there may be a protest? No, it's okay. We ready? Yes, in 3, 2, 1, go! Toby George had a good qualifying time. He's already seen off Dan Burgess from Yas Heat Racing. Vince from KAA saw off Bijan from CRG Middle East. The crowd have been stunned into silence by the rimming ability of Toby George and Vince at the moment. Toby George is is currently in the lead, but not by much. 1 to go for Toby, 2 rears to go for Vince. Now Vince onto the last rear. Toby's, this is close. Oh! That was close. Toby George takes it. Vince, oh so close, unlucky. Well done, He looked nervous there, did Toby, right at the end. You could, yeah, tomorrow you could have a rest now. So we got one quarter-final to go. One quarter-final to go. So this is the last matchup of tonight. Tomorrow night we do the semi-finals. Who will face Toby George in the semi-finals? It will be either Jamie Dyer from Matthias Legend Motorsports. You actually have to do it now, Jamie. Yeah, you actually have to do it now, because the other contestant is here. It's Matty Hopcroft from JNKD. Yes. I'm not trying to create or start any rumours, but I did just see Jamie Dyer trying to shove about $1 million dirham into Matty Hopcroft's pocket so that he would withdraw as well. But that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Jamie, ready? Matty, ready? Whoa. Hang on. We're okay. Fair's fair. We're okay. In 3, 2, 1, go! This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Jamie Dyer springs into action. Matty Hopcroft changing his third set of tyres since Bahrain 2025. Jamie Dyer has raced the highest level in British karting at the Super 1 British Championship, still races in Rotax 177. Also looking to try and seal a championship-winning mechanics job here with George Nassar. Hoppy helped Benjamin Karachkovic to last year's Rotax Grand Finals Micromax title. Jamie's in front at the moment. He's got fresher hands. Hoppy's coming though. Hoppy's not far behind. Rears are off for Jamie. Jamie now moving ahead. Don't give up, Hattie. Don't give up, Hoppy. You got this. Jamie, one rim to go. Matthias Najim Motorsports are in the semi-finals. I absolutely love the way Jamie Dyer just looks down at Matty in disdain as he walks off. I tell you what, do you know something, ladies and gentlemen, when I go round the paddock and I go into every team's awning to say, hang on a sec, Matty, wait there. And I go into every team's awning to say, come on, we need a volunteer. Some of the mechanics go, oh, I'll do it then if I've got to do it. You were one of those people. Well done. Thanks for putting yourself out there, Matty. Unlucky. So, that concludes the quarterfinals for today. We now have the results. I will ask the officials and this can we move this aside, and then we will be underway. Thank you very much. We'll allow the drivers to now assemble. Drivers, if we could have the drivers down from the viewing area, please, into the podium area. We are still live on Karting Live TV. So, drivers, can we please come down to the podium area for the presentation? Now, we have some different looking trophies for today. That will be something that you will spot with your eagle eyes. I haven't mentioned it. Now, as usual, we have the top 3 finishers in every class. We have the best novice in the classes that are applicable, and we also have the team awards to give out. We will start with Micromax. This is round 8, day 1 of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. I wouldn't normally do this, however, we've had a bit of a serious accident earlier. Amani Kanua, Amani, I wanted to come forward a second. And I wanted to go forward for the sole reason everybody knows this driver has so many people watching at home, thousands of miles away in South Africa and Kenya. And when you came out of your cart, they would have been extremely worried, and there's no way they could get here to make sure you're okay. I can now confirm Amani is A-OK. Give your supporters a wave. Back racing tomorrow. We got a bad knee. Are we going to race?
Definitely.
Definitely race. Okay, so for all Amani's fans, and the same goes for any of the drivers that hurt themselves, I would always make sure to tell the families and friends back home that they're okay. So, to Kenya and South Africa, calm down, it's okay. Amani will race tomorrow. Well done. There we go. Now, let's get underway with the podium presentation. First up is Micromax. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for Mateus Njem Motorsport, it's Samar Chopra. Finishing as your runner-up for XL Motorsport, Adam Al-Sheikh. But your winner, and taking one more giant step to the Rotax Grand Finals for George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Liam O'Hanlon. Joining our top 3 on the podium after his best ever result, P11 in the final, best novice, Synergies, Yusuf Al-Kayat. There we go. Drivers, the trophies are a little bit different, and that's what you want to see. Okay, trophies in the air. And everybody on the top step of the podium, please. Oh, Yusuf's got to make sure his crash helmet's there as well. That's fine. It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Micromax. Thank you, drivers. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Minimax. No novice in this race, but finishing 3rd for JNKD, Austin Gray. Finishing in 2nd position, continuing his podium records for the Mumbai Falcons, Oliver Butchard. But your winner, after driving the perfect final, he now leads the championship for JNKD, Benjamin Kolachkovic. Once again, drivers, trophies in the air. And everybody onto the top step. Ladies and gentlemen, the closest title fight out of all will be decided tomorrow. This is your Minimax podium. Thank you very much, drivers. We now move on to Junior Rotax, and finishing after a chaotic final, finishing in 3rd position for the Mumbai Falcons, Arhan Qureshi. Now, unfortunately, Gabriel Barricordi suffered a nose cone penalty at the end of the final, dropping him off the podium, which means our next driver actually drove from 20th and last to second. For Mateus Lejeune Motorsports, Pierre Abu Diwan. But there's a saying, you never forget your first win. And this driver will certainly not forget his. Lights to flag victory. Welcome to the top step of the Junior Rotax podium. George Gibbons Motorsports, Jaden Hinning. And the top three, I hope he's here. They're joined on the podium by the best novice driving for Kart Advisor Academy, Mohammed Faraz. Well done, Mohammed. I think this is Mohammed's very first Rotax race. It is. Well done, Mohammed Faraz. Drivers, trophies in the air, medals in the air. Faraz, you're allowed to smile. It's okay. There we go. Try a bit harder. Go on. Go on. More. Smile. Smile. There we go. That's better. And now everyone on the top step. Well done. Your top three in Junior Rotax and Best Novice, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Faraz, Mohammed, tomorrow, we'll be jumping up and down if you win Best Novice, okay? Promise. Now we move on to DD2 Masters. Finishing in third position in DD2 Masters for Honolulu Racing, Greg Watts. Greg, in his final weekend as Honolulu Racing's sole pilot, because next year he's going to have a teammate in the Honolulu green and black. Second position in DD2 Masters goes to Tony Hogg. But your Masters winner and unofficially this year's champion. Congratulations, Maurice Knyapes! Well done. Different look, temporary look just for today. Long story. Here we go, drivers all on the top step of the podium. Well done, your DD2 Masters podium. Thank you very much. And do you know what the best news is? Is that there are more Masters joining the field next year, which is really, really good. Not just for us, but for the championship and karting as a whole. Now it is Rotax's ultimate class, DD2. And finishing in third position for Mateus Lejeune Motorsport, Hamza Hashisho. Well done, Hamza. Second position overall, less than 2 seconds away from that elusive overall win. It's Maurice Knyapes. But your winner and provisional DD2 champion, he gets to swap his Mumbai Falcons race suit for the black and gold of Team UAE. It's Tyler Harris. who's still trying to look cool with his fringe and all that. Tyler, do you know the trophy? They're just different. They're just different. Variety. It's the spice of life. Smile, Tyler. It's the memory lives on. The memory lives on more than the pot. Drivers on the top step, please. Your DD2 podium, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, DD2. And now our final class before the team awards. Senior Rotax. What a final. Unfortunately, Adish Mehta was excluded, which means coming home in third position from somewhere towards the Oman border at the start of the race. He picks up P3 for JNKD. It's Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Smile, Jeremy. There we are. Say hi. Hello. Second position after an excellent head-to-head fight all the way through. Finishing P2 for the Mumbai Falcons. It's Nathan Kappen. But taking the win on what we think is possibly the most successful day in championship history for this team. 3 wins out of 6 classes for George Gibbons Motorsport. And the winner, Rian Dharmadasa. Well done, Rian. Stop talking about they're just different, Jeremy. That's all it is. Variety, the spice of life. Everybody, your lovely trophies in the air. There we are. And now everyone on the top step. Drivers are joined on the top step of the podium by our best novice, Yusuf Al-Shah. Yusuf for CRG comes and joins them on the top step. Yusuf finishing in the top 20 in the final. There you go, Yusuf. Congratulations, your top 3 in senior and your best novice. Congratulations, drivers. Okay, now it's time to announce the best team of the day. To remind you all, if you're new to this championship, every driver in every class for every team scores points. The leading driver home for every team scores points for their team. It rewards those teams who put drivers out in every category. Finishing in third position today was Matthias Najem Motorsport. Finishing in second position today, because they don't run karts in every class, but in every class they did enter, they won, George Gibbons Motorsport, which means the undefeated streak continues for the Mumbai Falcons. And it's the ladies of the Mumbai Falcons, driver coaches, sisters, and the people that make it happen. Your team champions today are the Mumbai Falcons. 3-3, you'll tell me what that means. Well done, Mumbai Falcons. So, while they soak up the applause, can we please have all podium finishers back to the podium, all podium finishers for the group photo. As they do that, it just leaves me to say thank you. Thank you to every single one of you here in the paddock and every single one of you watching back home on Karting Live TV. Tomorrow, we hand out 6 championships. We hand out 6 Abu Dhabi Sports Council Championship Awards, and we hand out 6 tickets to the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.